Welcome, everybody, to the Splatoon 2 U.S.-Canada Inkling Open 2018 Finals. Jordan Kent alongside 9-Hole Grains, and we are excited for the action that we have coming at you today. Last week, over 550 teams participated in the Open. We've whittled it down to 8 finalists, and amongst those 8 finalists, we've got a winner's side and a loser's side in this pseudo double elimination bracket. Now, the champion of today will be playing for some pretty high stakes. They'll get a chance to represent their region in the Splatoon 2 World Championship. Now, taking a look at how the tournament will work out, as we said, we've got a winner's side, and those teams will get a chance to lose a match, and each match will be best 3 out of 5. Now, on the loser's side, if you lose once, you can go ahead and swim on out of here. We'll take a look at all of the action taking place here shortly, but you look at these teams, and where do we begin, Nine, as far as who we should keep an eye out for?
Well, through all the Cinderella stories, all the upsets that we saw last week, the top 4 teams finished in that winner's side you were talking about there. Quantum.
You take a look at Quantum, Set to Destroy. You've got Tomo and Saikai as well, too, some teams that really seem to stand out. And starting with Set to Destroy, what it makes them so good, because if you're looking for a dialogue in this tournament, they are the big bad wolf of these 8 teams here today.
Well, they're a team of ones, to use a term from other sports there, all the way up and down, filled with star power, and they've been consistent, practicing against the best teams that they can find. Pengit, you see on the blasters as well. Hexen, a very versatile player. Fuzzy, everywhere you look there, it's star-studded from top to bottom there. There's a reason that they've had the dominating run that they've had.
And you continue to take a look at what makes these teams so good. And yes, Set to Destroy, many people in the community understand that they might be the favorites coming in. But you take a look at some teams like Quantum, Tomo, and what about Saikai? What stands out to you about Saikai and what they bring to the table today?
Unconventional. They are very aggressive. Even now as the game is starting to slow down a little bit, we're seeing those long-range weapons creep back into the meta. They refuse to switch. They are going to be in your face. They're going to run at your goal, run at the objective, and rely on their technical ability and skill to make plays happen.
Now you look at the loser side of the bracket, and still they're one of the top 8 teams representing U.S. and Canada, so some very talented teams. Are there any underdogs when you look at the loser side of this bracket that might be able to make a surprise, or maybe some people that our fans can rally behind?
The team that you're going to want to watch for is Synergy. I know you're a big fan of Tim. Tim last year from Deadbeat, that E3 champion. He's back here, and he is on Synergy along with Resbit, a fan-favorite sniper, and then Ant and Bran as well, 2 great frontline players. They have a ton of star power, and if they had not run into Tomo there at the very end of their run last week, they might be in the winner's side.
And we want to remind you, last week it was all turf war, but today in these finals it will be all ranked modes. So we're talking splat zones, we're talking tower control, Rainmaker, and oh yes, some clam blitz. So I can't wait to see some high-level competitive clam blitz play. And for many of our viewers, a lot of them are familiar with the competitive scene, but Nine, we also have some folks that are maybe checking out the competitive side of Splatoon for the first time. As best as you can generalize, what makes these teams so good? Why have they been able to really rise to the top when you look at over 550 teams that tried to take on all these challengers last week?
Well, the main thing is composure, right? The ability to stay calm even as the opponent is trying to run you down, even as they have taken your side of the map. The ability to stay composed, to know what routes to take to get back in, to know what the important parts of the map are if you're moving back in. And then beyond that, it's just recognizing what the opponent is doing here. You play so many games, you log so many hours here, you understand what they're going to try to do before they do it. Then it just comes down to technical skill. Can you hit the shots you need to hit, and can you execute your game plan?
Yeah, it's such a good point. It's a fine balance between the ability to not only just be so good with your aim and all that tactile movement, but the communication and the understanding and recognition of everything that's going on. So keep an eye out for that. We'll certainly call that out for you. Just as a reminder, our champion today will represent the region in the Splatoon 2 World Championship. So let's go ahead and get started with the action. We're going to start with our first match. That's coming from the losers bracket. It'll be Vitamin C versus Komodo, and we're going to be doing Rainmaker in Gobi Arena. So, 9, you look at the makeup of Vitamin C, Komodo. What stands out to you about these two squads as they get set to face off head-to-head here?
Well, interestingly enough, they're very similar compositions. Both teams have two typical frontliners there. You see Pixel and Mullen on Komodo. They have been a dynamic duo, prowling the front line since Splatoon 1. On the other side, you've got Emmy and Lily running together, doing the same sort of game plan there. And so I think the key to this match is going to be which frontline duo can succeed more than the other one. Sometimes you have to simplify it as winning your 1v1s or your 2v2s. I think looking at that right now, Komodo probably has the edge, but we said that last week too, and Vitamin C blew through that team.
Now, we had a great chance yesterday to play some Splatoon 2, and I was using the range blaster, and you were basically dragging me along because, let's be honest, we're not even in the same atmosphere when it comes to your ability and my ability. You were much better. But you talked about Rainmaker, how especially with these high-level competitive games, how matches are either decided in the first 20 seconds or at the 4:59 mark.
Things can stagnate very quickly in Rainmaker. When you pick up the Rainmaker, the opposing team starts getting special meter passively. So if you don't make a quick, decisive move, the opposing team is going to be able to build up those specials and use that to stall your momentum. And that Rainmaker's on a timer. If you take too long holding it, your push is going to be done.
And another term that we're probably going to use a lot, and I should say terms, is you look at front line, you look at flex, you look at back line. Break those down for us. Why are those positions so important to really have someone take control of those for each team?
Well, starting from the back line, it's important that you have an anchor to kind of keep things together when all goes south. The Splatling is the popular backline pick right now because it can influence the middle, it can continue to ink turf, but if you need to super jump back in, it's there for you as well. Flex can kind of rotate between front line and back line. Not really a true role, but it just shows how versatile some of these players are. And frontliners, hey, someone's got to make something happen. Someone's got to go in, use that dive comp for lack of a better term. So we'll be looking forward to see that as this game gets started.
And obviously plenty of abilities that these players can go ahead and use with their clothing that they want to put on. When you look at the different abilities you might use for Rainmaker, is there anything that comes to mind? Let's start with those kind of frontline players that you said. They're going to be very aggressive. They're going to be looking to get those first initial splats as teams make pushes. Any abilities that really stand out to you that players might be using?
The quick respawn meta is back here on us. It's not the same as it was in Splatoon 1, not quite as powerful, but people love the ability to go down and then try to make a super jump back in to make that play happen if it doesn't go right the first time. Quick super jump aids with that, along with that quick respawn. And then from there, you kind of get a mixture. You have some people who will go with run speed to gotta go with that strafe. They'll go with swim speed to try to move a little bit quicker with sub-strafing and a lot of other fun advanced technical movements here. But it really does come down to what your preference is and what weapon you're using. If you use something like an NZAP 85 that has that ink armor, you'll see people run special charge to continue to provide more assistance to the rest of their team.
As we said, we're getting set for our first match here. We're just making sure all of the technical issues are all taken care of and clear to go. When you look at a tournament and everybody online, it's a lot of moving pieces. We've got a wonderful crew that's working really hard, making sure everything's going to look beautiful for you as we get set for the action. And I do want to continue to talk about some of the main strategy here, because for me it was just really eye-opening to continue to play with you, to play with a high-level player, and really understand what you guys are thinking about. And that goes into the subs and the specials that you choose. When you look at the subs for Rainmakers, we get set for Rainmaker at Gobi Arena. Any particular subs that stand out to you as far as what teams might be deciding to use to really help out in Rainmaker? Because it's one of those games where there's going to be a lot of splats back and forth as you sort of try to matriculate the Rainmaker back and forth and either defend or be aggressive.
Matriculate. I like that word. So you were talking yesterday as we were playing about how strong you felt Suction Bomb was. You could throw it. You could use that as aerial denial. And that is going to be the one that we see a lot. I think that Suction Bomb and Splat Bomb both are two of the most popular subs right now, and they happen to be on very popular weapons as well. So it's a kind of a symbiotic relationship between the two. Outside that, I'm very interested in seeing how the Sprinkler performs. It's on two very popular weapons in the Splatling and the Slosher Deco as well, but it did get nerfed in the most recent patch. So I'll be interested in seeing if teams still opt to go for that.
And you mentioned that most recent patch that came out, which is crazy because it came out in between last week when we had the 550 teams qualifying down to the final 8. Any other noticeable changes in that patch that stand out to you that might impact what we see taking place today in the finals?
Well, you know what I'm going to say right now. The Stingray, for all of you who have suffered the wrath of Stingray for so long, yes, everybody raise your hand right now. But it's A nice nerf. It's not going to take it out. I don't expect the picks to change at all. Every team is still going to be running a Stingray. It's still a mandatory pick in your comp. But with that 10% damage reduction, there's a little bit of a chance that you can get away. It's just a nice little bit. And not being able to use it inside of the safety of your spawn circle, that invincible barrier, I think will make a big deal. You'd see a lot of times that people would jump back into that spawn circle at the end of Rainmaker or at the end of Tower Control and use that as more or less an auto win condition because you couldn't do anything about the Stingray.
True.
Infinite range, you can see where the enemy objective is, just end the game right there. Now you can do something. You can't do a lot, but at least there's an opportunity for counterplay.
And we'll get a chance to also see the new game mode Clam Blitz. And I'm excited, as I said, because we haven't really seen a lot of high-level competition with Clam Blitz just because it's been such a new game mode. As we look at that, and we'll see that coming here eventually, I believe that's going to be our second game as we get set in this first match here. Clam Blitz, you were talking about some crazy strategy that involved a combination of two specials. What were you seeing from most of the high-level players?
So specials really are the name of the game because everyone can see where that clam is once you pick it up. As soon as you get the tan clams and the power clam comes into play, everyone on the map can see what's going on. So sometimes if being sneaky doesn't work, you have to brute force your way through. So baller, people running in with the baller and people super jumping into that baller as it's exploding with a power clam, that's really the popular way that it's going right now. Splashdown performs a similar function, though it's not quite as versatile, and bubbles. Bubbles have fallen out of favor recently on things like splat zones. They have got a little bit of a nerf. They don't paint quite as well as they used to. However, it's still great if you need a moving barrier to get that football closer to the goal.
Well, big props to our technical crew. They're really pulling a lot of strings behind the scenes to make sure everything looks great and it's ready to go, and we're getting the thumbs up right now. So let's take a look at our first round. It's going to be Vitamin C versus Komodo, and you take a look, it's going to be Rainmaker, Gobi Arena, followed by Clam Blitz at Ink Blot Art Academy, Tower Control at Snapper Canal, and then if necessary, Splat Zones on the Reef, and then Rainmaker at Port Mackerel. These are all best-of-5 matches. As we said, Gobi Arena, one of the newer stages once again, and this is one that we were playing a little 1v1 Rainmaker practicing yesterday, which, listen, you know, as exciting as that is, it can't compare to 4-on-4 Rainmaker. What stands out to you about Gobi Arena, especially when you're on Rainmaker mode?
I mean, at a glance, you can see the verticality of this map. It's very easy to get your Splatling or maybe a ranged blaster or a rapid blaster, depending on which you prefer, to get set up on those higher areas and make life very difficult for the opposing team as they're trying to push. It's a long map, it's a long path, and a lot of it's uninkable. There are times that you will just have to run. You can't swim with that Rainmaker on the uninkable turf. Stingray, a very strong force here, but Inkjet. Keep an eye on the amount of Inkjets that we're going to see flying up and down over there and making life very difficult for anyone who's perched up on a high platform.
And you said it right. Gobi Arena is very unique because you have a lot of uninkable area, and then as well as you've got that gate that sort of blocks things as you get set for the court. All right, let's get rolling with our first round of the Splatoon 2 US-Canada Inkling Open 2018 Finals, Vitamin C versus Komodo. Let's take a look at the map right now as both teams are already heading to the middle of the arena, going after that Rainmaker and the loadouts. You go ahead and take a look at Vitamin C in the green, Komodo in the purple. No splats yet, 15 seconds in, and what are you seeing from these loadouts here, Nine?
Well, that Forged Splattershot Pro that you're seeing from Vitamin C is the one I'm going to keep an eye on here. It does have those bubbles that we talked about as they're already out here, a very quick build-up. That's a lot of central control here at the start. We'll see if they can build something.
Vitamin C with the early snag of the Rainmaker. They take a slight advantage at 98-0. 4:24 left in this one. 3 specials ready to go for Komodo as we start to see a couple of those deployed. Nobody yet getting splat, but there's that first Inkjet, as you mentioned, and Komodo playing some fine defense.
And that's, we talked earlier, you have to be decisive in Rainmaker mode because they stood there in the middle, and even though they grabbed the Rainmaker doesn't have a sub. It doesn't have a special, and you really are a sitting squid, as the case may be, if you don't get moving quick.
Komodo able to get through the gated area. That Rainmaker giving them a 65-80 advantage, but nice defense yet again from Vitamin C as you take a look at that slosher from up above, and that Bubbler's ready to go. 4-3 on the field advantage right now for Vitamin C as we're 1 minute into this match here.
That's really going to be that marker. We talked yesterday about certain maps having this spot on them that you have to get past. If you don't get past that mark, it is going to be very dangerous, and it's going to be a lead that you can't sustain. We do have a reset back to middle here, but the first team to get past that staircase is going to be very happy with themselves.
59-88 lead for Komodo in the purple right now. We take a look at Pixel with that Inkjet ready to go, trying to avoid getting splatted, but no, unable to deploy that special in time. And that's going to go ahead and make it 2-2 on the field. 2 specials for Komodo as we now see Vitamin C trying to move the Rainmaker forward. Oh, and just one slight move away from taking the lead here.
Vesper is the real inking master on this team. You see on that NZAP, if you're running that NZAP 85, the role is to keep the map your color and to provide ink armors. Did just that there and had the presence of mind to play good defense.
Pixel deploying the Inkjet at this point. You've got Komodo with a slight 1-point advantage over Vitamin C as we're about the halfway point here in this first round of Rainmaker at Gobi Arena. Here comes Komodo, though. They've got the Rainmaker moving up the uninkable ramp. They increase their lead, though, 48-60.
And that was great presence of mind. We talked earlier about how the good teams know when to push. And I said yesterday, not all 2v2s are created equal. That time, great presence of mind by Mullen to know nobody was on the right side of the map and to increase that lead a little bit further.
It's a little bit of a vanilla ice cream on the field right now. 4-4 with only one special, nothing crazy going on. But 48-60 slight advantage for Komodo as we take a look at Mullen right now. 4-3 on the field for Komodo, and neither team really able to get that substantial wipe to get a major push yet here, 9.
And we talked about how it can go 4:59 or be 20 minutes here, and that's exactly what we've seen. After some, a couple jousts back and forth, it really has turned into a very neutral and slow game in the middle. Lily going to go down to the strongest weapon in the game, which is the Rainmaker shield, as we now come to a real kerfluffer in the middle.
We saw the 4-1 advantage momentarily for Komodo. Now it's 3-2 with the special ready for Komodo. Komodo trying to make a substantial push here, but the Rainmaker going to go ahead and stop on the stairs and hang out as A, getting the nice little splat with the roller. Meanwhile, if you are Vitamin C, you've got to play a little bit more defense, but with only a minute and a half left, you have to start thinking offense here soon.
They have to do a better job of pairing up. You see Egg here waiting at the top, trying to pick out a target and jump in, but Egg's got to be careful. If they jump in by themselves here, although going with the baller will help, they are going to get picked out and taken down. Komodo's too good at pairing up and identifying targets.
3-3 on the field, a special ready to go for Vitamin C as well too, but here comes Opapi with the splashdown. Nice triple splat by Opapi. There's a clear wipe that you're looking for.
4 down. This should be a great push. They should be able to make it past here. You do see Randy jumping up top, but going to go ahead and miss as this goes a little further. Those points will start to add up here. You've seen how close they had to get to that pedestal. 28 is going to be very tough to beat.
And that's what you talk about. There's a certain point on every map where it's really hard to get past that point. If you can establish that type of lead here, 28-60, you can really focus on some defense if you are Komodo at this point. 4-3 on the field, advantage for Komodo as we're down just to the final 30 seconds. However, Vitamin C, they've got the Rainmaker. They've got 3 players on the field, and they're trying to make one more push to try and take this first match.
There's just too much pressure coming out from Komodo. Mullen does go down there, as well as Opapi. Great stuff there by Egg, but you saw how they refused to go back to the middle. There's a difference between defense and being passive, and that was defense.
Komodo playing some fine defense right there, as you mentioned about it, getting the splat. 4-3 on the field. Komodo, they're leading 28-60. Looking to take this first game. We're going to head into overtime, though, as Vitamin C with that Rainmaker trying to just rain down some ink from up above, trying to get some type of advantage. But no, that Inkjet going to go ahead and put a period at the end of that game as Komodo goes and takes the first one. They'll go ahead and put 1 on the scoreboard for themselves. And what we saw there, 9, was Komodo's ability to get that clean wipe, the first really true one of the match, to establish that 28-60 advantage.
And knowing exactly how to get those, you can stagger the opponent where one comes in and one comes in, and sometimes that's advantageous for you. If it's a mode like Splat Zones, you want that stagger because one, obviously less threatening than 4, but in something like Rainmaker, you want to take down all 4 at the same time and get that big push. But the real story to me was they played the map better. They knew how to set themselves up once they got those pushes, because we saw a couple pushes from Vitamin C that didn't get quite as far, but they didn't really have the follow-up. Komodo's whole game was follow-up.
And we saw Opapi with that huge triple splat, and that's really what finally gave Komodo the 4-0 advantage on the field, allow them to move the Rainmaker, because especially in Gobi Arena, you can get it deep into the enemy territory, but then there's a lot of uninkable territory where you're going upstairs and up ramps, which really slows down your progress. It's not the typical map where you can go ahead and just get a clean sweep and get straight to the goal.
It's a very unique map, one that I'm glad we got. We didn't really have a map that functioned that way, so Gobi Arena coming out, I'm glad that we got to see that on Rainmaker because it really is unique.
Now our second match will be Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy, and as I told you, I am stoked for some high-level Clam Blitz as you take a look at what these teams will be doing, the different strategies, because really the meta hasn't been super defined yet for Clam Blitz. There's still a lot of strategies being figured out at the highest level of competition.
And if you're a fan of Clam Blitz, you're going to love Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy. So, on a lot of the other modes, Inkblot is a bit closed. You've got that ramp, the uninkable ramp, that you have to go up if you want to make a push in Rainmaker. In Splat Zones, you have to jump over that little gap. But here, it's open. It's very open and very easy to get from one side to the other. So one thing these teams are going to need to be careful about is not going 4 down, because if you go 4 down, maybe you get a football and a couple extra clams, but the map is going to turn so quickly and you're going to find the enemy on your doorstep.
And I have so many questions about the different strategies we're going to see here, beginning with the weapon you choose.
Yes.
Are you looking for mobility? Because we've seen before some people go with ink brushes and just zip around the map. Others, however, still stick with their core weapons that they use in the other game modes. What do you anticipate here for Clam Blitz?
I don't anticipate a lot of change because this is a very small and closed map. Going with something like an ink brush can work on a bigger map where mobility is a little bit more important, but here it takes absolutely no time to get from one side to the other.
Vitamin C versus Komodo, Clam Blitz, Inkblot Art Academy. Let's go ahead and let you know what color each team's going to be here. We'll let you know here in just a moment. Looks like Komodo is going to be yellow, Vitamin C in the blue, and looking at the loadouts, as you said, not many major changes.
No, and I'm actually very interested to see Egg going with the regular Splat Roller instead of the Crack-On Splat Roller. The Crack-On Splat Roller does have that baller, and we talked earlier about how important that baller is. Switching to one that has Splashdown instead, that's definitely a preference choice.
And how about Vesper getting the football already just 30 seconds into this match? And you talk about these teams, and it seems like they do a great job of sharing clams and making sure that rather than all 4 players having 6 clams, they can have a couple at least get that football.
And you need to have multiple footballs if you want to make a sustained push here. It's threatening as we see this baller run right up to the doorstep. This is what we're seeing. Let's see how they play off of it here. That was solid defense getting that pop earlier, and Bubbles, that's exactly how you want to play defense. Both footballs falling short.
And you look at the ability to use the baller and try and get the football launched up into the goal. And both teams doing a very fine job of just being patient. They have the football, but they're not rushing into the other team's goal. They're trying to make sure they have a numbers advantage. As we already have our first barrier being broken, Vitamin C on the scoreboard first. You see Emmy with that slosher, and now it's 3-2 on the field, Komodo.
And Emmy did a great job of staying alive just long enough there to kind of keep Komodo pushed back. If Emmy had gone down too quickly there, we would have seen a pseudo 4-down situation, and it would have allowed Komodo to go all the way to the enemy doorstep. Now, it's a little bit more of a neutral situation. However, 80 points is not much at all. That's 1 football dunk and 1 clam.
That's what you mentioned. First football going through the uprights for Vitamin C. They have the 80-100 lead. However, you see that plus 10 penalty, though, for Vitamin C. That's going to buy Komodo a little bit more time as we go ahead and see Pixel with the football. 2 footballs on the field right now for Komodo. They're just trying to be patient. And 9, this is when you look at getting your specials ready and trying to get that numbers advantage.
And I don't like what Vitamin C did there. They ran in just a little bit too far. Emmy salvaging the situation with the takedown on that Inkjet, but you have to be careful. You can't rush headlong into the enemy because if 2 or 3 of them go down, they still have 2 footballs right there, and they have almost 20 full clams there. Earlier it was 28. Now the baller's going to come in. Let's see if they can make a play off this.
Oh, the baller using the football, fine usage, and we have the first launch for Komodo that's going to go ahead and tie things up at 80-80. You're looking at Vitamin C trying to play some defense, protecting this house, but no, a second football getting launched for Komodo. They now take the advantage 60-80 as we reach the halfway point here at Inkblot Art Academy.
The big play there was Opapi there on that rapid blaster, sitting back below that doorstep and continuing to apply that mid-range pressure there, helping the team without putting himself in danger. That allowed that second football to get through that defense.
You see Egg trying to get a vantage point right now, launching that curling bomb, trying to make some way. Egg, nobody with a football quite yet. for Vitamin C, but now you see a splashdown ready to go for Egg, trying to deploy that. 4-4 on the field, 2 specials ready to go for Vitamin C, 1 for Komodo. We're under 2 minutes left here. 80-60, but you see the 20 penalty for Komodo, 10 for Vitamin C, as neither team really able to establish a huge advantage right now, as it looks like we've got our first Vitamin C player trying to make a push, but no, defended well by Pixel in that inkjet.
And that really all started when Egg went down just a little bit too early. Egg is their primary frontliner in this composition. If Egg goes down too early by themselves, it's going to be very difficult to make a deeper push, as we see Komodo immediately erase that penalty.
Komodo breaking the barrier. That's going to get rid of the penalty right there. 80-60, 1:16 left in this one. Komodo with the advantage. They're trying to steal the second game. However, Vitamin C trying to hang alive and even things up. If they can go ahead and get a couple footballs launched in, you see an active football on the field for Vitamin C. Just under a minute left. Lily trying to avoid some of the splatterings of ink chasing them. Lily trying to go to the middle right now, establish a little bit more of a perimeter. 4-4 on the field, under a minute left. But here comes Randy with a bubble blower ready to go.
So you see the ink armor coming into play here. The bubbles are going to come in very soon. They're waiting for just long enough here. They have 30 clams on the field. That's 3 footballs. This is the best look they're going to get here. They're waiting until all the cards line up for them.
4-4. Couple of specials ready to go for Vitamin C. They've got 3 footballs on the field. If you're Komodo, you got to protect the goal line. But a triple splat from Emmy, and that'll go ahead and pave the way for victory, as Vitamin C is going to go ahead and take the road. 60-21 as Vitamin C comes storming back.
Patience is a virtue. They waited for the stars to align the way they wanted. They're going to get a full knockout from that, and that is what's building up your specials and running them together can do. The bubbler combined with that baller rushing in there, that's exactly what you want to see. Textbook from Vitamin C.
The triple splat to go ahead and open up the floodgates, and Vitamin C can go ahead and just come cascading in with all of those footballs. That certainly turned things around. And 9, as you said, it's all about being patient, waiting for that moment. And you saw that when Vitamin C had 3 footballs ready to go and a couple of specials. Even though Komodo knew it was coming, Vitamin C, as you said, executed it perfectly.
And 3 members of Komodo were on that slightly lowered area. They had Opapi up raised on that plat area with that rapid blaster, but I think that Komodo lost a little bit of their composure there. They saw 3 footballs coming in. You can't possibly meet all 3 threats, so you try to pick them off one by one, but that played right into the hands of Vitamin C.
And it's such a good point, because when you're on defense, you see where the football is. It's lighting up like a beacon as far as where it's coming from. But when you have 3, it's hard to really focus your defensive efforts because you can't expose yourself or overextend yourself. But we saw Vitamin C use those specials at a perfect time to get the triple splat and to really clear things out.
And especially on a map like that that's so open, you could come from that left side, or you could come straight up that nice little doorstep. What do? There's too much pressure coming in, too many frontliners. A splashdown was online, as well as the immediate threat of the bubbler and the baller. So that's how you do it. You can't draw it up any better than that. Let's see if they can carry the momentum.
As we mentioned, this is our first match in the losers bracket between Vitamin C and Komodo. Whoever loses these best 3 out of 5 games here will be eliminated from the Open. Right now, it's tied up 1-1, Vitamin C and Komodo. Vitamin C getting the victory in Clam Blitz, Inkblot Art Academy. However, Komodo taking Rainmaker at Gobi Arena. Our third game will be Tower Control, Snapper Canal. And Snapper Canal, again, this was introduced back in the fall, and this is one of those levels where you've got some interesting layout here. It seems like it's a little bit more of a narrower level at times, but multiple paths if you're trying to accomplish your goal. But clearly the Tower Control, the tower is going to be on a track of some sorts, as you mentioned. What's key about Tower Control in Snapper Canal as far as things that these teams are going to be looking for?
The key for me is going to be seeing which weapon Opapi opts to use. You saw the Rapid Blaster last time, but the Splatling, this is one of the best maps. And Stingray, which the Splatling does have, you're almost always going to see it here. But the Rapid Blaster is such a good pick too. I think whichever pick Opapi goes with is really going to change how Komodo plays. If it goes with Rapid, that's a more mobile composition. You can be a little bit more aggressive. If it's the Splatling, however, it's going to be drawn back a little bit, a more neutral composition here. I'll be interested in seeing which the pick is.
We oftentimes talk about Tower Control. You're going to have blasters everywhere because you have your opponent in a concentrated area, riding the tower. So this loadout's going to be really interesting as we take a look at both squads here. We'll go ahead and let you know what colors, what team for the most part, but you're already noticing something already. You know the names, you know these teams. What loadout are you seeing here now?
The Clash Blaster coming out from
yes.
Egg. The Clash Blaster,
yes.
a fan favorite here between the two of us, but it's very threatening on this map. You are very mobile, although it does go down, commentator's curse. But because it's so mobile and easy to move around with, it's a very threatening weapon on this map and mode.
You see Mullen getting the splat with the Tri-Slosher right now, and already Komodo in the green, riding the tower, trying to take it to the first checkpoint. But there's Randy with that first Stingray, and you know where you gotta aim on tower control when you have that Stingray.
That nice, slow moving, and that's a very clean defense right there. Nothing left behind. Finishing off the meal there. Now Egg's going to run up. I like that Egg is kind of playing around this area, not going in haphazardly. We talked about composure. Sometimes you see 2 or 3 down and you think you can run in. Not to be the case, as we see the Stingray do what Stingrays do.
And you can expect to see one of those every single time you hop on the tower. As Poppy doing some fine job of some defense right there. 1 minute down in this one. Vitamin C with the slight 3-point advantage over Komodo. But once again, another Stingray coming out. Get used to hearing that sound throughout all tower control.
And that was 2 down, actually. Really, Opapi's going to be the only one that can halt this push. They might make it past this first checkpoint, but Opapi, that final fall-off shot is going to stall it, but another one sneaks on. That first checkpoint is very difficult to get past, so a great job there by Vitamin C to get it, and Emmy cleaning up Opapi there.
Emmy with that slosher doing some damage on Opapi with that heavy splatling. Emmy with the baller, a couple of splats right there for Emmy. 3-3 on the field. Make that 4-3 at this point as we wait for one more Komodo to go ahead and spawn again. 3:20, neither team with a huge lead right now. In fact, really Vitamin C is the only team to get through that first checkpoint. But you look at Snapper Canal, what's going to be the key checkpoint in this map?
The key checkpoint really is that second checkpoint. You're starting to get near that water pit right there where suddenly you can't even jump off and try to engage the enemy that is firing at you here. The team that gets past that almost always finds victory. We're seeing Komodo establish some central control here. This might be the push they've been looking for, but hey, look at what it is.
Komodo with the Inkjet trying to get the advantage on the field. Here comes Randy with yet another Stingray. But, we have our first lead change as Komodo takes the 68-71 advantage as we near the halfway point right now. Vitamin C hopping back on that tower, trying to regain the lead as Vesper trying to make it a 3-1 advantage. However, that baller from Emmy is going to negate that, but a nice little splat by Pixel.
And that was a very timely Ink Armor that came out from Vesper there. That was enough to keep both Pixel and Vesper on the field to continue putting on that pressure. It looks like this push may be stalled out very slightly, but they've got a lot of control here on Vitamin C's side of the map.
Komodo extending their lead right now. You're talking about that critical second checkpoint right now, and Komodo trying to work their way all the way through it right now. They're going to clear that second checkpoint. It's now 71-34 as they continue to advance that tower and make a nice little push, even though it's 4-4. Hopping off the tower at that point. Here's where you mentioned that part where it's all water underneath. And Stingray versus Stingray, and Randy stinging Komodo right there as you look at Vitamin C trying to mount a defense at this point.
22, that is a defense, but that's a very daunting number to get past. It's not quite to that third checkpoint here, but they're going to need to get back control here, pick off a couple members of Komodo as they trickle back in before they can even think about mounting a counter push.
And Vitamin C having a turf control at this point for the most part. As you take a look at that wide shot, Emmy trying to get some vantage right now with that slosher. Emmy going ahead and throwing down that sprinkler. A baller ready to go for Emmy as well too. And now you have Vitamin C taking control of the tower as we near the 1 minute mark. But here comes Randy with some Stingray support getting the splat on Pixel.
That's going to be big. Pixel is the top frontliner here for Komodo. Pixel going down doesn't seem to be slowing them down at all. Vesper waiting here around the tower. Dueling here with Lily. That ends that battle going back and forth. We'll see that a lot here today. But they're just not getting the 2, 3, 4 down that we've seen here from Komodo. They just aren't quite finishing the food as they go to take it.
So true. Under a minute left right now. A huge lead for Komodo, 22-70, but Vitamin C hopping on the tower, trying to make one more push if they can turn the tide of this match. Emmy and the baller going after the Inkjet, unsuccessful in that attempt to go ahead and take out the Inkjet and land it. Emmy, though, getting the splat on Pixel. You got a Stingray support coming as well, too. But another Stingray, of course, coming from Opapi. Opapi getting the splat on Lily. And here comes a nice little double splat from Egg, though. As you look at the numbers advantage and getting to the second checkpoint, this could be the turning point here, 9.
And that was their Stingray. That was the one Stingray that they had to make that defense. They're not going to have a Stingray to stop this. It's going to have to be some good old-fashioned splatting, and I think Opapi may have just done it right there. Nobody left near the tower. 35 left. It's running to the middle. They're going to make a last chance heave at it, but it looks like this one is going to go. No! Well, maybe. All right.
Oh, Opapi playing some great defense with that heavy splatling. And as you mentioned, Vitamin C already burning through that Stingray to try and get the advantage, get through the second checkpoint. It helped them threaten the lead of Komodo. But when you don't have any specials left and you're trying to push against a team that has all 4 players out there, it's going to be very difficult.
Opapi saved that game for them there at the very end. The last 2 splats that they needed to stop that one did not have their Stingray, did not have any of their specials because they had just come from Spawn Circle as well. Sometimes the great players make great plays, and that's what we saw there.
Komodo taking the second game. They now have a 2-1 game advantage over Vitamin C. If Komodo can go ahead and get a victory in our next game, they will advance in the losers bracket, and that'll be the end of Vitamin C for these finals. But you looked at that map, and for the most part, Komodo, once again, they almost had Vitamin C overtake them at the end, but really just maintaining discipline. We never saw Opapi overextend themselves and really try to get into the middle of stuff, doing a great job of holding down that back line.
And that's what a backliner is. We talked earlier, that's the anchor. That's the person that makes things right when everything else goes wrong. And there's no need to approach when you use a heavy splatling. Just sit back, charge up your special, use the range and fire rate that that weapon has, and you can make some great plays like that.
And that's what's interesting about tower control, because all of the action is so concentrated on the tower right there. And to really have a concerted, organized team effort to go ahead and move the tower, you've got to be so good and so dialed in.
So dialed in, and you have to be very creative the way you go about it because it's such a centralized objective that everyone knows where it's going, where it's coming from, where it will go if nobody's on it. You have to find different ways around. You can't just play the objective. You have to play around the objective, identify the threats, identify where the defense is coming from, identify where the offense is coming from, and be one step ahead all the way through.
Coming up, we'll have Splat Zones for our 4th game here. Splat Zones taking place in the Reef. So you talk about a mode that everyone's very familiar with. I think when the game first came out, this was really everyone's first ranked mode that they got on. And you look at the Reef, a map that's been there since day 1. Splat Zones at this level, it's all about being able to secure and extend is something that you've talked about before.
Yes, locking out the opposing team. When you take 2 or 3 down, you have to find a way to keep them pushed back. The general tactic that teams will use if they've been pushed out is they'll band together, they'll build up those specials from a safe area, they'll use those to push back in. Will the team that gets the first lockout be able to hold it? I think that's going to be the key here because this is not a difficult zone to take.
Komodo in the teal, we're just going to call it green for simplicity purposes, and you've got Vitamin C in the magenta, but let's go with purple. Green versus purple. Komodo in the green. If they can take this game, they will advance in the losers bracket. Vitamin C trying to hang on for their Inkling Open lives in this one, as you already have an early advantage for Vitamin C as they secure the zone. 100-83 the advantage, but however, Komodo with the 4-2 numbers advantage on the field as they take control of the tower and apply that penalty to Vitamin C's zone, I should say.
And there's 2 ink jets here. One of the easiest ways to ensure your lockout is to counter push when the enemy team is coming out with ink jets. And they have 2 right now. You saw Pixel use his right there, but Opapi switching over to that Octobrush, something that we haven't seen from anyone else today. That's another ink jet as we see both bubbles be expended right there. I don't know that those specials are going to get them everything. This is some solid defense.
And you've got Komodo right now with the 57-79 advantage over Vitamin C. You've got the baller up top by Emmy. Emmy unable to get a splat with that baller, though. And you already see Vitamin C retaking control of the zone, 79-57 as they try to cut into their penalty. Sizable one, though, for Komodo. If they take control 33 seconds, they'll have to overcome, as we are really close with just about a minute and a half into this match so far. And you take a look at the makeup of Komodo here, 9, and you don't really have that traditional backline weapon that we talked about.
This is such a quick-moving map. You need the ability to move around and to paint very quickly. You see they're stacking that Tenetech splatter shot and that NZAP both is. Did not see that. Remember, on this view that we're getting right now, we can see where all the teams are. These players cannot. But that painting composition that we were talking about there, lots of turf, lots of inking, not doing too well for him right now as the lead goes the other way.
Vitamin C taking the lead from Komodo, 44-57, as that timer continues to tick in favor of Vitamin Sea. That score continues to improve, 32-57. They're looking to extend. They've got 3 squids on the field, make that 4 squids now. A couple of auto bombs trying to chase things down. Auto bombs, the bane of my existence, 9. We talked about that. But here comes an Ink Armor from Pixel to help support the cause as they are just 15 seconds away from taking victory and tying this up at 2-2.
And you saw Komodo put 3 people on that left side. That was their all or nothing going there. Nothing came from it. Perfect defense, and we are going to a Game 5 in our first set.
How about Vitamin Sea able to retake control of the zone over Komodo, and it was really the first substantial push, as we like to say, as far as keeping Komodo away from the zone. Vitamin Sea doing a great job with a lot of those one-on-one situations as well, too.
And there were even 2 inkjets fired off at the same time. Pixel and Opapi both used their inkjets kind of floating out there together. A couple spies there just kind of flowing through, James Bond-esque, but there was just nothing doing right there. Very disciplined, as we say, and we've used that word so much. Disciplined and composed defense coming in there from Vitamin Sea.
And really just the well-used timing of the specials for Vitamin Sea. We saw that Ink Armor come up at a critical time when we really thought Komodo was going to go ahead and make a push, take control of the zone. But you look at Vitamin Sea, their ability to lock things down. They force a Game 5, and now we'll have Rainmaker on Port Mackerel. And Rainmaker, don't forget, that was taken by Komodo and Gobi Arena in our first game between these two squads.
This, if you don't like Stingray, look away right now. Rainmaker on Port Mackerel. This is heaven for Stingrays here. The 52 Gal Deco has Curling Bomb and Stingray. Could not be a better weapon made for this. Do not be surprised if we see 2, maybe even 3 Stingrays coming out from each team. It's a very long map. There's not a lot of playable verticality to it. And this is one where if you get that early lead, you can really force the enemy team back because there's only so many ways back into the middle of the map.
Very narrow when you think about Port Mackerel. So you look at some weapons like that 52 Gal where really it's not the most accurate weapon shot for shot, but it only takes 2 hits to go ahead and splat somebody. It's going to be really interesting to see some of the loadouts that we might see on Port Mackerel because you talked about the way that it's set up. It's so unique compared to so many of the other stages we see in Splatoon 2.
And I'm glad that you mentioned it's narrow. The shots aren't as accurate on that weapon, but when you can't move too far.
It certainly helps when the opponent can't move left or right, and all you have to do is shoot north to south. All right, the winner of this game between Vitamin Sea and Komodo will advance in our losers bracket. The loser, they will unfortunately leave us for this tournament. Their run will come to an end, and it all comes down to this in our very first round. We get a treat of going to a Game 5 in this round 1 matchup between Vitamin Sea and Komodo. We're getting set for Rainmaker on Port Mackerel. And what we saw last time when these two teams participated in Rainmaker on Gobi Arena was Komodo and the ability of Opapi to get the triple splat. Now Opapi, though, going with one of his traditional backline weapons for Komodo. Komodo in the green, Vitamin Sea in the orange, as you look at both teams rushing quickly to that Rainmaker in the middle of the map.
So the relationship I want to talk about and explore here as we see Egg going in immediately is going to be Opapi with that Splatling there versus Randy on that custom Jet Squelcher. The custom Jet Squelcher is going to be their backline weapon of choice. It does have Stingray, but it's a little bit more mobile than the Splatling. That's a very deliberate choice meant to give them a little bit more mobility. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Vitamin Sea, they snagged the Rainmaker first. They have an 84-0 quick advantage right now. 4-3 on the field. Inks in favor of Komodo, though, as they go ahead and stop the movement of that Rainmaker. Vesper going to go ahead and hop in an Ink Jet and rain down some ink on the stage. 4:15 left, but here comes a big-time push already from Komodo as they take the 55-84 lead, and here's our first Stingray 9.
Already out, and I'm kind of surprised it took as long as it did, but that was a great splat there by Egg to slow that one down. You saw that they were moving it up at the top, but it did just enough to allow this Stingray to come in and finish off this defense. That Rainmaker is going to reset. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Lily grabbed it very quickly. That was right at the end of the timer here. Maybe a bit of a misplay. Generally, teams will let that reset so that they can fully meet the threat of the offense that's in front of them.
We got our first Brella making their appearance as well, too, for Komodo, which comes in handy when you talk about how narrow it is as Mullen going ahead and protecting themselves from some ink right now, 84-55. But with Port Mackerel 9, you were talking about this yesterday. It's one of those maps where even if you can push the Rainmaker to 5, 4, 3, it's never really safe any lead that you might be able to establish.
If you are able to get into those 2 far alleyways that you can see closest to spawn, it really does become a sprint. It's almost a marathon that becomes a sprint at the very end. It's hard to make it there, but if you get it to there, you hold forward on the stick for just a couple seconds and you'll be there.
Both teams trying to sprint to a victory here in our 5th and decisive game. Winner of this will take the match and advance as we see our Tenta missiles coming out right now. Lily with the Rainmaker. Vitamin C down 84-55 trying to advance this Rainmaker as they take the lead back from Komodo.
This is very scary. Lily moving this all the way to 23. This is the danger zone right here. They got through there. That went from 50 to 20 in a heartbeat. That was all the specials once again. Vitamin C showing that they know how to play this map and mode.
Oh, Poppy with the Stingray, but no other special to assist that Stingray, so it's going to take a little while for that to recharge again as Vesper here with the Rainmakers. We reached the halfway point in this match, this 5th and decisive one. We remind you, 2-2 Vitamin C Komodo game count. 23-55 lead for Vitamin C right now. Here comes the Stingray for Vitamin C, though, as they try to lock things down and keep Vesper on the run.
Vesper does go down right there, and it was very interesting that they had Vesper grab that Rainmaker. Vesper is their main turfing weapon, as well as that Ink Armor support that really helps that frontline function. Having him grab the Rainmaker is scary, but we see a pseudo 3-down situation there kind of trickled in. There is the baller here on defense. Vitamin C doing a good job of not going 3 or 4 down like we saw in that first game.
And that's so critical. Vitamin C doing a great job of not giving Komodo a huge numbers advantage. They're able to apply that defensive pressure the entire match. 55-23. Minute 45 left in this one. For Vitamin C, you've got to lock things down and make sure that you don't get a well-timed push from Komodo. But it's still 3-3 on the field. Neither team with a special yet.
We've seen the same sort of back and forth happen here. You see the Stingray come out that takes out 1 or 2 picks. Then you'll see a pincer attack come in from Komodo to equalize that. And then you see the rest of Vitamin C come back in that backcourt area where there's lots of room and just not give them too much space. We've seen that 2 or 3 times right now. I know that we're going to be very close to another Stingray here. We'll see if it comes again. This is a good look. They've moved their way into the court. They have the Rainmaker. We'll see what happens.
Mullen clearing some ground right there. 4-3 advantage. 4-2 advantage if you're Komodo. This is your chance to push right now. And some Stingray support coming. So if you're Komodo, you don't have much time left, under a minute to try and get a push. Meanwhile, Vitamin C trying to do all they can to lock things up. Can Komodo take the lead? No! Critical defense right there by Vitamin C. They stopped Komodo from taking the lead. Now it's all Inks on deck as they try to make sure that they don't let Komodo advance this Rainmaker any further into their territory.
Oh, Egg made a big mistake right there. Jumped right into the middle of 2 shots, and that's going to be... No! How did they hold on to that? Emmy once again there. The threat is not yet gone. This push is continuing here. They're going to try to grab it. They have the Rainmaker, and they get it by a single point.
Komodo recapturing the lead with 20 seconds left in this one. Komodo going for the slam dunk, and just like that, Komodo, they were trailing the entire match. However, it's enough of a push, a consistent push after push after push, bursting that Rainmaker shield, and with that, Komodo also bursts the hopes of Vitamin C as Komodo will advance in our loser side of the bracket in our 5th and decisive game over Vitamin C.
Incredible execution that time, knowing that in that situation, you can't just go down. You can't sacrifice yourself to advance a few more points. They needed to keep 2 or 3 up to keep that pressure on the Rainmaker and get that burst at the end. That burst took out the last line of defense, and it was just enough for them. So many little micro moments there that you could analyze and say this is what turned that. But ultimately, the composure of Komodo. We've used that word so much, and we're going to use it a lot for the whole rest of the day, knowing when they could afford to go down and when they couldn't.
Well, you saw their ability to finally get some type of wipe against Vitamin C. You had them down 4-2 as far as the numbers advantage on the field. That's when they made that push with that Stingray. And even though they didn't take the lead, you had the Rainmaker deep into the Vitamin C territory, and you just applied the constant pressure. And you mentioned for Vitamin C, they maybe made the mistake of jumping into a firefight when they should have backed up just a little bit more to secure that Rainmaker.
You saw the Clash Blaster jump right into the middle of 2 short-range shooters. That's not a matchup that the Clash Blaster wins. You know as well as anybody as a Clash Blaster main. Sometimes you can sit up there at the top and apply that pressure, but in the heat of the moment, not knowing where the enemy is, it can be a very difficult decision to make, and sometimes you flip that coin and it just doesn't go your way.
Well, Komodo will advance in our loser side of the bracket. Unfortunately, that means for Vitamin C, they will be bounced from the tournament. We appreciate them joining us. Some great, excellent gameplay to get things started here. Let's talk about our round 2 matchup, and that's going to be Deep Blues versus Synergy. Deep Blues, a very familiar team. They finished 2nd last year in a major tournament.
Well, here's a question for you. When fire fights fire, who wins?
Nobody.
Nobody. That's how this is. These are two of the best frontline aggressive teams that are in the tournament right now. You look at Deep Blues with Taylor. A lot of people big fans of Taylor, and Ace, Tenatech, and NZAP player going to be teaming up with Dreas and Umber as well as that three-headed monster pushes forward. However, there's a three-headed monster on the other side led by a personal fan favorite, your favorite, my favorite, Tim, the hero of last year's E3.
Yeah, you remember his triple splat to go ahead and take the tower and the victory for Team USA over Team Japan at that championship last year, claiming the world title. And as you get set for this one, we're going to begin with Splat Zones and Walleye Warehouse. And this is going to be one of those terrific maps where, again, we talk about narrow and long as well, too, for this map with an interesting – you know, everyone's aware of really the critical point in this map, the uninkable ramp or the long, narrow hallway that goes all the way up.
Right. And another point on top of that, those critical points, this is a big zone that's divided by those central boxes. A lot of times takebacks on this happen when a baller jumps on that backside. We'll see a lot of ink storms here, or rain cloud as I may call them here. That's a common call out. Because it's one of those few specials that you can't really do a whole lot about. And because it's such a long and narrow zone that isn't covered by a ceiling like on the Reef, for instance, it can really almost take a zone back by itself. If you stack two of those, a baller, maybe an inkjet, you can really take that zone back without putting yourself in danger.
Yeah, you mentioned that ink storm. It's one of those specials that if you're facing it, it's just obnoxious to deal with because you're already in a firefight. You're trying to take on somebody maybe one-on-one or have a coordinated two-on-one attack, but you're getting ink rained on you, and you have to be cognizant of that. It's no different than the Tenta missiles that might disrupt your positioning. So it'll be interesting to see what specials these teams go with here as they get set for Splat Zones on Walleye Warehouse. Now, we remind you, this is our second matchup in our losers bracket. The winner of this best of 5 matches will go ahead, best of 5 games, will go ahead and take on Komodo as we go ahead and move them on in the bracket. And you continue to look at Splat Zones. What we saw previously with Vitamin C and Komodo was really both teams wrestling back and forth for control. But once you get control, how do you then extend and secure the zone without making yourself too vulnerable?
Well, it's a little bit easier on this map. On the Reef, you saw that it took him a few tries to really get that lockout going on. But the Reef is a very open map where you can go to one of those sides and you're very close to the zone. Here on Walleye, if you want to go that far left path, it's going to take you a minute to get back. And the longer it takes, the quicker the opponent is going to be able to recognize what you're doing here. You bring up that mini map, you see on the right side of your map, hey, there's turf expanding on the right side. Maybe we should address that. And unless they have a special here, sometimes that can get picked off. It's much easier to defend on this map than to attack on it, is what I think. But there is one matchup here that I do want to point out, and I completely forgot about this. Resbit and Day are two of the only true Splat Charger mains left in this game right now. I'm not saying that we're going to see it for sure, but if we were ever going to see it, this would be the set to see it.
Absolutely. Well, both these teams, they certainly want to make sure they take their time in selecting their gear, selecting their weapons, selecting what loadout they're going to go with. And that's what's interesting. A lot of these teams, they're going to change their gear and abilities based on the game mode and the level itself.
One thing that I really want to see here is how much special charge they opt to use. Special charge, as its name would imply, charges your special just a little bit faster. But the community's kind of split on it. The thinking is if you're good at turfing, if you're good at controlling, if you're great at just moving up the map and painting as you go along, it can be very easy to build up your special just naturally. You don't necessarily need that special charge. However, then you get into the nitty-gritty. How many points of turf does it take to build it up if I do this? Will that come into play here? So I'll be very interested in seeing if they do opt to do that, especially on something like that.
I do want to correct something I said earlier. It's going to be Rainmaker on Gobi Arena is going to be our first match. Is this second round in the losers bracket will mirror the same exact game modes and maps that we saw between Komodo and Vitamin C. So if you enjoyed those last 5 matches, you're going to enjoy these next 5 just as much as we continue to get things going. So let's kick it off. Synergy versus Deep Blues, Rainmaker, Gobi Arena. Let's see who can go ahead and get the slam dunk in this one. Neither team securing the Rainmaker at this point. That'll be Synergy in the purple, Deep Blues in the orange, as both teams really just fighting for positioning early on here, Nine.
Very interesting peeker coming out of Marsh using the Dapple Dualies, a weapon that we haven't seen today, one that I know that you enjoy seeing here as well, and already making the presence felt there. And there it is, that rain cloud that we talked about. We didn't really talk about it on this map, but look at it. It's just moving right up there on that high area as we're seeing Marsh and the rest of Deep Blues push it a little further. 36 right off the bat. This is that 20-second game we talked about earlier.
Marsh with a real quick push for Deep Blues as they take the 36-0 advantage, but here comes Resbit with that all too familiar Stingray dealing with Umbre and another Stingray as well too. 4 minutes left in this one. You've got the substantial lead right now for Deep Blues, 36-0. But here comes Synergy with a 4-3 advantage and 2 specials ready to go as they matriculate the Rainmaker across the field right now.
And some solid defense there. Drea somehow managing to find 2 splats there, and Ant using a very dangerous Inkjet. Inkjet is not invincible. We say it's good because of its mobility, but if you're floating in the middle of enemy ink, that's exactly what happens there. Naz does clean up a little bit, but so far, Deep Blues is executing their game plan.
Deep Blues right now with that 36-0 advantage as we talk about, and they take the Rainmaker yet again. Synergy, they're on the ropes somewhat right now as Deep Blues has had no problem whatsoever controlling not only the turf in Gobi Arena, but also controlling the Rainmaker itself right now. 36-0 right now. 4-3 advantage, 4-2 advantage for Synergy, and this is when you want to start to push when you got a special ready to go as well.
That was that rare and beautiful clean flank. You saw Naz go behind them there to slow that one down, and Taylor giving it right back the other way there. That was just enough. That was about to go really bad one way and then about to go really bad the other way, but both teams just enough presence of mind to slow that down.
Ant unable to get a splat with that Inkjet right now, but here comes yet another Stingray for Synergy. Synergy with that Rainmaker finally on the board, 36-67. They're trying to push right now, however, getting splattered right there by Marsh and those Dapple Doolies. That's some fine defense by Deep Blues as we approach the halfway point. 4-2 advantage on the field for Deep Blues as well, too, as we see yet another special ready to go. And here comes that rain cloud, paving the way for Deep Blues in another push.
And a bit of a messy push that time from Synergy. You saw that Naz was going at the top of the screen there to try to come around and get that second flank that is awarded to the more mobile team. It's easier to flank if you are more mobile, but sometimes that timing doesn't work and the push gets stopped without too much resistance like that time.
And you see Marsh with the Rainmaker right now, 36-67. Deep Blues trying to get a push going up the other uninkable ramp right now. However, going to go ahead and get met in the face right there by Naz with that slosher. Very impressive.
And Taylor's probably kicking himself right now. If Taylor had got that splat onto Naz, it would have been just one splatling standing between them and the true knockout. But at least you see that Deep Blues has not stopped trying to push. They have not been passive. You can be defensive without being passive.
4-4 on the field right now. One special ready to go for Deep Blues. Meanwhile, Synergy, going up and over this time with the Rainmaker. But that baller going to go ahead and try and chase down the Rainmaker. A little bit of cat and mouse right there. But that's going to be Deep Blues able to play a little bit of defense and stop the movement of that Rainmaker. 1:30 left in this one. 3-2 advantage for Deep Blues. Synergy using that Stingray right now to try and provide a little bit of pressure, and that Stingray picking up a critical splat.
That is important. Marsh here is just going to kind of trade here, neutralize that pop. That pop takes a while to get. Marsh going to go ahead and just do his best to kind of slow that one down. Needs to back up now and does just in time. That Rainmaker shield does not discriminate with who it tries to splat, but this is looking a little bit dangerous for Deep Blues. They're going to need a Stingray and maybe a second special to stop this one right now. They've got to get it quick. This is starting to get dangerous.
4-3 on the field. A nice splat by the Rainmaker, and here comes Synergy trying to threaten the lead by Deep Blues. They've got a pathway right now, trying to get up the uninkable area, but no. The Stingray being that critical last line of defense.
That was it. I said it. You got to have a Stingray or something there, and that's why it is such a polarizing special. Taylor coming in, doing what he does, and cleaning up there. But if that Stingray had not come out exactly where it did on that very narrow and uninkable pathway, Deep Blues would be sitting in behind right now.
Yeah, they'd be in deep waters, that's for sure. Deep Blues with the lead right now, 36-47 advantage for Deep Blues. 20 seconds left. Deep Blues with the Rainmaker, just trying to be patient, trying to hang on to that Rainmaker, make sure they don't get to overtime. They're just hanging out in their own territory right now, trying to avoid all the fire. Resbit getting splattered right there by Taylor in the Inkjet. 7 seconds left. Rainmaker up for grabs. Will it be forced into overtime, or will Deep Blues go ahead and take this first game? Let's take a look and see what happens. Oh, you hear that overtime horn. All Deep Blues has to do is secure the Rainmaker, and they do. They pick up the first game at 9. It's no mystery as to what was the deciding factor in this match as far as when Deep Blues might have been threatened to lose.
They raise their hands to the heavens and ask for Stingray, and Stingray delivers, always delivering there. And Umbra, this is a recent pickup for Umbra. Umbra has not been on this Splatling for a long time. Typically a blaster main. We talked about that front line, the three-headed monster. Umbra's a part of that, but Umbra surprising all of us and certainly surprising Synergy there. But at the very end there, that was a lose-lose situation for Synergy. They were holding the Rainmaker up on that raised area that's very difficult to access. If you don't take the Rainmaker down, the opponent has it at the end and you lose. If you take the Rainmaker down, you have to get to a very difficult spot if you want to even touch the Rainmaker there. So great presence of mind to Deep Blues to make that, I guess you could say, a game-winning play right there.
Well, you mentioned Gobi Arena, and it's one of those maps where if you're really trying to make a deep push with the Rainmaker, you've got to deal with some unfriendly terrain as far as uninkable area. I think any other map, if that Stingray comes and you have a chance to ink the turf underneath you, you're going to be able to swim out of the way. But when you're stuck there on that uninkable area, you're obviously not going to go into squid form and just flop around. You're going to go ahead and get stung. So unfortunately for Synergy, they weren't able to make that last little push. And for Deep Blues, they established that lead right off the bat in this game.
And when you talk about awareness that these top players have, that's exactly what it looks like. Maybe if you're newer to the game, you think, all right, my Splatling, I have enough range. Let me step up here a little bit and use my main weapon to get it done. But you saw there Tim was up on that left side ready to shut down that Splatling if it came up. The better play there, sit back, charge up that Stingray, use that to clean up, and let your frontliners go and meet the threat that's left.
Very impressive work by Deep Blues right there. We'll be getting set for our second game here, which will be Clam Blitz at Inkblot Art Academy. As we said, we're repeating the same maps, the same modes that we had in our first best-of-5 matchup between Komodo and Vitamin C. Deep Blues right now with the 1-0 advantage overall. You see they got the 64-53 victory in Rainmaker and Gobi Arena. Now we get back to Clam Blitz, Inkblot Art Academy. What we saw the first time between between Komodo and Vitamin C was the timing of having multiple footballs and your specials all at once. It seems like that's what this one's going to come down to as well.
And you see they've swapped out Resbit here. Bran is going to be coming in instead of Resbit. They're swapping out that long-range threat to go with Bran, who is a Tentatek and Splattershot both. They are different weapons, believe it or not. A specialist in those. They're going for mobility, aggression, and pressure. They're going to try to beat Deep Blues at the Deep Blues game.
And you talk about both these teams being two of the most aggressive teams in the game, and we saw that. But I think what also stands out is just how frequently they're able to charge their specials. It seemed like at any given moment, this team had one or two specials ready to go. And if you're trying to defend that, that's very difficult because you always have that threat looming large.
Exactly, and that comes from knowing how to turf the map. Turfing is a skill. Turfing is not something that you can do willy-nilly and expect to have those specials every time you need it. It's not a coincidence that that happened. These players don't just say, hey, lucky here, have my special. It's very deliberate and very skillful.
Deep Blues in the blue. Thank you very much for our tech team for making that possible for us. Meanwhile, Synergy in the green right now as we have 100-100, nothing going on. Yeah, fellas, I see you shaking your head. I'm going to go ahead and give you the credit for that one right there. 20 seconds into this one, 4-3 advantage on the field for Synergy in the green right now. And you look at both teams. They're just gathering their clams and trying to figure out when they can make their push right now, trying to build those specials up. And we already hear that first Ink Storm pop off.
That's a pretty nice Ink Storm here that's going to slow things down a little bit, but already the aggression going. You saw 3v1 in one situation, and this is just, oh man, this is some pain right here. They're going to have to funnel in and try to make something happen, but the clams continue to fall in. Synergy feeling a little bit more comfortable on this map.
Synergy already early in this one. They're putting on their bibs for a clam bake early on, 100-17. Synergy trying to get the early KO. However, it looks like that timer is going to go ahead and run down, and no swift knockout for Synergy on this map. But you look at the substantial lead they're able to build in just under a minute of play.
And that really all started at the very beginning. We saw on our side, Taylor ran in to a 2v1 on the left side. Taylor is their best frontliner, the person who leads their charges. If you run headlong into a 2v1, oftentimes you're not going to win it. Going down 3 allowed another person to be 2v1, and the whole thing cycled through.
You take a look on the field right now, 3 specials ready to go for Deep Blues, and you bet your bottom dollar they're going to make sure to deploy those all at once. Yep, that's right. I go ahead and use sayings that are 50 years old here. 17-14 as you take 17-100 as you take a lead for Synergy right now. But here comes Deep Blues. They're trying to threaten. However, they break the barrier for the first time as they get their first points on the board.
And that time they tried to take that two-pronged attack that we saw used by Vitamin C earlier. You saw one of the footballs coming in from that left side ramp while the main threat was coming from the front. However, unlike Komodo, Synergy had a much better answer for it.
80-17, huge lead for Synergy in this one as we approach the halfway point. You see Taylor up top right now with a few clams trailing. One football on the field for Synergy, though, as they try to threaten and really cut into that penalty, and yes, they do. They go ahead and burst that barrier, and that penalty reduces down to 21. But still some work to do if they're going to try and get that knockout.
And here's Tim doing what he does, is able to get one down there and soften up the other two for Naz to come in. That's a 4-down situation. If they rush this clam up here, they might be able to just eliminate it. But Brand is actually just sitting in the middle right now. Going to go ahead and super jump in, try to get some hijinks going in there. They do get the break, kind of offering themselves up as a sacrifice so that Naz could come back in. But Deep Blue's not fooled by that. That was a very crafty maneuver that easily could have resulted in 2 or 3 members of Deep Blues going down, but just too smart there. No tricks here.
Deep Blue's getting the clean wipe. However, Synergy able to get some more damage, and now it's 80-2. And if you're Deep Blues, you're facing a steep climb uphill to try and get back into this one, as it seems like Synergy with that early push, that's probably going to be enough. However, we still have 2 minutes left. Anything can happen, but a couple of splats getting traded right there between Deep Blues and Synergy. 3-2 on the field right now. Advantage Deep Blues with the special ready to go. Deep Blues, they have a football armed and ready to go, but they can't seem to get into the territory. But here comes our first baller to try and clear things out right now for Deep Blues.
And Tim was sitting up there the entire time, defending just a little bit. Still there. They have to get rid of Tim, and they do. Let's see how many clams they can get here. They only have one. You can see there. They've got a few more now. Another 3-down situation. They have to get these clams up here now. They're so close. They have the clams. Come on, come on. Can they get it?
8-2, 5-2, 2-2. Deep Blues coming from behind. And if you talk about being able to see objects in your rearview mirror, there is nobody for Synergy but Deep Blues with that baller clearing things out. They're able to make an unbelievable push late in this match with just under 2 minutes left. And you saw that whole time. They were just really able to clear things out, but then also go and collect clams and then come back and get those put back into the basket.
I don't think that time Umbra on that Rapid Blaster, who was standing off to the left side, I don't think Umbra took his hand off of the trigger finger for like a solid 15 seconds. They just continued firing around the goal, using that burst damage, that splash damage with that mobility, the constant pressure saying, no, you can't go here. And that's the spot that you want to be if you're a front ladder. You want to be able to meet that threat head on. Synergy was not able to get somebody to meet the threat of that splash damage, and it allowed it to just continue to funnel in. But what resiliency from Deep Blues, up 2-0 right now over a team that I personally thought was going to challenge for top 3.
And we talked about that. Synergy was one of those teams you were keeping an eye on, maybe coming up from the losers bracket to challenge our 4 winners. But right now, they are facing quite the deficit, down 2-0 to Deep Blues. And you talked about how big that comeback was for Deep Blues. Now you just have to win one more game over the next 3 matches. However, if you are Synergy, you've got to go 3-0 now to keep your tournament hopes alive. So unbelievable push. And from what we saw, we thought this was going to be Synergy all day long. You're up 80-2 for crying out loud. You've got a +10 penalty on Deep Blues, but they're able to get that push. And even without a clear wipe, they're able to just get clam after clam into that basket, and an unbelievable finish by Deep Blues to take the 2-0 lead.
And that's the danger of trickling in 1v1. We talked about that stagger. It's much easier to 2v1 over and over and over than wipe all of them and have all 4 of them come back together with specials pushing back in to meet your threat. But I'm just still so stunned. And you see on Inkblot Art Academy, we talked about it being a very open map. That's what it is. No other map is that small that allows you to just run back, get more clams, and jump right back into the action. You saw 2 or 3 different members of Deep Blues continue to rotate those clams as Umbra stayed there and applied the pressure. But on Inkblot Art Academy, the access to the goal, so easy, getting back out, getting more clams, and coming in. And that's why I said before, if you love Clam Blitz, that is the map for it.
We talk about the strategies that these teams think about, and when the clams respawn, it seemed like they already stuffed a lot of clams in the basket to go ahead and get back. But then you saw them able to go back and get so many more. It's almost like they timed that up with the respawn of the clams to make sure that they had that advantage.
Despite what some people may think, the clam spawn is not random. There are set spots, and if you have a general idea of where they're going to come from, you can cut down on that time. You see here, Resbit still not in. They liked the idea that they had there. They just have to execute better this time.
Tower control on Snapper Canal for Deep Blues. One more victory means you're advancing, taking on Komodo in the next round. However, if you're Synergy, you've got to go 3-0, and it all starts now. Synergy in the green, Deep Blues in the purple. Deep Blues taking that first tower as they start to move that thing to the first checkpoint. 3-3 on the field right now, 3-2 advantage for Synergy. And we talked about Snapper Canal. It's all about that second checkpoint.
It's all about the second checkpoint, and you could not make a more tower control-esque comp than you're seeing right now coming out of Synergy. They have 2 Stingrays right now in that sloshing machine, as well as that squeezer. They also have the Ink Arbor coming in from Naz's Sprite Slosher, and of course the Blaster. We talked yesterday. Blaster, pretty good weapon.
Blaster and Tower go together like peanut butter and jelly. Meanwhile, 85-73, the advantage for Deep Blues in this one as you see Synergy trying to get on the tower, trying to threaten that early advantage for Deep Blues. You see Umbre backing up right now with that Rapid Blaster, getting pushed back a little bit. 3-3 on the field right now as you see Synergy take the lead as they get through that first checkpoint. 69-73 slight advantage right now as that tower continues to move. Now Synergy getting to 63 with a slight 10-point lead over Deep Blues.
Yeah, good composure there from Deep Blues. I like that they didn't go too heavy on that tower. They know where the scary part's here. They know that if they go down right there, Tim pulling a trade out of that was nuts. But knowing that that was a situation where if they gave up a few more points, they might prevent them from getting too deep in that situation. We see 2 go down here, but the sloshing machine is still up. You see Tim at the top of the screen just trying to build up that Stingray, not going to jump down, and there it goes like clockwork.
You see Tim not rushing the tower, but building up that Stingray by using that sloshing machine off to the side right now. It is 63-66 advantage for Synergy right now. Deep Blues, they are threatening to try and take the lead right there. However, Synergy doing a fine job of holding them back. But here come Deep Blues once again, riding that tower, trying to take the advantage. 63-65. Deep Blues taking a quick little pit stop right now. You see the splashdown ready to go for Bran as well. 3-3 on the field.
And one of the reasons that Stingray is so powerful here is this area here that you see the tower go to between that first and second checkpoint. There's a lot of room there, right? You can have people swimming around the tower and take out your threats, even a blaster that's near the tower there, because there's so much room for you to move and so much mobility. But what beats mobility? Stingray.
You look at the Stingray doing such a fine job of locking things down right now. You see a baller ready to go. 65-63 as we reach the halfway point. Neither team really giving up a lot of ground, and neither team able to get that wipe that we talked about, getting the other team down to about 1 or 0 squids on the map.
Dreas, that's 2 down here. They still do have 1 member of their team that has access to Stingray, but it's Ant running up here on the front lines. Ant going down here. This is the best look that they've had this whole time. This one might get past this second checkpoint. I don't know if they have a Stingray ready.
And we talked about it. Momentary wipe right there for Deep Blues as they go ahead and get past checkpoint 2, and they have a 36-63 advantage. Deep Blues looking for that third and critical victory in this game to move on to the next round. Meanwhile, Synergy, they're trying to fight to stay alive. They're trailing 63-29 right now. Just under 2 minutes left to go as we see Synergy take control of the tower, but no, Deep Blues recaptures it, increasing their lead, and now they have a 3-1 advantage on the field.
Umber has set back here the whole time, and that's what that midline anchor does for you right there. Look at all the super jumps that continue to come back here. The Stingrays finally met, but the Inkjet says no thank you. Taylor gonna jump back into a very painful landing here, but not only did that give them a big lead, but look at all the time that melted. That was almost a minute-long push.
That Inkjet connecting from nearly halfway across the map to take out the Stingray. Impressive splat right there against Tim. Getting close to the 1 minute mark right now. Synergy really going to have to collaborate and get something going here. They only have 2 Inklings on the field right now. It is 4-3 advantage for Deep Blues, and Deep Blues once again doing what they do best in this map, taking control of this tower.
And the pressure. How long has this map been on this side? The tower has not left this part of the map for almost the last 2 minutes. This is the game that Deep Blues plays. It's so much pressure saying we're just going to continue pushing. Defense? What's defense? We want the knockout.
You see Marsh getting splattered right there by Ant. Ant trying to do all that they can right now to try and apply some pressure. 30 seconds left. You've got Synergy on the tower. This is probably their last push of this tournament if they aren't successful. Meanwhile, Deep Blue's going to have to play some defense. They don't want to see a game 4. They want to get this 3-0 sweep and move on to the next round. You've got Tim with that Stingray right now, trying to stop all the momentum on the tower. And you see Deep Blues losing that tower right now. Synergy trying to get one more push. 13 seconds left. Can they do it? They're down 63-22, 2-3 advantage on the field right now for Synergy. Synergy has a special ready to go. They're trying to force overtime. Here they go on the tower. Stingray ready to go for Ant. Can Ant apply some pressure back? You've got that tower moving towards that checkpoint, but they got to go through 1.5 checkpoints to go ahead and tie this one up. Here comes the baller. We're still in overtime. Oh, you've got Synergy getting past the checkpoint, but no 9, that'll do it. Deep Blues playing enough defense at the end to secure the victory, the third game, and to move on to the next round.
We talked earlier, we talked yesterday, we talked earlier today about the individual 1v1 power that Deep Blues displays. That time Taylor went around with 18 splat assists there, and of course one of the highlight splats that we saw across the map with that inkjet, but came across the backside there and won a crucial 1v1 that allowed them to move up towards the tower, clean them out, that allowed them to generate a 2v1. And you saw all of Synergy. They tried their hardest. They put all of themselves on the tower. But that is one weakness of the double Stingray composition. As great as it is on defense, when you're on offense, it's difficult to build momentum with that special. You have to be back and out of the action to use it safely. And that time, Deep Blues was all action.
It's such a good point. So Deep Blues, they go ahead and get the 3-0 sweep. They will move on to Komodo in the next round as they get set. But before we check out that action, we're going to now move to our winners round. And we look at round 1 and the winners, that first bracket. And we're going to go ahead and have Set to Destroy taking on Quantum. And you talked about Set to Destroy. If there's a team to beat in these finals, it is certainly going to be Set to Destroy with 2 of the prime members that have plenty of high-level competition experience on their squad.
And I would like to tell you what a team needs to do to beat Set to Destroy X. I would love to be the analyst that can break it down for you. But honestly, if you find out how to do it, tell me, because I sure as heck don't know how it is to be done. A team of ones this is, all the way up and down. Hexen, arguably the best flex player, can go between Roller, Dapples. You can see various shooters being used, as well as the Hydra Splatling, the longest range Splatling in the game, able to do it all. Fuzzy, one of the best turfing players. Lots of experience, been a top player for about as long as this game has been around. Pengit, Blaster Supreme, Ice as well, flexing between different weapons. And Bursty, a recent sub for this team, using some unconventional weapons to just round things out here. Their communication, their strategy, it's all next level, and it's why they've had such a stranglehold on this scene.
You talked about how well they performed getting in here. They had no issues, no speed bumps whatsoever as they plowed their way to the final 8, and now they're going to be taking on Quantum. They are the tournament's top seed, Set to Destroy X. And as we get set for the winners round 1, once again, best of 5 games here between Set to Destroy X and Quantum. They'll be getting things started off Splat Zones, Walleye Warehouse. And we talked about that map a little bit in detail, but it seems like once again, as we looked at our first 2 matches in the losers round, it comes down to those teams that can really collaborate and use and stack those specials at the right time to make that critical push to take the momentum in any match.
And momentum really will be the name of the game here. If there's one strength that Quantum does have, they play a very similar game to Deep Blues. You and I talked a little bit earlier about how to differentiate these teams. They are very similar in their philosophy and the way they like to do it. They'll load up 3 short-range shooters here and then allow Jex to sit back on that Splatling. But Set to Destroy X may be the best defensive team here. They know the maps, they know how the opponent likes to push. If there is one thing that I think Quantum can do, they have some of the best inkjets of any team I've seen, and the inkjet is that curveball, if you will. It can come from anywhere, it can threaten any position, even when you think you're safe. You're hiding behind a wall only to see that inkjet floating on top of you with that one-shot splat with a direct hit.
Both these teams are getting set, as we mentioned. They'll get a chance to change their weapons, their loadouts, their apparel, whatever they want to do as they get set. And what we're really seeing, too, is the versatility from a lot of these players, because as we change maps and change modes, very rarely are they staying with the same exact weapon through everything. And that's what's impressive, is their ability to handle and master so many different weapons and play styles.
One thing that a lot of teams will do is they'll have a player that does main a role. But within that role, you can't simply main one weapon. You have to be able to adjust to the different threats. Umbra, great example. That first game went with that Splatling, knowing that they needed that long-range pressure and that Stingray that saved them that game. That second game, Splatling's a little too slow for this map. Let's go to the Rapid Blaster. Let's allow a Bomb Rush to come in. Let's have that nice burst damage, that zoning tool. That last map, let's go with the Rapid Blaster Pro. Same principle, but a little bit more range, knowing that there's that water gap there, that they need to be able to stand back a little bit more and be that mobile anchor. All of those are traditional mid to backline roles, but none of them done with the same weapon.
And when you look at splat zones, are you still going to have those same roles? Because it's not like you've got a moving objective where the whole team has to advance into one half of the map into the opponent territory. You've got everything kind of congregated in the middle between one or two zones. Will you still have that backline, frontline role, or do things change for people?
It depends on the map, which I know is the cop-out answer here. But on a map like this, I think a backliner does fit. Because Walleye Warehouse can be very difficult to get back in on, having a backliner or a Splatling specifically to be that long-range pressure to allow the rest of your team to move through is very crucial, as well as having a Stingray. Because the enemy team can set themselves up so nicely, sometimes you need that Stingray to get one or two picks, to send them back to spawn circle, to give you just a slight window to push your way in. And at that point, the scramble happens, and it's every squid for themselves.
When you take a look at what's going to be happening here, you've got Set to Destroy versus Quantum. It's going to be our first matchup in the winners round here. And you're going to be having splat zones at Walleye Warehouse, followed by tower control at the Reef, Clam Blitz at Schellendorf Institute, and then, if necessary, Rainmaker at Humpback Pump Track and splat zones at Kelp Dome a little bit later. And so that is the layout for these two squads between Set to Destroy and Quantum. And we've oftentimes talked about with splat zones, you oftentimes have said leaders can always win if they're playing perfectly. And what does that mean if you're Set to Destroy and how well that you play as a team?
Because the enemy has to come to you to get that zone. It's not one where you can move or go the wrong way. It's not one where everyone knows where that tower is going to be. The enemy has to come to the zone and put their turf on the zone. If you play perfectly, if you identify where the opponent is coming from, you don't have to go to them. They have to come to you every single time. And that's why knockouts are very common on this mode. It's not a Rainmaker where you push in and the opponent's going to continue spawning and slow you down. It's not tower control where it's a nice, slow, gradual, please hit me target. It's one where if you play right, it's a very neutral game. And it's for that reason that community really, really loves splat zones. It's a very neutral and balanced mode.
And it's usually one of our faster modes as we've seen before because you can secure that zone and that timer quickly goes from 100 to 0 just like that. And so if you can really get the opposing team on their heels, time your specials up, extend not only your control of the zone but the turf outside of the zone into their territory, you're going to find yourself with a lot of success. So it sounds like we're getting ready to go. Splat zones, Walleye Warehouse, first round between our winners bracket advancers, Set to Destroy X and Quantum. Let's go ahead and take a look at these loadouts and see who's rolling with what color here as we get going on Walleye Warehouse. Both teams already making their way to the zones in the middle. And it looks like you're going to have Set to Destroy in the blue, Quantum in the yellow.
Very similar compositions, but interesting to note, Set to Destroy X is going to be running that Splatling and a Rapid Blaster, so a little bit more of a long-range composition. They're trusting Fuzzy and Ice as their frontliners to take care of business on the front.
Fuzzy hiding off to the side right there as we take a look at Set to Destroy. They've got the early advantage in this one, 90-98 as they secure that zone right now. 4-2 advantage on the field, and already Set to Destroy off to an early numbers advantage and trying to push and advance after securing that zone.
You saw the jump back there. That was not an I'm about to get splatted jump back. That is everyone else on my team is coming from spawn. Let's jump back. Let's regroup and try to make something happen here. And this is where it's scary. You see Fuzzy here on the bottom of your screen just watching this nice closed alleyway as you see this Inkjet, the typical Inkjet that we see so much from Quantum come out, but they haven't stopped the zone yet as it continued to tick back. And that was a splat on the other Inkjet, if I'm not mistaken. Goodness gracious, Fake JP.
We've been seeing some great Inkjet play as we go ahead and see Quantum seizing control of the zone, adding a 51-second penalty to Set to Destroy. And you see how impressive it was from Quantum to go ahead and time up those specials, the Bubble Blower and the Inkjet to retake control and add the penalty to Set to Destroy.
They did add the penalty, but that's about all they got in that situation. And it took them 3 specials to neutralize, and those bubbles are almost gone entirely. Jex may be able to get the pop on this one. They do have one side of the zone. If that bubble pops, they should be able to take it. But look at the objective play here, knowing how much turf they have to have on it to keep it from going the other way. This is execution.
Hexa doing a fine job right now of continuing to protect that half of the zone as we go ahead and see Set to Destroy regain the middle of the zone. But, ooh, a critical one-on-one victory right there. That's going to help Quantum take the numbers advantage. 3-1 on the field right now. All that's left is an in-zap right now for Set to Destroy as we see Quantum yet again recapturing that zone and now trying to improve on their score.
This is the best look they're going to have. Last time, the reset was almost a defensive reset. It was enough to just put a little bit of a penalty on them. Now they have a 4-down situation with all of STDX coming out. Can they play the same level of defense? Fuzzy using a very creative inkjet, going as high up as you possibly can on this map. And again, they're going to go at it right here. Nobody going down here, but the zone continues to tick.
And that was what was interesting. You saw the inkjet go after the other inkjet rather than the zone right there. But here comes STDX. Go ahead and grabbing the zone right now. They have a 27-49 advantage. They're trying to cut into their penalty right now. Both teams with about a 30-second penalty as we approach the halfway mark. And fake JP getting splatted right there. 27-49. As we said, STDX, 4-3 advantage on the field right now. They lose control, and yet again, they re-season. They're trying to improve their score here shortly.
And that time you saw it wasn't that members of Quantum were down. They still had 3 or 4 up when they lost the zone, but it was because Set to Destroy X was doing a much better job, a more deliberate job of focusing on the zone and just continuing to paint it with their main weapons. Going back the other way now, but it is going, oh.
These things happen from time to time, folks. If you've ever played Splatoon online, you know you'll get a drop connection. So we'll go ahead. Our tech team's terrific. They'll go and make sure they take care of things as we took a quick little view at Inkopolis there. But what we saw was STDX with the lead, but then you saw the double bubble blower come out from Quantum, and they tried to use that to take advantage of the turf. They're able to seize control momentarily. However, STDX wasn't ready to give that up.
And you saw both of those times, the double bubble blower, which is, one, very difficult to say that 3 times fast, and 2, a very deliberate choice by them to use that to take back the zone. Set to Destroy X was doing a better job painting it with their normal weapons. A lot of turfing right through there, getting one side, sneaking somebody back around, using their 2 frontliners, that N-Zap as well as that 10 attack, to kind of paint it right there without the need for their specials. And sometimes people don't view splat zones as much of a deliberate objective because it's not as tangible as the Rapid Blaster. It's not, or I'm sorry, as the Rainmaker. It's not quite as tangible as the tower or even the football on the clams, but you do need to play it and you need to pay the attention it deserves.
And you saw STDX really with a couple of wipes during that match, but for the most part, this wasn't a match where they took control of the zone, pushed deep into Quantum's territory, and then really locked things down. Quantum did a fine job of, even though they got knocked back on their heels a couple times early in that match, retaliating with some time specials, and we saw this really go back and forth for the most part.
And it's good that you pointed out that Set to Destroy X didn't push in too deep. They know that Quantum is going to come out 3 or 4 of them together. Pushing in, being aggressive, that's a recipe for disaster. Even if you put 2 people up too aggressively, that's a 4v2. That's not a good look there for your team. So sit back a little bit, identify where the threats are coming from, and then use your mobile frontliners to pivot back around, or use Pengit, who was on the Rapid Blaster that time, to go and assist wherever the frontliners are and pick it off very methodically.
We saw a lot of inkjets and bubble blowers taking place at Walleye Warehouse and Splat Zones. As we said, our tech team is going to go ahead and get this game reset up between Quantum, STDX. We'll let you know if there's any official ruling or if they change anything or if these teams will go ahead and re-rack things and do Splat Zones again on Walleye Warehouse. But you look at the ability of STDX and just all of their players, and it seems like they have really clearly defined roles, and it doesn't matter what game mode. You use that term once again. They're very consistent and composed.
They do, and they have a game plan for every map. Especially with Splat Zones, they get to scrimmage a lot of top Japanese teams because they've been at the top so long. There's a lot of respect that goes to the name Set to Destroy X. So they're able to use that to really identify where the best maps and modes are. They don't enter a lot of tournaments. They don't do a lot of solo queue online play because they believe that the best practice they can get is against the best.
And you talk about quality versus quantity with practice sometimes, and for a lot of these teams, they aren't necessarily just putting in 8, 9, 10-hour days, but they're looking for very focused, very quality amounts of practice where they can really just harken in on a lot of these skills and communication things that they try to stress as a team.
And the quality versus quantity debate, that's one that spans all sorts of competitive endeavors. The 10,000-hour rule, how can you get good as fast as you can get? And it's really something that these teams have focused in on, especially in this last week. I know the teams were made aware of what maps they'd be playing on earlier this week, so they really had the opportunity to hone in on what it was they wanted. You had people like Umbra picking up weapons they're unfamiliar with to go ahead and meet those challenges head on, and it's what the top teams can do.
And as we continue to take a look, our tech team working on some things behind the scenes, trying to get things rolling. They're going to go ahead and get that lobby all set up once again. And I just want to get, again, from your perspective, what we saw from STDX on their way here that's going to make them such a big threat for today.
Well, when you can lose only one game over all those rounds in Turf War, it shows that you know how to take turf back. And they've demonstrated that against all sorts of teams. The biggest challenges that they've had, they managed to come back up through loser's bracket and still win. They are just so good at holding their position and knowing where to be. Perhaps more than any other team, they hold their position. There's a big difference between being out of position, being threatened, and then running all the way back in a full retreat. There's another, it's a completely different story when you sit behind a box, behind a wall, know exactly how to dodge, and continue to hold that position to allow your teammate to run up and help you. It's a game of inches, it's a game of seconds, and Set to Destroy X has demonstrated so far they're the best at that.
If possible, I want to see if we can take a look again at the 5 game modes and maps that we will see between Set to Destroy and Quantum as they get set for our first winners round right here. And 9, as you take a look at these, take us through once again sort of what we're going to anticipate from each map and each mode as we continue to move forward.
Well, tower control on the Reef is the one that I'll talk about very briefly here because we've already talked about splat zones. Again, very mobile. You're going to see blasters come in and do their thing there, as well as inkjets.
Well, it sounds like we got all of the pool balls re-racked and we're ready to go ahead and grab the cues and give this one another strike. Let's do Splat Zones Walleye Warehouse. It was so good beforehand. And let's go ahead and pick it up. This time you're going to have Set to Destroy in the green, Quantum in the purple. 10 seconds into this one. Clearly no one's taking the zone here. But let's go ahead and see if either team can get an early advantage, an early zone lockdown, as we go ahead and see Fuzzy with the splat on Jex.
Fuzzy did the exact same thing as last time. Ran to the left and already took that one down. Out for blood. This is almost exactly the same as the last game started. A 3-down situation with the last one jumping back to try to team back up. Hey, Set to Destroy X says, hey, it worked the first time. Let's do it again.
STDX with the early lead in this one, 73-100, as you go ahead and see Hexen with that Stingray getting the splat on Jex and a splat on Johnny right there. 4-2 advantage on the field right now for Set to Destroy as they are looking very strong, very solid 1 minute into this one, 9.
And you look at it and they still have 2 specials left. It took them 1 special to thrust that one aside. You see they still have this right on cue. We're seeing more Inkjet v Inkjet action here, as well as the bomb rush that's going to be coming out of Penguin to try to neutralize these bubbles. The bubbles do explode, but they don't get the zone from it. This is vintage Set to Destroy X right here. They do lose control, but they're still very much in control.
And that was critical by Set to Destroy X to make sure that they didn't lose the zone over an Inkjet and Bubble Blower combination. It looks like it's going to be a clean knockout for Set to Destroy, but no, they lose control. Can Quantum, and Quantum tacking on a huge penalty. That's like being sent to your room. No TV, no phone, no dinner, as you have a 75-second penalty as Quantum able to stay alive. And now it's really not that much of a deficit because it's essentially 76 for Set to Destroy, as Quantum now at 72, threatening to continue to push their score.
And, you know, the popular thing right now is to say that Bubble Blower has fallen out of the meta. And it's true. It's not the centralizing special it once was. Maybe double Bubble Blower is the way we need to look. Maybe it just takes a little bit more.
Ah, you see Hexen up there with that heavy splatling right now, getting the fine splat. And now Set to Destroy X. They've got a huge penalty that they're trying to cut into, but they've got the zone, and they are essentially 56 seconds away from getting the victory in this first game in our winners round. You see Penguin setting the mine right now in the zone. That'll certainly come in handy here later. You see getting the splat right there, and it's 4-3 on the field. Set to Destroy as they try to close this out. And right now, you're looking at the pressure. How far do you extend out of the zone, 9, and how much do you have to stay back and make sure that you don't overextend?
Well, Fuzzy went to a position that many people would call overextending, but as you see here, the Inkjet was there, as well as knowing the support of the Stingray was coming up as well. Pushed it back further, drained just enough time on the clock, and there you have it right there. That's what a fine lockout looks like. It took a double Bubble Blower to take it back. They lost it immediately after that. and that's Vintage Set to Destroy X right there. That's how you play Splat Zone.
Set to Destroy X. They seized control of the zone early on in this one. They had it all the way down to 1 second, but Quantum able to recapture the zone courtesy of that double bubble blower. But Set to Destroy X didn't really give up too much ground for too long. They're able to recapture the zone, finally extend, and close that one out. They take the first game in our best-of-5 matchup in our winner's bracket between Set to Destroy X and Quantum. And so we broke that down quite a bit already. We've got Tower Control at the Reef coming up next. And you look at the Reef, one of those more traditional levels. We saw Splat Zones earlier in the losers round 1. When you look at the Reef with Tower Control, it's not really the biggest level, so that tower is going to be moving relatively quickly when you compare it to the space and size of this map.
It does, and if you move off to that right side, right out of your spawn, that alleyway, you're able to influence that tower for almost 40, 50, even 60 points of its push. So it's very important that if you're playing defense, you don't lose that side. If you've lost that side, well, the doors have fallen down and it's everybody for themselves. So holding that will be crucial here. The best way to counteract that is the Inkjet and the custom blaster that has, 1, a blaster, and 2, has that Inkjet as well as the auto bomb to harass anybody who's set up on that spot. A very key pick. I wouldn't be surprised if both teams ran it.
And it's such a good point to make because of the certain loadouts of these weapons for the game modes, for the maps, that blaster being able to obviously create so much splash damage or the direct hits, but then that Inkjet, we're seeing a lot of teams deploy those. And it's not just necessarily to get damage with those shots from the Inkjet, but you talk about how well these teams are able to identify where their opponents are at and make those call-outs to help their teammates.
Exactly, and coordinating those specials, one person coming in while another person comes behind them with the Stingray, the Inkjet going in as the Ink Armor comes and gives them just a little bit more time to be annoying. It's something that we see so much, and I'm glad that you pointed out identifying where the opponent's coming from, because it's one thing to see an Inkjet and then move out of the way, but if the Inkjet is coming up as you're going out, perfectly timed, that Inkjet's in a strong position.
Now, do we ever see these teams spawn on the Inkjet landing spot? Because obviously everyone's well aware of where you're going to be coming back. We know some teams will obviously spawn and when you super jump to try to match up with your teammates. But is there anything that goes on to punish the other team for all that Inkjet usage?
If it's a bad Inkjet, then yes, it gets punished. However, these teams know how to use their Inkjets, and there's some positions that you can safely use an Inkjet, jump over a wall, and come back through it the other way. So we do see a Rapid Blaster from one team and a Vanilla Blaster on the other team. So no custom blaster, interestingly enough, but we do see some Inkjets coming out courtesy of Fuzzy and the T-Tech on Fake JP.
Quantum versus Set to Destroy. Quantum in the purple, Set to Destroy in the green as we get set for a little tower control on the Reef. 4-2 advantage, 4-1 advantage early on this one for Quantum as they get the nice little wipe on Set to Destroy, and that tower's moving already, making its way to its first checkpoint.
And that was a really rough position for Fuzzy to be in, trying to work the way around to go back and help the team. The top position had been compromised as we see Jex taking a two-piece that time with that Stingray, but just the pressure coming in. Now this is the type of style that Quantum likes to play. Tension's going to need to stay alive for a while. Does go down there. Tension was their main frontliner in that position, but they're already past that second checkpoint, and this is getting scary.
And Quantum with the early lead, 41-100. That's a rough wake-up right there for Set to Destroy early in this matchup right now, and Quantum having no issue whatsoever getting that early advantage, 100-41, but that tower starts to return to the middle, and there you see Set to Destroy. They're still down 2-3 on the field. They haven't yet created that numbers advantage that they like to see.
No, and the Stingray that Jex has is going to be a key player here, but as you said earlier, this map moves fast. It did not take long. It only took, what, one real wipe, one real 3v1, 4v1 advantage to get to 40. So this is not 40 on every map. This is a very dangerous spot to be in still if you're Quantum.
And I was going to ask you, is this one of those maps where, okay, once you get past the third checkpoint, you're sitting pretty safe, or is it because this map and this layout and the size, you're never really safe unless you can get that KO?
Well, you see how close that third checkpoint is to the KO. Oftentimes, if you get to that third checkpoint, it's just a hop, a skip, and a walk to get to the end there. So that third checkpoint really is the point of no return. The closer you get to that third checkpoint, that's what really determines the winner and loser.
Set to Destroy, hop on the tower. However, Jex using the Stingray, but how about the counter by Hexen to just occupy Jex with the other Stingray? However, Jex able to get two splats with that Stingray, and that's going to go ahead and negate the push. And what did we just see there, Nine?
So there's a reason that Splashdown has fallen out of favor, and it's because of plays like that. There is vulnerability at the very top of Splashdown there. Fuzzy, one of the best at drifting upward, making sure you get a couple shots, as we do see the punish on the Inkjet that you called for earlier. But that's why we're not seeing Splashdown as much. It's not the dominating force that it used to be.
And you see Set to Destroy. They're already approaching the second checkpoint. They just trail by 16 points right now, and this is what you talked about. This map isn't very big as we see a little bit of Toxic Mist start to evaporate right there. 52-41. Set to Destroy trying to tie and push and take the lead. They're on the tower. Oh, but nice timely defensive splat, and it's 4-2 on the field for Quantum.
And one thing, we may bring this up a few other times. You see they have not passed that checkpoint yet. That's a little extra salt in the wound there because they're going to have to go back through the part of the checkpoint they did not get, and those points will not count for them. So even though 44-41 only looks like 3 points, it's actually a lot more.
Great stuff there, partner. You got 150 left in this one right now. 3-2 on the field, 3-3, a special ready to go. 4 Set to Destroy. With just a minute 43 left in this one, you've got Quantum with the 41-44 lead, but 9, like you said, Set to Destroy still has to go through that entire checkpoint if they want to improve their score.
That is just how clutch that was. They were only 1 point away from getting through that checkpoint, but that 1 point has now created a completely different game here. Quantum has to be careful. They can't dive in too haphazardly to try to stop this tower. They need to build up their specials, let Set to Destroy X come to them. Set to Destroy X is in a position where they have to be the ones being aggressive. If it's met with good defense, they can hold this lead.
Fuzzy with a nice little splat right there. Set to Destroy, hop on the tower, ready to go. Penguins got a bomb rush ready to go. Whenever we see the ink armor being deployed, that'll buy an extra hit for you. Thank you very much. 1 minute left in this one. Here comes Set to Destroy. They're approaching the checkpoint, and there we go. They super jump on the tower, but the tower starts to return. Set to Destroy. They hop back on it, and here's where they've got to make sure that they sit and let that thing marinate in the cut for a bit. But no, great defensive pressure yet again by Quantum. They are just not having it right now.
And that time, once again, Fuzzy stuck in a very difficult position, had to run back to the middle to meet the threat of the 10 attack that was near the tower. Because of that, not able to pressure that Splatling, which then got the Stingray, which then really brought that one to a halt.
Quantum trying to hand Set to Destroy, a rare loss in the game here. There's 24 seconds left. They've got the tower, 4 Inklings, and 2 specials being deployed right now between the Splashdown and Inkjet. It's going to come down to Set to Destroy. Can they play some defense? But no, they've just been wiped 4-1.
Tension got perhaps the most important double that he has ever gotten right there, winning a 1v2 situation at the top of the screen. Hexen needs to get a pick, and 2 are down, so they are going to get the chance to jump on the tower here. You know that Stingray is coming in like clockwork. Both of them go down. Fuzzy's still there to get on the tower, also goes down. Hexen also goes down. 4 down. See ya. Quantum takes game 2.
Quantum, how about that? Handing Set to Destroy, a rare loss right there. And Quantum, it all came down to, once again, just their ability to play defense at that second checkpoint, and they applied that pressure early on as well too. Before Set to Destroy was able to generate a lot of specials, they got to that 41 almost immediately when this game started.
And that's what there's such a different way to play defense than offense. When you have to make that push, you're on the tower, the opponent is building that special meter, makes it all the easier to get that crucial Stingray and the other specials that you need to slow that down. Getting that lead early ensures that you'll be playing with special advantage for the rest of the game and really changes the dynamic.
As we get set for our next game here, it's now 1-1 between Set to Destroy X and Quantum. Quantum getting that 56-60 victory in tower control in the Reef. Meanwhile, Set to Destroy X, that clean KO and splat zones in Walleye Warehouse. What's next for these 2 squads? Well, you've got Clam Blitz and Schellendorf Institute. So, shh, be quiet. Go ahead and pull up a chair and get ready to study some high-level play here.
I don't know how to build off of that, to be perfectly honest here. So one thing I will say about this map is that top area there, the uninkable glass, you can still throw clams into the goal from up there. So holding the top, perhaps more important on this mode than it is on any other mode on this map.
And you look at the top, as you said, there's a lot of uninkable territory up there. So it makes it really hard to camp up there a lot of times. You're going to have to be moving around. You can't really just lock down one spot. Meanwhile, if you are on the bottom, what's the strategy as far as moving along in this stage? Because it seems like there's such a difference between being up high and down low.
You really need to pick a running partner and go with them for that. There's so much turf at the bottom. You have to be able to take it very quickly. People can shark around down there, hide in their ink, and meet any threat as it comes along. And of course, as you mentioned, there's a threat at the top. You can see splat bombs, suction bombs, burst bombs raining from the heavens seemingly. It really helps if you've got someone else there to watch your back.
Now, we've watched a couple of games of Clam Clam Blitz in this high-level competition, are we seeing any consistent themes develop that we're noticing from our teams that are getting these victories in Clam Blitz?
You know, stacking specials. This map doesn't move nearly as quickly as Inkblot Art Academy. If there's any map that's going to end with neither team on a knockout, this might be one of them because it is so difficult to run back and get those clams, especially on that uninkable turf that we talked about. You can't swim right back up to the middle of the map like you could in a small map like Inkblot, grab those clams, jump back in, toss them to a buddy, continue that timer going. It really is going to be very deliberate. Build up as many as you can, go in, get what's yours, and get out.
And we probably anticipate a lot of the same specials that we're seeing, a lot of ballers, a lot of inkjets, especially in Clam Blitz. Anything that you can do to really clean out that zone of turf underneath the barrier as best as you can so your team can start getting some clams in the basket.
Absolutely. We're going to see here what the loadout is. I'm very curious to see what Hexen will be playing. Hexen is that flex player, and it is the Hydra. I'm happy to see that. And Jex matches it, says, all right, Hydra v. Hydra right now. This is not something I thought I'd see.
Plenty of clams up for grabs, set to destroy in the green. Meanwhile, Quantum in the orange, Schellendorf Insta-2, Clam Blitz. Both these squads 1-1 in total games in this best-of-5 round in the winner's bracket. Loser in this round will go ahead and move on to the loser's bracket where they will take on Komodo. So let's go ahead and take a look at the action going on right now as Hexen getting splatted by Jex. And we talked about that battle of Hydras on each side as far as who's going to be able to establish that back line and apply pressure.
The top was controlled by Jex there, getting that pick onto Hexen there, but at the bottom, Fuzzy actually got two people down there and really secured the bottom for the team. A big play because they had lost the top. Fuzzy isn't going to get anybody with that inkjet, but are going to continue to put pressure, and Fuzzy doing what he does.
3-3 on the map right now, and neither team able to establish a substantial wipe right now as you see Johnny getting splatted. But just as I say that, you've got 3-1 on the field right now for Quantum as they start to gather some clams. You see those counters right now, 4 clams to 0 for both these teams. So neither team close to lacing up a football quite yet as we're 1 minute into this one.
And an interesting play there by Fake JP. So Fake JP had gotten the pick onto the football carrier there, but opted to stay up there and not really go about painting the bottom of the map there. Didn't really establish that turf control. Maybe didn't want to reveal the position, but that's giving a nice alleyway for Set to Destroy X to move in. The football that they were trying to sneak through the top does get snuffed out as well. Still a very even game, and this is what we anticipated.
And Quantum losing the football up top, and it seems like it's going to be very hard if you establish a football up top because there's so much uninkable territory to really move quickly along the top. But then you talked about all the chaos that can happen down below. So in your opinion, what's going to be the ideal route if your team is able to establish a football?
I think still going up top is going to be the best because it is difficult to get up there. I think that both of the teams now have just been too good at predicting that it was going up there. It's one thing to respond to a push that's going up top. It's another thing to predict it. We do see 2 footballs on the field for Set to Destroy X. This may be the opportunity they're looking for.
Set to Destroy with 2 footballs and a 25-0 clam advantage. They go ahead and break the barrier, but we also have a fumble right there, 74-100 right now. And Set to Destroy X striking first in Clam Blitz right now. Meanwhile, if you are Quantum, you've got to go ahead and continue to push things as we've got our 26-point advantage for Set to Destroy at the halfway mark.
Now, they do get the football that we have lovably dubbed the pity clam. Whenever the opponent does put a power clam, the game does give you one to make your counter push with. A lot of times what we'll see is teams will wait on that as long as they can. They'll do a super jump in like we're seeing here, although it looks like it just went barely, almost a lateral, if you will. And then they'll try to combo that with a couple others. Not a lot going here. The mobility that Set to Destroy X is displaying, they're flowing left and right here. They're not given any opportunity.
You've got 2 footballs on the field for Set to Destroy X. Meanwhile, Quantum trying to play some defense. They don't have any clams gathered up. 25, meanwhile, in hand for Set to Destroy. Make that 20 after that nice little splat. And no numbers advantage, a huge wipe right now if you are Set to Destroy. And those 2 footballs, the longer you hold on to them, the more that you're giving up your territory and where you're at. So really trying to win those one-on-ones and prevent those drop downs. But that Hydra cleaning things up and changing possession right there with Jex.
The rare aggressive Hydra coming in from top, falling down with all that damage. They're going to get the lead off of that. And what a bold play. You talk about unconventional plays, really needing to throw a wrench at these top teams. An aggro Hydra jumping in from on top. I didn't think I'd see it.
How about Quantum getting that done with a couple of well-timed specials and that aggressive Hydra, as you mentioned, to take the 56-74 advantage. 118 left in this one, but you see the penalty for both these squads. And as you know in Clam Blitz, you're not scoring too often, so that penalty can really mean a lot. However, we have a broken barrier by Set to Destroy X. They've got some clams, and they go ahead and take the lead. 46-56 as we approach the 1-minute mark here in Schellendorf Institute.
And right there you see why the Inkjet is so popular in this Splatling heavy meta. Just went right up next to him. Fuzzy going to continue this pressure, and this all started because Set to Destroy X forced a 4-down situation there. They moved themselves up, they set themselves up, and this pressure is going to continue going until a similar 4-down is achieved by Quantum.
2 footballs on the field for Set to Destroy X. 40 seconds left. They've got a 10-point lead, and you notice the penalty for both these squads. You still won't be able to improve your score with 1 football score, so you're going to have to get some additional clams to help out at this point. And if you're Set to Destroy, you've got 2 footballs. Is it worth trying to be aggressive at this point? As we see a broken barrier by Quantum. They've got 56-46. That timer's ticking down, though. You look at, it's not going to be enough time left, though, as that barrier resets and Set to Destroy. They still have a 10-point lead. 10 seconds left, and now you figure they shift all the focus to the defensive side of this map to make sure that they don't allow one more score. But hey, there you go. That adds some extra insurance for Set to Destroy, and they get the victory. They're now up 2-1 over Quantum after that unbelievable turnaround here in Clam Blitz.
That's where you have a great morning, you've done everything right, and then you leave your house and realize you forgot your keys inside. They went all the way through. They forced a 3-down situation. They had taken Set to Destroy X's side of the map, but they had a big fat 0 next to their clam count after they got that first one in. They tried to run back, but the remaining Set to Destroy X members slowed them down just too much. That timer ticked down. But it's such a difficult decision to make. Do you take the extra time to build up that clam bank to go ahead and make that push? You know, if they'd waited too long, maybe they wouldn't have been able to make that push. Maybe they wouldn't have scored that clam at all. But you got to have the clams if you want to get the win.
Well, something interesting that we talked about yesterday, and we noticed at the end of that, some teams at the end of maps, rather than just focusing on being defensive, okay, we're going to fall back, protect our barrier, let us grab clams. Let us form footballs. That way, even if we get splatted, we're not losing clams when we get splatted. We're just fumbling a football that the other team can't claim. And to your point, there were no clams available on the map at that point for Quantum because you had 2 fully charged footballs ready to go for Set to Destroy X.
That's great insight. There are no accidents at this level. Set to Destroy X, a next level of defense. We talk about setting yourself up here, getting the splats, maintaining paint control. The clam control, having the footballs, like you said, you can't touch that. I know some teams will grab those clams and throw them off the map as well, doing just enough to stall them there. That was a great play by Set to Destroy X, leaving them just shorthanded. But to Quantum's credit, that was a very close game, and if that last little bit had not spun the way they have, it might be 2-1 Quantum. I'm quite impressed with what I've seen.
And those are huge games when you look at when 2 teams are 1-1. Being able to get that victory and now put the pressure on the opponent where, okay, if you're Quantum, you have to win 2 straight games over Set to Destroy X in order to advance. That's big time. If you're Set to Destroy X, you've got Rainmaker and Humpback Pump Track as your first opportunity to advance in the winner's bracket. And you look at Humpback Pump Track, one of those original maps that you had a chance when you first cracked open this game or downloaded it. And, again, a smaller map with some open space, though.
A smaller map, open space, and the pop is so dangerous here. This is a map where if you go 2 or 3 down, you don't get the chance to counter push because the opponent has already dunked on you. There's the left side that you can push, so you can get a flank around there. You can go the right side with the flank too, and that pop in the middle establishes so much central control. All you have to do is pop it, throw a few bombs at it. It might be just enough here. So look for both teams to play that beginning just a little bit conservative there, establish their flanks, make sure there's no nasty surprises waiting for them, because you can believe that all of these short-range players are just waiting for the eyes to turn the other way. Out they pounce, the trapdoor spider, and look it right there. 0, the ace T-Tech for Quantum is now in.
Wow.
The cavalry has come in here for Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track. They know what they've got to do here.
And you take a look at the ink rails as well in Humpback Pump Track. Is that something these teams are going to utilize? Because obviously you can move around the level much faster, but you are exposed in those ink rails. People know where you're at and you're giving up your position.
The main thing that ink rail is great for is that left side. It's uninkable on one side. It's inkable on the opponent's side of the map. But if you use that ink rail, you can jump up there. So it gives easier access to the left flank. I don't anticipate seeing it a ton unless it's for something like that, because it is very open. And with all the blasters and ink jets running around, you don't want to be sitting out in the open in the air where you don't have mobility. But We've seen some surprises. I also would have told you that an aggro Hydra would not be seen
Right.
today. So, these teams clearly know something that I don't here, but this will be a fun one. I love this map and mode. Very fast moving here. You've got to be able to adapt.
And so you look at the different weapons that we might see. Is there anything in particular that's going to be very helpful in Rainmaker, especially in a smaller map like this?
Well, one that I love seeing here, and I know Hexen has done this in the past, the Splat Roller. The vanilla Splat Roller, those curling bombs that allow you that great mobility there. The roller has some very interesting positions it can go to pressure the opponent. There's that nice little raised area right there. The roller happens to be just tall enough to stick right over the top of it and splat anyone who's sitting on the other side.
Interesting. Yeah, because you look at this map and you've got obviously the huge hump in the middle, but then you have almost those half pipes on each side that are going to give you some leverage over that hump. And then we all know that a lot of teams will typically congregate on their own side of the map where you've got that ledge where teams can either come along on the track on equal footing or teams have to come on the weak side to come on over. So we'll see how it goes. Rainmaker, humpback pump track, set to destroy X, looking for a third and clinching game here. Quantum trying to stay alive. It's going to be Quantum in the purple, set to destroy in the orange. And what are we seeing from our loadouts here?
Well, we're seeing Double Blaster, and I think this might be the first game that we've seen Double Blaster here. What I talked about there at the end with the rollers and pressuring those raised areas, I think that's exactly why this Double Blaster is coming out here from Set to Destroy X. We'll see here as we do see already a jump back and central control going in favor of Quantum here, but Set to Destroy X you can see is set up pretty well to defend.
Jex with a quick Stingray early in this one, not even 30 seconds into this one, and already Quantum with a 70-0 lead. 4-3 advantage for Quantum in the purple on the map right now as you take a look at a couple Inkjets by Fuzzy being deployed, and that Rainmaker going to go ahead and get lost is now set to destroy. Has a 4-2 advantage on the map.
That's such a painful position. You're already dealing with two blasters and that burst damage, and then an Inkjet comes up and acts as a pseudo flying third blaster. Now Fuzzy's going to run up here and try to put some more pressure, similar to what we saw from Quantum. The difference is Set to Destroy X has a little bit more control as they're doing it.
You talked about the ability to go into the other team's side of the map and apply that pressure in that area where they kind of spawn and congregate at to mount a defensive push. And right now you see some orange ink in the way right now for Ice, possibly getting a chance to swim through that. Oh, and how about Jackson, that Inkjet paving away and giving Set to Destroy X an early lead. 3-2, a nice little wipe right there from Set to Destroy also.
We cannot say enough how important the Inkjet is. Nothing else on the map was going to touch that that Stingray that was stopping Ice there, except for that Inkjet. Great job there. That's why you stack them. That's why you have two. Set to Destroy X living here in this area. This is a very dangerous spot.
25-63 Quantum. They've got their backs up against the wall. Rainmaker going to go ahead and get lost. 20-63. Set to Destroy, able to apply plenty of pressure right now into Quantum's territory. You see the bomb launcher coming from Penguin right now. Penguin doing a fine job of avoiding a splat bomb right there. Oh, nice little super jump back to the base, reset, make sure that you don't give up any leverage or numbers here for Quantum. Now you can play a little bit of defense if you're Penguin and Set to Destroy.
Exactly, and they played defense so well the last time. 63 is nothing here, and it only took them one Inkjet to really slow that down. They know they've got a great push right here. Let them come to us. We can play better defense. Hexen does go down, the Blaster v Blaster battle, and this left side is interesting. The points come quick here. That's 3 down. This should be a knockout if they execute here. Can Jex make it to the top? Does not.
No!
But 1 point here, and Zero leading the charge there. You see why they brought him in.
Denied at the rim twice here. And if you're Set to Destroy, you've got 4-2 advantage on the field right now. But how about Quantum? You saw the one-on-one Blaster versus Blaster victory for Quantum over Hexen. Then they had a 2-on-1 situation, which allowed them to get a really deep push into Set to Destroy territory. And now it's 20-1 if you're Set to Destroy. You're going to need a KO to get this victory. And if you're Quantum, you're loving where you're at right now.
Absolutely. And remember in this game that ties go to whoever got there first. There cannot be a 1-1 tie. This has to be a knockout. There's no chance for any shenanigans here. As long as Quantum maintains central control, which their comp should allow them to do, they have a great chance of pulling this one and sending us to 2-2.
Quantum getting the nice splat on Ice right there with the Inkjet. They've got the Rainmaker, and they're looking for the KO. They don't want to leave this thing to chance at all right now. 4-3 on the field for Quantum. Changing their route right now with the Rainmaker. Jex applying. double splat from the Rainmaker, and it's going to be nothing but clear sailing as we have a nice yet wipe. Can Quantum get the dunk? And yes, they do, to force a Game 5. How about that? Quantum, you thought that Set to Destroy had him against the ropes, but courtesy of a major push and then some expert marksmanship from the Rainmaker itself, they now force a Game 5.
And you saw there when the Rainmaker pulled back, that allowed Johnny and Zero to both run forward there in that position to continue that pressure. That was a 1v2 situation that then became a 3v2, and even though their frontliner went down in that situation, the Rainmaker said, I've got your back, put him right there. Nice big old burst damage, get me a double. Let's get this and go to Game 5.
Game 5 between Set to Destroy X and Quantum. And if you look at the game modes, this certainly is going to favor Set to Destroy X because we're going to have splat zones on Kelp Dome. And if you look back at the history of these two teams over the last 4 games, it was all Set to Destroy X. Both times these teams faced off in Walleye Warehouse, Set to Destroy X clearly had the upper hand. So your Quantum, the good news is you force a Game 5. Unfortunately, it's sort of the best mode for Set to Destroy X, but you looked at that substitution that Quantum made, and it really paid off at a pivotal time.
It did, and I'm glad that you made that. This is the worst possible draw that Quantum could have got. Kelp Dome, you and I talked about this yesterday as it was in rotation, as we were practicing and talking about this map and mode. It might be the hardest to get back in on. It is a giant zone. It takes a 2 or 3 down just to get the zone. You're not going to be able to get it through just sheer painting alone. The opponent's going to put pressure on. So if Quantum's going to get this, this is going to be toppling the tallest giant that they can. This should be home field advantage for Set to Destroy X.
And what we saw in the Kelp Dome as well, too, is if you're trying to regain the zone, you really don't have that many avenues to go and get back. It's going to take you a while. You either can go on the grates over the top, or the other team, it's really easy for them to apply some pressure because the ways out of your own spawn area, they're so narrow. And so if you can get that zone and get that push, it's very difficult to overcome, as you were pulling me along as me being your anchor yesterday.
And aside from being narrow, they're just disadvantaged positions. You using your Clash Blaster and a couple Ink Mines from my Rapid Blaster there was almost enough to shut down any 1v1 that came from that backside area. And you know that these teams are certainly better than we are at doing that, shutting that down. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
But it's narrow, it's difficult to get back in, it's a big zone. It really favors whoever maintains control and forces that early 2 or 3 down situation. Stingrays will be crucial. That is the great equalizer on this map. You almost need a Stingray to push back in.
And what's great is we talked about coming into this entire finals that Set to Destroy X, they had no difficulties whatsoever. They had only lost 1 game prior to that. But here they are. If they do not get this victory, they will be eliminated from this tournament, and you'll have Quantum moving on. Winner's going to take everything here for the most part as far as moving on to the next round. Set to Destroy X, Quantum, 2-2. Winner of this game moves on. Splat zones, Kelp Dome. Let's go ahead and see who can secure the zone first, because that's going to give you a huge advantage on this map.
Oh, fake JP got there a little bit too late. You saw that the two of them were focused here on the Hydra. You understood the game plan. They were trying to use the Hydra as a distraction to push their blaster in. Just got there a little bit too late. And I want you to take note here. There are no Stingrays on the part of Quantum. This is a gambit if I've ever seen one.
Set to Destroy X in the blue, Quantum in the green. Lead right now goes to Quantum, but Set to Destroy X, they've got the zone, and you take a look at the overhead shot, and they're starting to push into Quantum territory right now. But the Inkjet versus Inkjet, fake JP going to go ahead and get that huge splat in midair. And if you want to make moves to go ahead and recapture that zone, you got to do some special stuff like that.
We talked about their Inkjets, but they are proving me to be an oracle there. 2 crucial splats there, and you have to make plays like that in that situation. If you are going to be brave enough to not run a Stingray, you'd better hit your shots there, and they did just that.
Fuzzy with the Inkjet trying to pull off some more miracles now. 62-77 advantage for Set to Destroy X, and they go ahead and recapture the zone. They put a penalty on Quantum as well, too. So despite the heroics of the Inkjet of Quantum, they still find themselves in a deficit right now. Minute and a half into this match right now. Set to Destroy X about to exhaust their penalty and improve their lead. They've got a 4-3 advantage with 3 specials ready to go here, Nine.
And they've done that by just sitting back, continuing to paint. All this paint that you're seeing Quantum put out to build their specials, that's going the other way too. You can cover up the paint that the opponent puts down and build up your specials as well. You haven't even seen that Stingray come out yet from Ice, saving it as long as possible as we tick down to 30 seconds left.
And we talked about why the spawn area is so difficult. You're almost trapped like mice back there, and you see that Set Destroy X never really overextending themselves. Huge splat right there by Ice, able to penetrate the Ink armor as well too. But here comes the Inkjet yet again by Fake JP. He keeps doing that. We're going to call him the real JP here real soon. 7-77. Oh, but Set to Destroy X, they go ahead and recapture the zone. And folks, that'll do it. We talked about how difficult it is to lose control of that zone. Set to Destroy X doing everything they're supposed to do. They get the game, they get the match, and they advance on. Meanwhile, Quantum, they put up a fight, but they're going to go ahead and drop down to the losers bracket. We'll give you that matchup here in just a moment. But Set to Destroy X, they're moving on.
They moved on. We said it. It played out exactly as we thought here. They had the hardest time getting back in. Even with incredible individual plays coming in from those Inkjets, it just wasn't enough. If there's one other weakness to Inkjet, doesn't paint real well. And you saw there, they had an Inkjet floating around there, not able to really influence that zone, put enough turf on it to take it back the other way. It's a big enough zone already, but that's how it goes sometimes. Set to Destroy X, taking care of business there, but Quantum gave him a real scare.
What's exciting is we already got to the 5th game. That's the second time we've had it in 3 rounds so far. So we are certainly getting some high-level, entertaining Splatoon 2 play here in the U.S.-Canada Inkling Open 2018 Finals. Now we're getting set for our second round in the winner's bracket. This is going to be Tomo versus Saikai. And what are we going to expect to see from both of these squads?
Well, you're going to see two of the biggest fan bases going at it with each other on Twitter. I can tell you that right now. Tomo and Saikai, two of the biggest fan favorites that we've seen here throughout Splatoon 2. Tomo was a fan favorite in Splatoon 1 as well. They stick together. One of the things that they say on their Twitter is, no, we're not recruiting, because they opt to stay together here. Everyone loves friendship. Friendship is a great thing that you can bond behind, that you can get behind there and see them push their way up as a team. Saikai, everyone loves a low-tier main. Everyone loves it when you use unconventional weapons. Saikai, the best at that. But this is going to be another fire versus fire situation. Both of these teams going to go in and try to make some big plays.
Oh, I love the friendship talk. I might have to just call you Fuzzy from now on as well, too. But you take a look at Tomo here. And Tomo, how about this note? They've moved up to the number 2 seed in North America from wins like their 5-0 sweep over who? Saikai. So either that shows you that it's a bad matchup for Saikai, or as we like to use the term, bulletin board material if you're Saikai to try to really rally yourself and see if you can turn things around. And
that set, there's a community event that pits these top teams against each other. And that 5-0 was over the course of all 4 different modes. So it's a very similar setup to the one they'll be doing here. There's no asterisk by that 5-0. They both had their full rosters. It just went one way really, really hard. And one other thing that I want to point out in that 5-0, Kyo-chan, the ace player for Tomo, used 4 different weapons in those 5 wins. Yes, as good of a flex player as there is in the game right now.
And you take a look at how important those flex players are. It seems like they're the ones that when you're changing the maps, changing the modes, their ability to adapt and adjust and go with those weapons where, okay, listen, we know we're going to see Stingrays. We're probably going to see heavy Splatlings or Hydras from those backline players. That's pretty predictable. Then, of course, you're going to get your splatter shots or blasters on the front line. But those flex players, it seems like that's sometimes making the difference as far as what weapon they choose to use as far as turning the tide of momentum and giving an advantage to somebody in a given game mode.
And when you get all of these maps and all of these modes, it's just inevitable that you're going to need to adapt if you want to play what's strongest. But if you have everyone kind of waffling between weapons, that can be very difficult. Like you said, it's very important you have people dedicated to that back line, dedicated to that front line. I'm going to be the one that makes the push, makes the highlight reel plays. But the flex really is the glue that holds the whole machine together.
We take a look at the updated winners bracket here. Set to Destroy X, advancing past Quantum. Meanwhile, it'll be Tomo versus Saikai, as we mentioned. Winner of that will take on Set to Destroy X in the winners finals. However, don't forget, if you're in the winners bracket, you drop a round, you're going to get going to get a chance to move to the losers bracket and take on one of the teams that have advanced there. You take a look at the losers bracket, Komodo advancing past Vitamin C, and then you've got Quantum, who dropped down from the winners bracket. They'll take on Deep Blue. So both those teams still alive, still able to to go ahead and claim a spot at the Splatoon 2 World Championship, our overall prize for our winner today.
And that's going to be a fun one to watch. I'm glad that we get to see it. We said earlier Quantum and Deep Blues play the same game. Well, now it's like that popular internet image of the Spider-Man pointing at each other there saying, wait a minute, that's what Quantum and Deep Blues is going to be. I hear the lobby getting started right now for Game 1 between Tomo and Saikai.
And again, this will follow the same pattern that we saw between Set Destroy X and Quantum. Splat zones, Walleye Warehouse, and we saw earlier this is a narrow, long map. So expect plenty of Stingrays and making sure that you can establish control of the zone and then make a push.
And you see Chip there at the bottom by the Y button right there using the newest addition to Splatoon 2. It is that that Splash-O-Matic Neo. We both drilled saying that correctly, and we still can't get it.
Splash-O-Matic, Sploosh-O-Matic, Splatter Shot. You know, these are all just terms you use in everyday language, don't you? Let's go ahead and see. We've got Tomo and Saikai. We'll go ahead and get you some colors here in just a second. Saikai in the orange, Tomo in the green as we take a look at the early lead right now for Saikai. But here we go. Inkjet putting in work early on in this matchup.
Two of them running right next to each other, going all the way back. Nobody was even there after they took out the first one, but hey, clean it up, clean it up. We do see Kyo here on the Rapid Blaster Pro, which is a weapon that's seen a lot of love recently as the game does start to slow down and range becomes a more important factor.
We look at the range of the Rapid Blaster Pro, and it outranges the range blasters, as many people say. So you've got 53-84 lead for Tomo right now as they continue to build upon that lead. They lose control, though. You got, hey, what's that combo that we continue to see that has been just dominating splat zones?
Inkjet plus Bubble plus whatever else. They threw the entire kitchen sink at them right there. It's interesting to see that Gamer here on this heavy Splatling deco is going to be going with those bubbles. That's in order to take the zone back, but we talked about how important Stingray is. Not running a Stingray could come back to haunt them.
Tomo retaking control of the zone right now, 47-84 as they cut into that penalty. A minute and a half into this one, 4-4 on the field. One special ready to go for Tomo as well, too. If you're Tomo, you're doing a good job of extending your push, but not getting too far deep into Saikai territory. Meanwhile, here comes the Bubble Blower and the Inkjet once again on cue. Oh, and the mid-air splat from the Inkjet. It's a clinic out there right now, Nye.
I cannot believe that. Everyone flying. Half of this game is taking place above the stage. It's been the Inkjets over and over along with the rain as we're seeing yet another Inkjet coming in. We promised that this would be an exciting and fun set to watch, and I'm already speechless.
Tomo with the lead, though, 28-75. Saikai trying to improve their score right now. They only trail 68-28 at this point. A 45-second penalty for Tomo. 3-3 on the field right now. And if you're Saikai, you've lost 5-0 to Tomo. You really want to make sure that this is your chance to get your first victory against this squad when the stakes are so high. 43-28. Here comes Saikai. They're threatening the lead for Tomo. Yet again, an Inkjet getting deployed. Here comes the Bubble Blower with the Inkjet. Nicely done right now. 30-28, though. Oh, if you're Saikai, you want to make sure you don't get a penalty. And Saikai takes the lead over Tomo. 2:15 left in this one.
Never forget that bubbles, though they are great at painting, they might be even better for saving your skin from an Inkjet that's laying right above you.
23-28, 45-second penalty for Tomo. So even if they recapture the zone, they got some work to do. You've got an Inkjet ready to go for Toon-Chan. Here comes Toon-Chan with that Inkjet trying to get a splat. Zone is up for grabs in the middle. Chip gets splatted by that Inkjet, and there goes Tomo seizing control of the zone. But they got to chip away at a 36-second penalty if they hope to threaten Saikai.
And they are running 2 Ink Storms here as well as 2 Inkjets. This is some of the most deliberate harass and then punish gameplay that you can see right here. You throw in that Inkjet to just pick off anyone who's been weakened by the rain, but the bubbles maybe being even more effective at actually taking the zone as we're seeing the same cycle repeat once again.
All sorts of chaos going. It's an explosion of ink all across the map right now. 23-28. Tomo seizing control of the tower. 1:17 left. 27-second penalty that they're going to have to overcome. Meanwhile, you've got 4-3 on the field right now for Saikai. Nice little splat right there against Shaq. You're going to have 4-3 on the field. Tomo trying to make this push. Oh, they're just seconds away from improving their score. Huge splat right there behind the splash wall. And there goes Tomo recapturing that lead with less than a minute left as we have yet another dogfight in the air between the Inkjets.
going to come down here, but Zig actually not going to be able to punish that drop as the time ticks away. You see at the top of the screen, not enough paint on the zone to take it back, but I'm glad that you've put that perspective of that splat onto the splatling there as you did, because that splatling was their bubbles. Every take back that they had came with the bubbles, the support on the bubbles, using those to pop and take the zone. Taking them down before the bubbles could even come out was really what got them and kept them that lead.
How about Toon-Chan with the nozzle nose? We haven't seen too many of those yet, and you've got to be so accurate to be so effective with that weapon. And we saw yet right there, Tomo, they just were patient, and they made sure that they could take control of the zone, get that push. But as you said, that critical splat behind that splash wall was what really turned the tide in this one.
It was, and that splash wall does take a little minute to come out there. It got buffed in the most recent patch, so it comes out a little quicker than it used to, but I bet Gamer at that point was saying, well, why couldn't it have been a little bit quicker? We were doing so well, close to getting game one. But I'm glad you pointed out that nozzle nose. It's one of the best painting weapons. It's deceptively quick, but each of those shots, that 3-burst shot, if all of them connect, even then it's still not a one-shot takedown. But if you are accurate with it, you can really kind of throw a wrench, because it's difficult to play against those. They're unconventional. You don't know exactly what they're capable of.
They really are. And so you go ahead and have the first game that goes to Tomo, and then we're going to get set for tower control on the Reef. So you expect blasters. You expect Stingrays, of course. But this is, again, a map that was very exciting when we were seeing Set to Destroy and Quantum face off against each other. It was one where they were really wrestling with the lead, and you've got those 3 checkpoints that your team has to work through.
You have the 3 checkpoints, and if you thought you saw a lot of Inkjet play last map, it may be even more important this map. We talked about it here, but these two teams are going to be so deliberate about utilizing that. Based on our screen here, they might have swapped out Gamer. Saikai doing that, they are going to go as aggressive as they possibly can here. That is the name of the game here. Maybe they felt that last time like they were just a little bit too slow, like they were relying a little bit too much on that backline pressure that Gamer was providing. Maybe they're saying, hey, let's take it to them. Let's take the fight to the opponent and not let them build up the momentum or even get the chance to build up those specials.
And specials, we talk about stacking those up and making a push. Is that going to be, again, the rule of thumb here in tower control, or is it all about getting that wipe and then getting the tower to move?
I think because these teams are so good at playing around the tower, the battle that happens around the tower, knowing that you can't just haphazardly approach the tower because someone's going to be waiting. So you need to take another way around that. So how do you defend that? I think because of that, those 1v1 battles that seem small at the time, they're going to continue to add up to make the bigger push here. Of course, a 4-down situation is going to be nice, and it's probably going to take that to start the push. But once it goes, it's going to be a lot of 1v1s and important moments.
Tower control on the Reef. Let's go ahead and get set. Tomo versus Saikai. This is one of those maps, as we said before. That tower is going to make its way across it very quickly. You've got 3 checkpoints that are very close to each other as well, too. Let's take a look at these teams, and what are we seeing from the loadouts here, Nine?
Toon-Chan going with the Dynamo Roller. That is not something that we would have seen one patch ago. So the Dynamo Roller, a very dominant weapon in Splatoon 1. It got some buffs recently that made it a little bit more consistent with its turfing prowess, and we see it already smash that Tri-Slosher in the face. It's an interesting pick here to use, going to try to go to that high ground and help control it from there, maybe kind of swat away any pesky Inkjets that come after them.
30 seconds into this one, 4-4 on the field. Neither team is taking control of the tower quite yet, but you see the bomb rush ready to go by Kyle Chan. That gets deployed along with the Inkjet, and already we've got some specials stacking up like flapjacks in order for Tomo to take advantage of this tower.
Great positioning here from Kyo. He's going to just kind of run here, rotate around, but not quite quick enough. Shaq read that one and jumped down just as soon as Kyo did. And the anticipation of where the opponent's going to go, such an underrated aspect of the game, and it's really something that does come from the long hours you put in.
1 minute into this one, and neither team has really had a substantial push of the tower at all. It's just both forces going back and forth against each other. We've seen essentially 3 Inkjets deployed, 1v1 in the air, and they're both trying to take each other out because they know if I can eliminate the other team's Inkjet. Oh, and how about that? The punish on the Inkjet land.
And that's going to be the opportunity they needed. You see nobody really in the immediate area. Shaq is going to come in and try to make a play here. Actually does run face first into that Rapid Blaster and gets the punish onto that. This push could have gone a lot further, but a great individual play slowing it down for the time being.
Tomo with the early but slight lead, 87-98. Minute and a half into this one right now, as you see Toon-Chan trying to rain down some ink with that Dynamo Roller. Meanwhile, yet another inkjet being deployed for Saikai. Saikai yet to really establish control of that tower or get that numbers advantage that you so desperately need to make a push.
Chip going to sit up here as long as possible. They know that Chip is up there. They haven't set that one away, but they're trying to meet the threat of everything else on the map before going for that. However, you wait on one threat, another one's waiting for you.
Beautiful drop roll out of that with the dualies to go ahead and get the splat, and that's the advantage that Saikai was needing right there as they get to the first checkpoint, and they get that critical clear of the checkpoint now, and they've pushed their lead to 60 to 87. That inkjet providing some support, both inkjets providing some nice aerial support as that tower moves along like Air Force One.
Well, they've got 3 of them. Why not? They always have one. We said that you might see 2 or even 3 on this map, and once again, that's exactly what it is. See Toon here trying to clear up the tower. They do meet that threat there, but getting past that second one, we talked about getting to that third checkpoint being almost as good as making the push through. We saw Set to Destroy X couldn't even get past 40, and this one's already to 28.
87-28 right now. Saikai with the advantage. 2 minutes left in this one right now. 4-4 on the field. You got an inkjet ready to go. Just being patient right now, getting a chance to find some territory to ink and make sure you have a chance to recover. 1:55 left. 3-3 on the field, and here we go. Tomo taking advantage of the tower, and here comes that inkjet trying to apply some pressure, but that's going to go ahead and get grounded by Tomo. Tomo trying to build into their deficit. Meanwhile, Saikai, they've got the tower, they're pushing, and time is on their side.
And we talked earlier about how important it is to hold that left side of the map. That's where the defense has to come in. There are 2 inkjets sitting in that crucial spot. That's not the best way to defend yourself, is when you let 2 inkjets run at you up there, but that's very deliberate play by Saikai to put themselves there.
And we see yet another inkjet get a defensive stop. However, Saikai not getting slowed down by that. They get to the third and final checkpoint. 4-3 numbers advantage. No specials ready to go for either team. Saikai, they get through the third checkpoint. They're looking for the KO, but nice by Kaio-chan. Gets a couple of splats right there with the blaster, and now they've got a 4-3 advantage on the field as they try to make a comeback here.
They're going to have to get some turf control right here, build up some specials, but right now they're just not doing a good enough job of controlling that top area right now. All of these specials and pressure are being used to take this central area. That's all well and good, but as long as Saikai continues to wait up at the top of the screen, they know the tower has to go through that. As long as they don't lose that spot, they're going to get a chance to defend.
38 seconds left in this one. 7-87 advantage for Saikai. A sizable lead. All they have to make sure they do now is not allow Tomo to get a huge numbers advantage and make a push. It's 3-3 on the field. Both teams with one special ready to go. We've seen the inkjets that have been so beneficial to both sides in this one. You've got Zig with one more inkjet ready to be deployed. You imagine going to use that to close out this map. 14 seconds left. 7-87. Saikai just trying to play some defense and hang on for this game victory to notch it at 1-1. Gets the splat on Toon-chan. 6 seconds left. Will we see overtime? Tower's in its neutral position. And here comes Tomo, as you expect, hopping on the tower for that splat coming. But, oh, the super jump doesn't land in time. And Saikai taking a game from Tomo as we push it to 1-1.
The danger of the double blaster composition that Tomo loves to run and that we saw there. Yes, it is tower control, but at the same time, the principles of controlling the map never change. You saw right there the dually, the Tri-Slosher, as well as the T-Tech there, just too good at keeping that map control. You saw that it never really got away from Saikai. Even though that lead crept up very gradually, they really won the neutral game of the map, if you will.
1-1 after the victory and tower control in the Reef by Saikai, which means we head into Schellendorf Institute for Clam Blitz as both these squads look for their second victory in this winner's round. The winner will go on to take on Set to Destroy in the winner's semifinals. Excuse me, the winner's finals round, I should say. And looking at both these squads, we know that we see all the love in the world for the Inkjet right now.
Inkjet, this may be its scariest map, to be perfectly honest with you, because you can very quickly go from that top raised area. There are boxes on the side. So for those of you who don't know, the Inkjet's height is based on the ground. It's always in relation to the ground around it. But you can use a small little boost with the jump button to push yourself up a little higher and get to that next level. Because of that, you can start on the ground level and end up all the way at the top of Schellendorf with those big, dangerous bursts. So I don't think we'll see 3 of them. I think that was a very specific choice. Not on one team, maybe between the two.
Sure.
But I think that's a very deliberate choice for the Reef. I expect more neutral compositions here and some more long-range weapons coming back into play. We saw last time 2 Hydras come out. I don't know that we'll see that, but this one may slow things down after these crazy fast first 2 games.
And we saw last time on Clam Blitz between Set to Destroy and Quantum, the ability of Set to Destroy, when they had the lead and Quantum was threatening, Set to Destroy, not only did they play defense by sort of retreating back and making sure they controlled the turf, but they also gathered all the clams to form football. So that meant you had no more currency out there for the opposing team to gather up. So I love seeing all these strategies that we're seeing in Clam Blitz sort of develop in front of our eyes here.
Currency, that is, oh my goodness, what a great word to describe it. The clam
I
currency.
busted open the thesaurus this morning. I had a cup of coffee and just leafed through the thesaurus like I normally do. No, nobody does that. But you take a look at just how impressive these teams are at adapting and then understanding time, score, situation with everything else that's going on right now. So let's go ahead and pop it off. Schellendorf Institute will play host at Clam Blitz between Tomo and Saikai. Both these squads notched up at 1 game apiece. And it'll be interesting to see as well, too, what specials we see. We've seen a lot of Inkjet, but maybe we see some Baller. You see the loadouts right here, Nine. Break it down for our fine folks here watching this.
Hydra v Hydra, we talked about that a lot, but the double blaster composition not going away. We talked about the blasters of Tomo. They earned that name through their relentless usage of double blaster here, as well as that end jab that Hachi is running there. Going to try to give them a little bit more control here. This one figures to be a slower map. And the ink brush, how did I go so long without mentioning that? The ink brush.
Well, you talk about the ink brush and Clam Blitz. We've seen this in our online play. It allows you to move around the map so quickly. And when it comes down to collecting clams and moving quickly to launch a football, why not pick the weapon that allows you to move the fastest? Oh, and it comes with Baller also.
We said earlier that maybe the weapon isn't made for the mode, but the mode is certainly made for the weapon here. Going to put a lot of pressure. The last one there is going to be that Rapid Blaster, and well, it does get that crucial splat there at the very end. A score is a score.
Saikai bursting the barrier first. They take the early lead, 71 to 100. You got an Inkjet ready to go for Shaq, so we knew that one of those were going to certainly make an appearance. But early advantage right now for Saikai. We're about a minute into this one right now. Oh, and how about the timing to keep the timer going right now with a couple of well-placed clams. They now extend their lead 100 to 59.
Well, we talked about the control on the top, and we said the first time we talked about this map, you can continue to throw clams in from the top up there. The big football won't fly that far. The individual clams will. 59, that's a much better look. It's going to take 2 footballs if they want to equalize.
59 with a 20-second penalty, though. So if you're a Tomo, you're going to need a couple of footballs and then some to go ahead and cut into that. Meanwhile, Saikai, you're going to need just a football to get back to neutral where you can try and get some more points on the board to push your lead. We see Quavo-chan right now with that Hydra trying to clear a path right now. However, lots of congestion at the top of this map. And here comes Quavo-chan with a well-placed strike across the middle. That'll go ahead and burst the barrier. And here comes Tomo threatening to take the lead. They need a couple more clams, and that'll do it. They take the 50 to 59 lead as they continue to fill up the basket with a 12-point lead.
Looks like Kyo is going to run here, not going to get away from that really quick ink brush that we talked about earlier. But that's really good. You saw that time Quavo very methodically moving up there, not being too quick, knowing that the Hydra has the range but not the mobility, allowing the frontliners to go forward. But you see 2 now. Power clams coming in. They're going to jump here. We talked about this strategy. Wait for the explosion.
Here comes the Baller explosion. Here comes the super jump. Here comes the ink storm. Here come a couple of footballs. What a well-coordinated attack by Saikai. They go ahead and blast with their penalty. They take the lead, 24-47. Go ahead and make sure you study that one there, folks, because that is how it's done in Clam Blitz.
You could spend a segment talking about why everything there worked so well and why it needed to happen, down to when the explosion of the Baller happened. That, again, was not a coincidence. Waiting until they were coming down to allow the invincible explosion to shield their jumps in. But that is how it's done right there. Now, Tomo's going to have to do a good job of doing the same thing here. They should get a chance to do it. They have 10 clams. They're going to need to build another ball, though, if they want this to work. Though Shaq, trying to take this one away, does get punished, though.
You take a look at the penalty. Oh, the barrier gets bursted for Saikai yet again. They're trying to erase that penalty right now. 18-47 lead for Saikai. They've got a 4 penalty right now, so they're going to need a couple clams to cut into that, but that timer's going to go ahead and expire, and that barrier resets, and there's a pity footballs, you like to say, for Tomo. If they want to try and get back into this one, though, they're going to need a couple of footballs and some more clams because they've got a 26 penalty with 1:15 left. 4-4 on the field, one special ready to go for Tomo.
And they're actually in real danger of outright losing this match. If one more football gets in, that's going to eat through Saikai's remaining penalty, and a second football after that will outright win them the game here. So it's good that they're going on offense here. They have to be careful that a backdoor push doesn't rob them of this, though.
47-18 right now. Advantage on the field for Tomo. 4-4. 50 seconds left, though. Saikai with the overall lead. You see that toxic miss, but here comes a critical wipe by Saikai. It's down to 3-1, 45 seconds left, and they've got a football ready to go. Here goes up top with a football. You've got a super jump coming. All three of them ready to go. There goes the, football does connect with the barrier. That erases the penalty, and as we said, 2 footballs in the goal, and that is a KO for Saikai. And for Saikai, that was down 0-5 to Tomo. They have a chance with one more game to get their first number on the board.
And one moment there, a hilarious moment, as that push was going, we were watching it from Kyo's perspective. You saw the baller just running off at the side of the screen, chasing something that seemingly had nothing else to do. But what that was a chance for them to run behind and set up a super jump onto that side of the map. You saw Zig running around with nobody there at the top, spamming this way, this way, this way, because that super jump allowed them to go in and control that spot. Once their barrier came back up, they knew they had 2 power clams left. They knew they could get the win off of that, and that's really a Clam Blitz specific thing. That kind of strategy, you love seeing it.
Saikai now up 2-1. They just need one more victory to go ahead and move on to the finals in the winners bracket. And if you're Tomo, a team that has gone 5-0 against Saikai and has really worked your way up the rankings, you've got to regroup, rethink, and figure out how you can take 2 games in a row now if you want to advance. And so we'll be getting set here for Rainmaker at Humpback Pump Track. And once again, it's one of those maps, as you said earlier, that if you can strike quickly, you're going to have a chance. And it was a map that we saw one of the rare Rainmaker KOs in.
I'll be interested in seeing if Tomo opts to stick with that double blaster composition that we've seen so much. Because we saw earlier, blasters have a real influence over this map. Although it's a very mobile map, it's very important that you can take back turf in the middle and you can be very flexible and move. The blasters, not the quickest weapons. So we'll see here, they're getting outpaced right now by Saikai. Saikai is the more mobile team, they're the more aggressive team, they're having better inkjets. I mean, that's a component that we have to address. But I need to see an adaptation from Tomo here if they're going to take this, because the game they're playing right now, it's not the winning game.
And it really hasn't worked. You look at Como, they got the KO in Splat Zones and Walleye Warehouse, but even that was a real back-and-forth battle. Tower control, Saikai with a clear and decisive victory, and then same thing with Clam Blitz. Saikai really controlled this game for the majority of the time in Clam Blitz. So you get back to Rainmaker, and neither one of these teams have faced off in this mode yet. It'll be interesting to see how Tomo tries to adjust, because Saikai right now, they seem to have the advantage as far as when they're deploying their specials and winning a lot of those one-on-one matchups that can really swing the tide of momentum in any given match.
And we said after Game 1 that the switch out of Gamer was because Saikai wanted to play a more deliberate and aggressive game. That's what we've seen. It's given them 2 wins. Let's see if it earns them their 3rd right here.
Humpback Pump Track, Rainmaker, Tomo versus Saikai. If Saikai can get the victory here, they'll advance to the finals in the winner's bracket, sending Tomo down to the loser's bracket where they'll have to continue to fight for their tournament lives. Let's go ahead and go with Saikai. I'm going to guess in the green. Yes, here they are. And then Tomo in the purple. That's a good guess as the graphic popped up right there. Let's go ahead and take a look at Brandon, question mark. That inkjet applying some pressure, but that's going to go ahead and get grounded right there. And both inkjets. We see 2 inkjets for Tomo. Interesting strategy here for Rainmaker.
It is. They're really trying to use those high raised areas and kind of turn them from an advantage into a disadvantage as we see a rare Stingray. We haven't even said that a whole lot here. But one thing I want to point out to you right here is you look at Saikai's composition. The longest range weapon they have is the Tri-Slosher. How often do you see that?
Very rarely do you see that. So you look at Saikai opting to eschew any long-distance weapons for close up in your face, fast pressure, turf covering weapons. And maybe the thought process behind that is, listen, we can cover turf, we can move much more quickly than you. That's all we really need to do to pave a way for our Rainmaker.
I like the composition that we've seen here from Tomo as we see the game kind of return to a neutral state here, although this push could make something. Tomo has switched back to a nice long-range Stingray using Splatling here. They switched off Double Blaster. They're ready to meet the threat.
However, Rainmaker being grabbed by Saikai yet again. They extend their lead to 39-0 right now, and you've got 3-2 on the field for Saikai. They get the Rainmaker shield busted. However, you've got that blaster covering that Rainmaker right now. 17-0, a minute and a half into this one. Saikai, they're threatening. They're knocking on the door to the finals in the winner's bracket right now. And if you're Tomo, you've got to regroup and get that Rainmaker out of your zone. And we finally see Tomo seizing control of the Rainmaker.
And we saw, though, knockouts. This is still very scary. 17-0 would look a lot better up there.
Nothing safe at this point right now. Saikai, they're up 17-91 as Tomo finally gets on the board here. You've got 4-3 on the field and a special ready to go for Saikai with those Dapple Dualies we see right now. Using the Squid Beacon and Suction Bomb Rush. And then Toon-Chan getting splatted by Brandon as well, too. That makes it 4-3 advantage and the Rainmaker back in possession of Saikai.
I'm going to go ahead, and I like that they're continuing to push here. They're not getting complacent here. They're knowing even though Shaq went down there, they're fine with that because the Rainmaker's now in an easily defensible position. They can continue to put pressure on it there, and if it comes out, it has to come out on this left side if one of them opts to grab it. It's a form of aggressive defense that I love seeing in Rainmaker.
Halfway through this Rainmaker matchup right now, sizable lead for Saikai, 17-91, 2:15 left in this one. As you see, 4-4 on the field. Tomo with a special ready to go, but no, that special going to go ahead and get splatted right there, Nine.
You understand why the Rapid Blaster was pushed up there, trying to put a little pressure and abuse the range that it has, but you got to be careful as we see a Hail Mary from Shat going across the screen. Get a double, young man. Jump back here to the safety of the teammate, shutting that one down right as Tomo thinks we may have something all the way across the screen. Inkjet once again.
What another big-time splat by the Inkjet. It's like bringing a sack of potatoes to a pillow fight right there. As you look at how Saikai is trying to continue to extend things here. 4-3 advantage on the field for Saikai. Oh, but they get splatted. They lose the Rainmaker, but they still have a sizable lead. 17-70 with a minute and a half left here.
4 down, though. This is going to be Tomo's best chance. Watch how quickly this map turns. It needs to turn purple really, really quickly here. They don't have a lot of control of mid, even though they got a 4-down situation. I don't know if they were waiting for something else, maybe making a call out, but this short-range composition is going to get a chance to position itself right now.
And that's what we talked about, that short-range comp, the ability to really move around the area quickly and turf so much ink, and you see so much green all over mid. Wow, 3-0 wipe right there for Saikai. And if you talk about trying to put a lid on things, that's exactly what they're trying to do is they control mid, left, and they're threatening right as they continue to push with that Rainmaker.
And the weakness of a short-range composition is if you don't have turf control, there's not a lot you can do. It's very difficult for you to get back in, play defense. That time they had a 4-down situation and they weren't able to take mid. Saikai just ran back in and said, oh, thank you. I'll position myself as I will. Toon going to try to do this, but that's a defensive Rainmaker grab. It's going to take them another 3 or 4 seconds just to pop this Rainmaker and start things up again.
4-2 on the field, quickly resets to 4-4. Not a lot of specials ready to go for Saikai. Meanwhile, if you're Tomo, this is your last chance to threaten or you're going to get knocked down to the loser's bracket. Saikai trying to take this game and advance to the finals in the winner's bracket. 8 seconds left. Rainmaker in possession of Tomo, so expect to hear that overtime horn unless something crazy happens. Let's go ahead and take this thing to overtime right now. You've got Quevo-chan with the Rainmaker. However, but there's the splat from the Inkjet yet again, and Saikai doing what they've been unable to do here, 9, finally taking a match from Tomo, who had gone 5-0 against them prior to this.
What a redemption match right there, and once they changed things up, decided to go more aggressive, 7 Inkjets coming out from the team there. That's why they're such a fan favorite. Using picks most teams would. Going all short range. Aggression. Inkjets, let's fight in the air. Let's leave the ground behind us. We have new heights to strive for, and they're going to get another chance to take on Set Destroy X, which was a great match at one of the most recent local tournaments, Beacon.
Saikai getting the victory. They'll advance on to take on Set to Destroy. We also have the bottom part of our losers bracket set up. We're going to go ahead and take a short little break here as we get set for more action. We appreciate you joining us. We'll see you after the break here shortly.
Welcome back to the Splatoon 2 US-Canada Inkling Open. My name is Nine Hole Grains, and I am joined by the man who has made this all possible for me, Eirik. How are you doing today?
I'm doing swell right now, Nine.
Swell.
And it's been absolutely incredible just like seeing from behind the camera the sets that are happening right now in terms of the quality and pace and momentum of all these games that we're getting has been so exciting for me that I just had to hop on and let the people know that this is some incredible matches we're having ahead of us. And the one that we're having right now, Quantum and Deep Blues, you take a look at the set that we had between Deep Blues and Synergy earlier on, and that was, going into that set, I expected it. We talked about it before and anticipated it to be maybe one of the closest sets in this bracket, and it was a straight 3-0 sweep.
It was, and those two teams matched up so similarly, right?
Mm-hmm.
We knew that there were going to be some backliners, and we knew that hard-charging front line was going to be what really made the difference there, but I didn't expect it to go the way that it did. Deep Blues dominated through that. They're going to get a very similar test here in Quantum, though.
Right. Yeah. No, Quantum, obviously, we've heard about them and talked about them plenty. They're a team that, when at their A level, we saw it against Set to Destroy X.
2-3.
Incredibly close set. I mean, that's something that I would have written off right off the bat, but the fact that they made it to that Game 5, that pivotal Game 5, was impressive enough in and of itself. We're going to go ahead and get started here as we have Clam Blitz on Moray Towers coming up.
Ooh.
And this is a spicy one. You know what?
We have some history.
We have history with this. I remember
Oh.
I remember Clam Blitz coming out, and we had a session where we just played, spent a couple hours on this. And we played this and realized this is one of the most acceptable versions, maybe the most acceptable version of Moray Towers.
Moray Towers, not a fan favorite because a lot of the map really doesn't get used, and if it does get used, it's probably because your team has lost, everything has gone wrong for you, and it's on to the next game. But this is one where you can really utilize a lot of it. Beacon's coming to play here. The Squid Beacon, one of the most unloved subs in the game right now, can come into play here. I don't know that we'll see either of these teams drift too far away from the way they like to play it, but both of these teams love their Inkjets. Inkjets on Moray Towers should be a ton of fun.
It really should be. And just, again, talking about Deep Blues' side, I mean, they're a team that's been here since the beginning of Splatoon 1. They've, in last year's Inkling Open, was able to progress to the grand finals, and that was something that was incredibly impressive. You see their lineup coming out right now. It's Dreas, Umbri, Taylor, and Marsh. They're going to leave out Day for this one. Interestingly enough, considering the Moray Towers, maybe one of the more acceptable places for Day to bring out his
charger.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, hey, don't mess with success. You
Fair.
just got through Synergy with a 3-0. Why not? And Quantum moves so quick, I don't really blame them for wanting to keep the speed out there.
Right.
Be very interested in seeing what Marsh ends up going here as we get into Deep Blues versus Quantum, Game 1, starting off on Clam Blitz.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredibly fun one to have. We see Deep Blues in the green, Quantum in the orange, and let's take a look at the team compositions that are going to come
Double
out here.
Splatling. Deep Blues running double Splatling.
This is going to be insane. But, I mean, this makes sense, right? Like, given the rise of the Splatling within the most recent patches and given the amount of, vantage point you have with the Splatling on top of Snipe, that is something that we're going to look to see if it actually succeeds, which it may very well.
It's just so crazy to see Deep Blues of all teams running that. The team that only runs frontliners, the team that would go 4 T-Techs when all went wrong, now running 2. But I agree with you here. It could work out really well, though. So far, it's been a pretty even engagement in the middle.
Yeah, bold plays coming from Deep Blues here. Let's see, how the neutral play here kind of plays out. I mean, obviously, we do have a Clam on the side of Quantum right now. I mean, both sides having more than 10 Clams at the moment. It looks like Deep Blues might be able to start initiate a push right now with the Stingray being moved into play as well. Maybe getting a marker onto the football. Yep, that will be Zero getting knocked down here, as well as the instant direct being shown on camera. Dreas with the baller is going to be able to get onto another, and Deep Blues is absolutely wiping.
Deep Blues, one of the things that we say about them is they are some of the most individually talented players of all. The thing that was really holding them back here in Splatoon 2 was just the coordination. They didn't have a true backliner. There were just small mistakes. Right there, you saw 2 members of Deep Blues take out 3 from Quantum, and finally it looks like it's slowing down. But that's the threat. That's why people respect Deep Blues, even if their tournament results aren't what they once were.
And more than that, I think Deep Blues as a whole takes some time to learn a mode and learn weapons. Learning in general, they take some time, but when they do learn it, they get it to a T, and I think, their mastery over Clam Blitz right now is really coming to a light. Although on the other side of the map, we do have Quantum finally breaking the barrier. Let's see if they're able to level with Deep Blues. They already have it to the 60-point marker. Just a couple more Clams needed. And it looks like they might be able to get something going. They aren't going to be able to at least defend for a second longer. And yeah, they will be able to take the lead just like that. Deep Blues is trying to do what they can to prevent any more clams leaking in, but it's a little bit too late. They're going to lose the lead for now, and we'll have to bounce back from this one.
They had 28 clams. The fact that they didn't outright lose the game off of that push, I think, is pretty remarkable there.
Yeah.
Just a small misplay from Marsh there, and they might still have the lead, but they have 21 clams of their own now. They have this rain marker that's going to just harass there, along with the Stingray. I like this right now. One of them did go down at the bottom of the screen there. Another one going down. That's 3 down now. Taylor has made the play here, but has to be careful not to go in too hard, letting Marsh do the work instead. Very close now. 2 more clams is going to give them the lead.
It might, yeah, it looks like, yep, they are able to leap in those 2 clams. Will Marsh be able to dance around and get rid of the one defending player? Yep, that's going to be an assist onto them. Deep Blues is still remaining in the middle of the pack, right in front of the field goal, and they get it down to the 18-point marker. We saw that play with the Inkjet, distracting attention from the one Quantum player that was able to defend it, enabling Marsh to really get in with that clam. Really great play and coordination coming in from Deep Blues.
They've got to be careful, though. That's the second time that they've gone 4 down in that situation and immediately allowed a counter push going the other way.
Yeah.
Going to have to be very careful not to make a habit of that. Much better job defending this time. Marsh using just the way that that weapon is held allows you to get some really fun shots off to the side while still keeping your Inkling safe behind a wall.
Yeah, it felt for a moment that the momentum was going to be super back and forth, right? Job well done for Deep Blues to be able to put a halt to that and really just get this game, the pace of it to a neutral status right now. We have Marsh with the clam. Obviously, the ball is coming in. Going to be tough to avoid on that one. The hit marker is going to lead to another splat coming in from Fake JP. That's going to be able to lend itself to a 35 and 32-point counter, and it's still ticking. Quantum has complete objective control where the field goal is right now, and they're going to be able to push in more. Deep Blues, where are you? Where is the defense? They're just getting back. They're just recovering, but it's a little bit too late, and Quantum is able to push forward with the lead with 1 minute left to go.
And that's why Moray Towers is so scary as we see the win right there that just kind of happened.
That was okay. Yeah.
Because it takes so long to get back here. In that 3-4 down situation, we talked about it right there. There is such a difference between 3 down and 4 down. Nobody was there to play defense. It wasn't because they were waiting. They weren't back at spawn circle because they wanted to be. It just takes so long to get back down to the middle. It took almost 5 or 6 seconds before a bomb even got down there.
Yeah.
And Quantum, to their credit, smart to go back and get more clams. Even they were waiting without clams for a while there. But the baller that came in, Deep Blues played the defense on that just wrong enough. That Slosher got that double, and it all just kind of went downhill from there for Deep Blues. However, Tower Control, Starfish main stage. This is a more active map here. You can get back to the middle here. And this is one of the safer tower rides, interestingly enough, because when it runs through that first checkpoint and comes back around, you kind of get shielded by the geography of the level.
Yeah, no, and I'll be looking forward to seeing how well they can play around their environment, particularly with Starfish main stage. Obviously, this is one of the mainstays in Splatoon 2. It's been around, been in plenty of map lists and tournaments that these teams have been able to practice on. Let's see how they play around it. Obviously, no subs coming in for either side right now. We'll have to see if they change up their compositions just a bit. I would expect the double Splatlings to maybe not make a return for this one at least, but I don't know. Any hot takes on what the compositions might lend itself to here?
I agree that we won't see double Splatling again. We will probably, I would expect Marsh to go Nozzle Nose here. Although Marsh has been known to switch off Nozzle Nose when he feels his aim isn't right. So he may not go with that, but that Nozzle Nose will be able to provide Inkjet. Inkjet great on this map. Umbra most certainly going to be switching back to a blaster, but I think Quantum has probably been the most consistent team with their loadout, and I really don't see why this would cause that to change.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a fairly standard map, right? You don't really expect too much, maybe tension delaying the game from being started, maybe talking over with his teammates about what is to happen. Looking forward at the map list, obviously, Splat Zones and Makomar coming up, and I think that'll be a really interesting one.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, for sure. And in general, these two teams have had a lot of practice within some community events, online events. Black and Spoon in particular is one that they have practice on the regular, and being able to dedicate practice towards specific modes in particular. These two teams have had plenty of experience with that, and I know that they've going into these maps that aren't too new. In fact, all 5 maps on these map lists have been mainstays in the game for the most part. They're more than ready.
They should be more than ready. Tower Control now. Starfish main stage. Deep Blues looking to get a response. Going down 0-2 a very difficult climb to make. They'd like to make that a little easier right here as we check these loadouts here. And it is the nozzle nose and the Mountie hat. Marsh is a big fan of the Mountie hat that just came out in the 3.0 patch. But Jekk's now switching back to that heavy splatling, going to try to slow things down.
Interesting. I mean, you talk about the tower path and, you know, where players can play around the environment. You know, he's sticking to the middle of one's side, right, and staying on that point of elevation where that splatling can have a real, deal a real number onto the opposing team there. So I'm looking forward to seeing maybe that splatling running itself well to defensive efforts from Quantum. In the meantime, though, I mean, neutral play, we talk about that 3 down going for Team Blues, Deep Blues right now. And Quantum, you know, they're going to take some time to get control of the map and build it up meter to get those specials going.
The masterful flank there. Zero came out of nowhere. Nobody on Deep Blues knew that Zero was up there. They were so preoccupied with clearing out the middle and also taking down that splatling. Zero was able to run right behind them there and close that one down. Although they didn't really lose a whole lot from it. I'm a little bit surprised that Quantum didn't maybe try to push that advantage a little bit more. But to be fair, they can't see where the enemy is. That's a spectator mode special.
No, we always have that privilege, right, of being able to dictate what teams should exactly be doing. Either way, Umbry here with the nice shots coming onto Jex in that position where we were talking about before, where they'd be able to defend this tower getting past that first checkpoint. They're going to be able to, you know, move up towards the sponge here and get rid of the Quantum member remaining. Taylor with the Inkjet able to push onto the enemy's, you know, end of the map, and unfortunately not able to get quite the shots they wanted being taken down, but serving as a distraction enough so that they get to the 69-point marker.
And you see right there why the Splatling versus Inkjet meta has come about. The Splatling had slowed things down, very popular. The Inkjet, the best counter for that. You get set up and you can push away. That time, Taylor narrowly missing the shots. If he had hit that, this push might still be going.
It really might. And, I mean, let's talk about the push that's happening on Quantum's side now. We do have a 3v4 happening right now. Deep Blue's kind of spread in their efforts. It looks like Fake GP with the Inkjet won't be able to get too much ground done. But either way, Quantum taking the lead here with the nice splat on the Taylor here coming onto the left side of the map, trying to defend with a teammate. Unfortunately, just not able to get rid of the Inkjet so far. They're going to push it to that 60-point marker.
60-point marker. The Stingray not going to find a whole lot, maybe coming just a little bit too late to really assist with this push.
Yeah.
Going to get a little bit of extra credit there, but Deep Blues now rushing back to the middle. Not too haphazardly. They know there's still enemies up here. Pretty solid defense all in all. 60, not a big push here. If you get past that second checkpoint, it really does become a sprint to the next one.
It really does. Let's see how Deep Blues kind of plays the middle of the map here and what they can do to maybe win some of their upcoming fights. Drace is going to lead with that baller. Can they survive? No, not using the environment to their advantage. Unfortunately, not hiding precisely how they needed to behind that block. Getting taken down in the middle, that's going to stop that offensive in its tracks.
And it's also going to stagger them. You see, two of them can, at the moment, do anything to this tower, while the other two are going to have to wait a little while. Fortunately, one of those is that Rapid Blaster, which is going to be able to effectively zone them out and maybe slow that down. But anytime you get a 2v2 spawn situation, it becomes very perilous to try to stop anything, because that's just not an advantage of numbers.
It really isn't. We look at the map right now. An Inkjet v Inkjet duel is getting taken down. Was that a... No. That wasn't. Was that?
I think it might have been.
A direct from the Inkjet v Inkjet 1v1 there. Impressive enough to maybe stop that tower for a minute. And we'll go ahead and get back to neutral. Well, well-deserved neutral.
I was both sides saying, we will strike peace for right now. That was so cool that we can't continue this push going on right here. Deep Blues has done a remarkable job. I feel like they've been getting outplayed for the most part, but to only be losing to the amount that they are.
Surprising.
Yeah, it really is surprising.
Yeah.
Marsh going to use this. I like the idea of using it here, but they've lost sight of the Splatling, which you know is the main target of that Inkjet.
That Inkjet is really hounding for it right now. I mean, I don't think they spotted out the two players to the left here. They have no idea. Taylor's going to take some initiative, but get taken down from behind. Tension right on the tower, but immediately going to go down. Deep Blue is still in a decent position to maybe get something going with the tower kind of pushed where it is. But unfortunately, they're dealing with, you know, a defensive coming in from all sides around the map's tension, distracting them from pushing the tower any further. With 50 seconds left, right, they have the Inkjet that's able to push onto Team Quantum, defending from their upper platforms here. They are in a good place to get the lead here, but it's just a matter if they can play a hokey pokey around the tower long enough. They only have one member remaining on the tower. They're not going to win the 1v1, and no super jumps are coming in. I think that might be it for this offensive. I don't know if they have what's left in them to get a push going in these next 20 seconds. I think that might be it, 9.
That was a lot of their specials being put into that. Right now, all the momentum in favor of Quantum. Tension, though, needs to stay alive right now in a bad position. Going to go give chase to Taylor.
But
Taylor spots it out. This is a great chance. Taylor's going to be able to run around here and jump up. I don't know if Taylor knows where the defense is coming from. Running up here, this is the best look they've had.
Taylor,
Where are you, Quantum? Where are you?
This might be it. The
Stingray!
at the last second, but it might be too late here.
Marsh did it! He fell down!
Lead. Oh my goodness, being able to stay alive and jump around despite the fact that the Stingray came up at the very last second.
Marsh was in the middle of Inkjet and had the presence of mind floating above the Stingray to fall down onto the tower and move at the 1 point it needed to. Marsh, incredible presence of mind right there. And 2-2. Do you think the Stingray? I'm going to chalk that one up to the Stingray nerf. The old Stingray. The
10%.
old Stingray would have gotten it done there. But wow, the presence of mind to do that. When you think of when you think of Inkjet on tower, you think of it being the one that's flying away there.
Yeah.
But Marsh knew that because that was coming in, he needed to be the one to come back. He was the only one alive and just fell on it. Remember, you can go all the way to the ground with Inkjet, but I have never seen that happen in all the games I've commentated of Splatoon. That's the first time I've ever seen the Inkjet Tower Rider get the win.
Right, because the instinction is because I popped the special, I'm going to hold on to
Go
it
in.
and use
Go
it,
in.
right? But the presence of mind to not falter in that moment and to be able to take a step back and say, yeah, my teammates need me on the tower, not ahead of the tower at this point. I'm the only one left. And they're able to get away with it. We're going to move on to Splat Zones on Marco-Mart, but that's a pivotal game, right? That game, too, that could have very much decided it's a 2-0 and you're facing a reverse sweep. Now we're on an even playing ground where Deep Blues has all the momentum in the world.
And yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the momentum there. To lose like that, that is just salt in the wound, in the salt. Because losing like that, they had the blaster there. They had the Stingray. They did everything right.
Yeah.
And it still wasn't enough for them right there. Marco-Mart, though, this is going to be I think, slower-paced game here. I'm really interested to see. We might see now. Do you think Umber will go back to Splatling? Do you think he'll go back to Splatling or stick on that Rapid?
I think he had too much success to really pull away from that, right? I mean, especially for Marco-Mart, where you have some really great angles to kind of angle that blaster. No, I think he March stays with it.
Well, good call. And now we see once again that Zinc Mini coming back out here, but the bubbles coming from Quantum here out of, I believe that's Jex. Yes, that is Jex on it. We'll see here if the pressure that that Deep Blues is going to try to put on with this comp, we'll see if that's enough to break the stalemate that Quantum's hoping for.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they pushed out immediately onto zone and backed off, playing really smartly not to push their luck too much, and they're actually going to go ahead and get back to base. Sure, not much of a lead, not as much as they wanted to, but having established some points on the board wasn't important enough. And the fact that they just stay alive to be able to recover back to the middle of the map is what's really important. They're going to lead this offensive with the ball coming in from Dreas.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you pointed that out there. Jumping back in that situation is great because what do you fear in this mode? It's not the two people in mid. What you fear in this mode is being locked out because you went 4 down in that situation. So to come back together, very smart. Fake JP at the bottom of the screen was trying to shark around and get something. Dreas saying, And now it's a 3v4 situation on this defense, and you see why the jump out is the favorable position in that.
Yeah, and seriously, Deep Blues had Quantum kind of cornered in the left side of the map. I don't really see too much variation from the Quantum members. I mean, Tension maybe going towards the middle of zones, but just by himself, he's not going to have any really help from his team, and that's going to be a bit of a misplay splitting up from his team there and going on in. That's going to give Deep Blues the initiative to kind of take a further lead here and get, I would guess, to the teens. That being said, Zero on top of the zone with the splash down, doesn't get taken down by the Slosher, is able to delay long enough and get control of zone taken away from Deep Blues, that his teammates are going to be able to come back and maybe even push just one forward. That being said, Quantum, where are you? It's been a minute since we've seen you in the middle of the zone. Your teammates weren't able to come through and support your teammates, and now they're coming in, but it might be too late.
Now there's just enough there, and they are going to be able to take it there. Marsh did not move from the left side of that cross for almost like that entire time, just continuing to sit back there, and that is the role of the Zimmy there, and knowing your role is so important. We get so caught up in the talk of specials and the talk of those crazy one-on-one splats. Sometimes you just have to paint the zone.
And that's exactly what would happen there. I mean, Quantum with the bubbles were able to really do that quite effectively. They have more to come, right? Inkstorm is going to come out towards on top of zone. It looks like Deep Blues wants to be able to initiate a push, but Quantum is pushing it solely with 1 or 2 players towards Deep Blues' front line and completely stopping them for now. The Inkjet's going to be used for now. Taylor's not going to be able to get the splat onto Quantum there towards zone. And, you know, after some time, they're able to finally get to it, thankfully, before that 35-point marker ticked down any further. Deep Blues in a great position to wrap this one up.
Dreas had one of the most incredible and crucial 1v1s against Fake JP at the top of the screen there, as Fake JP goes and gives it right back. But that was a situation where Fake JP was waiting. Anytime you're waiting and sharking for someone to come and that person still gets the 1v1 victory over you, that's a misplay, and it means that the other player really knows what they're doing here. Time's going to continue to tick away here, but I'm so impressed with the way that Deep Blues has just met all of these. More bubbles coming in and a baller. This is every special they have. Every special. 4, but you see one of them's already gone down. Now Tension in a bad spot. Tension's going to go down.
Goodness.
Does get the trade, but that's still 2 of them down, and the zone's already the other way, and it is the other way. That was 4 specials, and they held it for less than 20 seconds.
They played it. Quantum played that takeover zones completely to a T, according to what the teacher taught you in class, to the textbook, and still got it taken away from them. They had the specials coordinated perfectly well, but weren't able to win the fights stemming from that takeover. Bubbles coming out again, right? But the players from Quantum aren't there to really support this push. As of right now, they're leaking in, trickling in one by one. It looks like they have gained control, but Deep Blues once again playing smart after getting 2 of their members taken down. Going to jump back to their base and reevaluate the situation here.
Taylor wins a nice 1v1 at the top of the screen there. Jex with that Splatling gonna kind of take a moment to reposition here, try to figure out where the threat is coming from and meet it. This timer is almost ticked through. In comes the baller and Inkjet and Inkstorm. All right, here it comes the other way. That's how easy it is to take. That took no time at all, but Zero kind of picked that one clean here. Fake JP gets another one as well. This is going the other way. Now the 1v1s are starting to go in favor of Quantum. Now they did put that penalty on there. It's going to give them a chance here at life, but this is starting to trend in a different direction.
No, it is, but the thing is, Quantum, as soon as they took zones, they didn't push out of that. They just simply sharked in the middle, dead center of the zone, and didn't push any map control further. Even though it was only 2 members to be able to do that, just putting out green in front of where you were would cause teammates to question whether they can swim into that zone, whether they can push back so safely. That being said, they're hanging on for dear life to maybe get the lead here with 10 seconds left to go. They're going to maybe lose the lead right now and maybe get the win. Yes, the lead for Quantum taken back in the dying seconds of the game. Quantum, somehow seemingly out of nowhere, is able to get the 2-1 lead in this series. Deep Blues, what happened there?
3 different times Fake JP got a 1v2 situation and won it both times. You see there at the top there, 13 splats and assists, and they all came at the most crucial time, had pushed up to that box area that they were trying to move through. And the Slosher Deco, so good at just being up high and just ruining your life. If you try to come out from below, it's going to rain down on you there. If it anticipates moving left to right, 2 sloshes, going to go ahead and get that splat as well. But the individual plays that came out there really are what won them that game, because almost a completely different story from what we saw last time, where Quantum was winning the whole time and Deep Blues pulled it off at the end. It was the reverse of the script that time. Deep Blues, I think, played that map and mode better, but Quantum with the individual plays snuck that one through.
Yeah, no, I think, oftentimes you talk about Splatoon obviously being a team game and, being able to play to each other's strengths on your team and being able to coordinate things well enough does a lot. But the players that we have on our screen right now, just in terms of individual play, being able to make some plays when their team really needs it, Quantum able to step up and really outclass some of the Deep Blues in some crucial moments there, as you said. And we're going to go ahead and move it into a Game 4 here. Rainmaker on Snapper Canal.
Oh, this Snapper Canal, we saw last time what Deep Blues is capable of doing on Snapper Canal, what they did to Synergy, the way they controlled the map, continued the pressure, and just never really let anything get started. Now, we did see 2 Stingrays that came out from Synergy that time. May have been a little bit of a misplay given the circumstances. They sacrificed a lot of map control for safety for those Stingrays to fire off. Yeah. With that said, Deep Blues clearly knows what spots to take on this map and how to move around it. And on these large open areas that this map is famed for, this is their chance. This is what they're looking for here, a mode that they love on a map that they love.
We'll have to see, you know, if that love can really do them that much here, you know?
Is love stronger than inkjets? Tell me that.
I can't give an answer. No comment.
Philosophical
we'll find out.
discussions. Philosophical discussions.
We are going to find out if that love can prevail here coming up 9. Rainmaker on Stapper Canal, Game 4, Deep Blues playing for their tournament lives here.
Yep, this is it. Going home. If you lose right here, if you win, you're still moving up, fighting for your tournament life. Let's take a look here. Umbra going to be switching back over to that. They're going to be sacrificing some of the momentum that they're famed for here. I think they're trying to slow this one down.
Yeah, they really are. Umbra, again, sticking with the Splatling again. I think did we see Marsh on? No, okay. I thought for a second we saw Toolies coming in from Marsh.
No. Not on this map.
Zero going to go ahead and push the front line for Quantum, is seeing a little bit of trouble behind him. But in the meantime, on the other side of the map, Marsh is going to take their opponents by surprise. It's a 1v1 towards where the Rainmaker is. There's going to be the super jump back to base, but they might be able to get this Rainmaker towards a little bit towards the 60-point marker. Maybe not so much with that Stingray coming through. Jex is going to be able to stop that push in its tracks single-handedly and get things settled down for Quantum in a place where, you know, Marsh might have jumped the gun and really taken advantage of not taking a good glimpse of the objective.
Yeah, and that's a really good play. And one of the things I love about Rainmaker is that you can do that, right? You can kind of play that sort of game where you grab the Rainmaker and move it around to make plays happen for yourself.
Yeah.
This push going to run right into 3 different members of Deep Blues again. 61, we're not getting excited for that. We know that from 61 to 31 happens in the blink of an eye here. So both of these teams playing pretty good defense so far, showing that they know how to move in, but it really is going to take a 3 or 4 down before we see a whole lot.
It really is. You see Deep Blues kind of pushing in from the left side of the map, and obviously going through that chokehold, you can only walk through it, no swimming allowed with that Rainmaker. Marsh is in a position where they kind of have to let their teammates push out ahead of them in that case. Marsh sees that, decides, you know what, let's go towards the middle of the map, but unfortunately there's too much pressure here to really survive for too much longer, except for the fact that, okay, about to say, able to survive the thick of it all, but again, the Stingray is going to show us differently here.
That was such a Stingray sentence. This is happening. This is it. Oh, okay, never mind. We forget that is there.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, that's some really crucial splats that have been coming out here. You've seen that this is actually a pretty dangerous position with the Rainmaker in the spot that it is, because you can slide through there so quick.
Right.
If you do have a curling bomb, maybe just one other person out in front of you, you can really start moving it on. But you've seen that both of these teams have really situated themselves on the left and right side of the map. This is like a stalemate right now with both sides trying to push their 10 attack.
Evenly spaced stalemate of people being spaced, you know, properly from each other. That being said, they're going to engage here and get into a firefight. Fake JP is going to back off a little bit for now, but the baller's coming out on top of him. Will he be able to survive? Yes, using the environment very well to swim up the wall, avoid the blast radius of that baller, and is going to be able to survive another day and see this Deep Blues members maybe coming onto the right side of the map. Umbri with the Stingray, though, is going to be able to stop a couple of Quantum players in their tracks. But again, it's a Stingray versus Stingray duel here, and maybe putting a stop to this neutral play and more move the ball for Quantum here.
Yeah, they had the right idea. They're trying to push it up with the Stingray as support. The issue is that they are just getting picked off a little bit too much. And I know that sounds like an obvious statement, but the timing really is what makes the difference here. Staying alive just a little bit longer can be enough to give your team the momentum you need to push. But speaking of momentum and pushing here, this is dangerous.
It is dangerous. Tension, he clipped one of his shots onto the blocks in front of him. It might have harmed. Oh, that baller coming in! Just dunking on, you know, the players down below, and that's going to be 2 players going down. Deep Blues seeming to be able to defend that one with one special alone, and a job well done on their behalf. Now let's see if they can push out ahead of this properly here.
I'm not sure how I feel about picking it up right there. They were able to immediately eliminate the threat there, so it may end up being a good play, but they did not have a lot of central control there. They had to use a special just to break out of that spot on the side, and the Rainmaker's not going to be in any better of a position as a result of here. Stingray's going across the map. Jex's Stingray winning. Fake JP in a great spot. That trade is still a trade, but that Rainmaker's still in a dangerous spot here. Marsh is going to have to contend with Zero, but you see Tension already creeping back up into that position.
Marsh is going to have to fend for their lives here. I mean, yeah, we had 2 members coming in from Quantum towards the left side of the map. It seemed like it was going to be a 2v1, but the Rainmaker reset helps calm Deep Blues down here. 1 minute left to go. 3 points is all that separates these 2 teams at the 60-point marker as well. Nothing is certain here going into this last minute here. Deep Blues, can you clutch this out?
Oh, watch this baller that's coming in. All 3 of them are backed up in the same spot. Taylor's waiting to come crash in as well.
Marsh
Taylor's going to get behind, but no, the Stingray was enough to take out Taylor in that situation. They had set up everything perfectly to play defense right there and to shut that one down and get 3 down, but the timely Stingray and the timely special was just enough. The jump backs are going to happen here. They're going to continue to put more pressure on with just 20 seconds. This map is too green for them to make any progress.
You were commenting about it before, but the fact that they take the Rainmaker before getting control of the map in front of them, I think a crucial misplay. I mean, you have to play to be able to even put yourself in a position where you can talk about taking the lead or coming back. That just hasn't happened. Quantum is raining all over Deep Blues right now, and this should be it. It is overtime for sure. For now, maybe Deep Blues can pop it just in time to get one last second push, but Deep Blues is going to need a miracle here. Dreas is able to... Nope. As soon as I say it, Deep Blues is going to be sent home packing. Quantum able to clutch that one out towards the end, and it was a 3-point differential for the majority of it, but in the end, Quantum able to extend their lead and really solidify that one. Job well done to them.
Just playing the map a little bit better, and you know, you look at the splats and assists right there. I know that none of the numbers were too terribly high. You may be thinking, wow, nobody even hit 15. But the situational awareness, understanding, controlling this left side of the map, that's where they're at. As long as we keep pushing the Rainmaker there, we're going to give them the longest path to get back to the middle, much less to make a counter push. And that's why people go to the left so often, because if you have the lead and you push left, even if you don't get that deep push, you have a much easier time defending it, because even if it does reset, it resets to middle, which you should be in control of.
You really should. Unfortunately, you know, for Deep Blues, they're going to take a bow out of here, and, you know, job well done to them for first-handedly showing up in the first round and doing a number on Synergy, but to be able to come back and really stick it to Quantum, obviously the number 4 seed of the tournament, really impressive. And I'm really glad with their performance. Obviously, Quantum will move on to the losers semifinals coming on up. And next match, we're going to be having, you know, a really fun one, another loser quarterfinals match between Komodo and fill in the gap for me. Tomo. Ooh, they haven't played. I haven't seen them play in a while.
No, it has been a while.
Yeah.
Komodo, not the most active team. They let me rephrase. They don't compete in as many tournaments. They very much pick and choose the tournaments that they want to compete in because they have some objectives with the way they play. They like playing in lanes. They consider lanes to be the local tournaments to be a very important component of the game. So yeah, we haven't seen this a lot.
And we're gonna get back right into that after a short 2-minute break here. Don't go away, guys. More of the U.S.-Canada Inkling Open coming up after this.
Pleasure as always, sir.
Nice work, guys. Nice work.
Do you want to slide down one?
believe.
Yeah, it'll be this one right here,
Cool.
right now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the U.S.-Canada Inkling Open. Jordan, how are you doing? Welcome back to the cast.
I'm doing wonderful. I'm glad that you can go ahead and bring us back in. We got a nice little break. We're going to go ahead and give Nine a second to go ahead and rest his vocal cords. He's been working really hard. But let's get set for round 6 here. We're going to go back to the losers bracket, and we've got Komodo versus Tomo here. And you look at both these squads, and Tomo that was going 5-0 against Saikai, they lose their first ever match to Saikai. And so now Tomo's down the losers bracket. What do you expect to see from these two squads as they get set?
You know, Tomo, obviously, we've talked about it before. They've been a team that has been able to take out top seeds like Saikai. I'm looking for them to come back and bounce back in this one. You know, against a team like Komodo, they've played once before in a LAN scenario. Tomo was able to actually Komodo was actually to take down Tomo, you know, back at Squidstorm 2017, and that was an event where, you know, it was a really close set, 3-1, 3-2 kind of closeness. And for Komodo here, they're looking for a bounce back here. But for Tomo, you know, having gone 3-1 against Saikai, they probably took some time to, you know, come back within the team and say, hey, let's try to get something going here. I mean, obviously, things didn't go as they wanted to in the first set, but they had time to relax and maybe resync up with their team here.
And don't forget about Komodo. They took it to 5 games against Vitamin C in the opening round, so they were battle tested. They've had a nice little break now, but now they have to hop back on the sticks and get set to take on Tomo. And you just had a chance to go through these maps and modes with Nine. So we're going to start with Clam Blitz on Moray Towers. And what were you guys noticing from Moray Towers with Clam Blitz? Because you see so much verticality in that level, especially for a mode like Clam Blitz.
You see teams playing around with, you know, how they distract the attention of the other team, especially on Moray Towers. With it being so widespread, you know, there's a lot of opportunities to bring the attention of the other team with, say, an Inkjet or, you know, a splashdown or two, and those are specials that can really catch another team off guard, while the other team, unbeknownst to them, gathers 9 clams, is ready to put in a football, and secure the deal there. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Tomo or Komodo, you know, really plays around the number 9 for having 9 clams in particular and is able to get that football, sneak it in at the very last second.
That's a very good point. We haven't seen a ton of that, as we've seen teams usually get that power clam or football, and that clearly tells everybody where you're at. So let's see if they go with that strategy of going with 9 clams. But let's get the party started here between Komodo and Tomo. Clam Blitz, Moray Towers, and remember, loser is done with the tournament. Winner will move on to the next round where they will continue their tournament hopes alive. Let's go ahead and get you some colors here. But right now, Eirik, as you take a look at the loadout, what are you recognizing from these teams and their approach here at Moray Towers?
Yeah, no, I mean, we see the Slosher on Mullen, nothing too, you know, it's nothing that stands out in particular in terms of weapon composition. Komodo tends to play it relatively safe generally, but we're going to have to see it and pay attention, especially to how, you know, they're going to coordinate themselves around the map. Komodo, known for being a well-knit team who's played in a lot of offline events, having really good camaraderie and being able to communicate extraordinarily well. They're going to get the bubbles here in a defensive effort as they see that Inkjet kind of in the horizon. Kyo-chan is going to be forced to back off here as he clams. You know, he's holding on to them, is able to get rid of one. But, you know, that football going in was by themselves as a whole, unfortunately, as Kyo-chan's Inkjet ran out there.
4:10 left in this one. Neither team has had a chance to score. 4-3 advantage on the field right now. Komodo in the yellow, Tomo in the blues. You take a look at things. 1 power clam ready to go for Komodo. They're trying to be the first ones to strike first. Meanwhile, you've got most of the turf in the middle of this map controlled by Tomo right now, though.
That being said, we see the super jump directly onto the field goal, and Vesper is going to be able to stick it to Tomo with just a quick super jump just like that. Tomo obviously has plenty of blue ink, as you said, but it wasn't enough to prevent that one quick offensive. Now Tomo is looking to bounce back immediately as soon as Komodo lost some members in that offensive. But with the use of the Splatling here, Lux being as highly elevated as you were talking about, the verticality in this map being incredibly important, especially for this defensive effort coming in from the Splatling, is going to be able to allow Lux, with the combination of some bubbles, to be able to oust this offensive from Tomo.
Bubble blower being deployed. Meanwhile, here's the baller with a whole slew of clams behind it. Going to go ahead and collect those clams, but not fast enough. As you see the splat from Toon-chan. Tomo doing a fine job playing a little bit of defense. However, they still trail Komodo 80-100, but there goes Tomo. They go ahead and burst open the barrier, and they've got a chance to take the lead here, and they do right there, Eirik, with a chance. Nicely timed special. You've got an available baller as well, too, to take advantage and clear out more spaces. We continue to see Tomo fill up the basket and increase their lead.
Oh my goodness, and the insane turnaround direct coming in from Toon. again, yeah, where was the defensive coming in from Komodo? It seemed like Tomo had all the time in the world to kind of hang out in front of the field goal and have a field day there. They're going to take that lead to the bank here, getting to the 44-point marker. And something that I've noticed from Komodo's behalf in terms of offensive, we had that one offensive where they just super jumped in and got a quick 20-point gap there to the 80-point marker. In both offensives that we've seen from Komodo, it's been individual efforts. I've yet to see them coordinate something together with their teammates where they get something going. And in the meantime, they're not able to get a defensive effort going, let alone an offensive one. More points going to Tomo's side as they're able to win their 1v1s and win their fights to be able to get to 11 points here.
Tomo really threatening to get a KO right here. 11-80 is their lead right now, looking for a couple more clams. That's going to go ahead and increase the timer right now. 80-8 right now at this point. Here comes Tomo. They're trying to close this thing out, and they do, and just like clockwork, Tomo taking care of business with Clam Blitz on Moray Towers. And as you mentioned, it was really Tomo's ability to dominate the middle of this stage with Ink and really have that advantage, and then timing up those specials and waiting like we typically see for getting the numbers advantage and then being able to push at the proper time.
Yeah, the ability to convert here really being the crucial thing, right? We're going to have to go ahead and have, Komodo move on from that. We've seen Komodo kind of dance between their roster of 5. They're known to kind of flex their, availability in terms of their roster and how they play to each particular game and mode type. Now with Tower Control and Starfish main stage, we had Lux, the Splatling player, just come in on Moray Towers. Not the most successful, unfortunately, with his team. We'll have to see how they maybe change things up here as Tower Control Starfish on Starfish main stage. Towards that second checkpoint, we can have a Splatling that proves useful. We just have to see how Komodo feels about how they played that last game and how urgently they feel to change things up.
And you look at Tower Control on Starfish main stage, which will be our next game between these two squads, Komodo and Tomo. And you look at when you're playing defense and somebody's moving the tower into your territory, it's all about finding those perches and finding those spots of leverage to make sure you can take out the tower at the checkpoints. But conversely, if you're on offense, you know where the defense is probably going to set up at.
No, exactly. It's rather predictable, right, with the Tower Control map just being lined out in front of someone. That being said, despite the fact that you might know that players are one particular place or another, they're always going to be shrugging, waiting for a victim to claim, and, trucking in that ink around the middle part of the map, especially dangerous here. We're going to want to take a quick look as to how those players might play, especially those frontline players. We have players like Tu-Chan and Kyo-Chan who really play that really well for Tomo. I'm looking forward to seeing them going into this game too.
And you look at Tower Control, and obviously you focus on the objective. You want to make sure you're clearing the tower, riding it, getting to the other side. But how important is the turf control aspect and getting those specials ready to go when it comes to Tower Control, especially on a stage like Starfish main stage, which is a little bit more of a linear, longer level. It's got some narrow spots as well too, so not a ton of open space to move around in.
Yeah, and that's what is really interesting to see. Players playing around the environment of the map. We see things like ballers and the blast radius getting played around by just sticking to the opposite end of a block and just sitting, hiding for dear life, but it ends up working out more often than not. It renders some specials less useful. We'll have to see how they play things out with this weapon composition that we're rolling out here.
Tomo versus Komodo, Tower Control, Starfish main stage. Komodo in the purple, Tomo in the green. Both teams approaching the middle, and you talk about the composition and pretty balanced sets for each group as far as some defined roles and making sure that they've got different areas that they can attack and thrive in.
I actually believe it's Komodo in the green and Tomo in the purple as we get things started here in the middle. Tu-Chan is able to help get some ink just painted down in the middle of the map before retreating with the 10 missiles coming in. A job well done to kind of play that patiently. And obviously we see every player on the map, right? But Tomo just now realizing, where is Komodo? We can go ahead and get something started here. This is something that they've been able to push ahead of the tower and get some momentum going. 2 players going down on the side of Komodo means that players like Hachi and Kyo-Chan are going to be able to push up, maybe inflate the sponge in front of them and get onto the opponent's side of the map quickly.
4-3 advantage on the field right now for Komodo. You take a look at 1 minute into this one. Early advantage for Tomo as they get set to go through the first checkpoint here. However, they do clear that first checkpoint. That's going to be huge. You no longer have to wait at that junction. Meanwhile, 73-100. 1 minute left. 4-3 on the field for Komodo. And when you look at the critical checkpoint in this map, what's it going to be here, Ira?
Checkpoint 2 every single time. It's going to be around the middle of one's defensive side of the map, and that's going to be something that is really tough to get by, just considering that middle block towards the opponent's side of the map, the one that we're looking at right there, is so easy to kind of dance around and shoot from afar towards the tower's path. So it's going to be really on to Komodo to get their crucial players, maybe some blasters, towards this part of the map. Unfortunately, they are just nowhere to be found here. We see one sneaking around to the right side of the camera there, but it will be a little bit too late as they are already at the second checkpoint to the 47-point marker, and that's a lot of damage dealt.
Tomo moving things along. They increase their lead 47 to 100. However, they haven't cleared that second checkpoint. They still have to wait there for a moment. That Inkjet getting splattered right there. 2 minutes in, 3-3 on the field. Special lined up, ready to go for Komodo. That Inkjet, as always, as we've seen this entire finals, putting in work.
And nice for Vesper to be able to get 2 splats with the Inkjet. You know, to be able to use your special so effectively like that, especially when on the defensive. Job well done on Vesper and Komodo to be able to stop that push in its tracks. Now, we get to the middle of the map, Jordan, and we see the Stingray being deployed. But I don't know if that's going to be the smartest one to use. Generally, Stingrays you like to use on either a defensive or offensive, not necessarily in a neutral stance of play. Fortunately enough for Komodo, whether it be through the use of the Stingray or the combined efforts of their team, have been able to push back Tomo just a little bit. Pueblo's looking for answers here towards the side of the map. It hasn't been noticed by Komodo so far. Might be able to take advantage of this, but no, getting taken down by Mullen with the Tri-Slosher. Has Ink Armor to their availability, and with the Ink Armor in particular, might be able to get something started here. They're going to be able to start that special up. They have the sponge to be able to leap onto Tomo's side of the map. Vesper has to catch back up here and see what he can do for his teammates, as he's going to use his blaster to be able to really extend towards where Tomo is laying and sharking.
2 minutes left in this one. 47-78 advantage for Tomo right now. 4-3 on the field in favor of Tomo as well, too. Komodo going to go ahead and lose that tower. It's going to return to neutral. 140, as we mentioned, at this point. And now you've got a nice 4-1 wipe in favor of Tomo. Here's another chance for a push.
You're Tomo. You're cozy right now. This has been a map that's, for the most part, been entirely dominated by you. You've had, the one offensive that Komodo's had, very slight, and beyond that, in terms of map control, remain consistent in controlling that purple ink over Komodo's green ink. So for Tomo, you've got to be feeling great going with about 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go in this one, but you can't rest on your laurels here. This is something that with 1 minute left to go, Komodo is known as the team to be able to pick up momentum, pick up the slack, and say, let's get ourselves together and crank one out here for one last offensive push.
4-2 on the field in favor of Tomo. 1 minute left in this one. They have the lead, 47-78. They're looking to get a second game here and give themselves a substantial lead in the overall match if they can close out this game of tower control on Starfish main stage. 48 seconds left, 4-3 on the field. Critical splat as well, too, right there. When you look at what Tomo needs to do to close this out, at what point do you really shift the focus from offense to defense to protect that sizable lead that you have?
I mean, offense is the best defense, right? We have Kyo-chan and Tomo, despite the fact that the Stingray comes onto the tower, which is obviously very tough to avoid, they still survive that one out, are able to still push this one into the 30s at this point. And at this point, it's mayhem for Komodo. They have no control of their side of the map, unfortunately for them. In their 1v1s, players like Toon-chan and the rest of Tomo have been able to help them, and especially just engage in 2v1s, coordinate themselves in positions where they're going to be in the best position to get rid of Komodo players. They've done that to a T so far, and with 1 second left to go, I think that's going to be it.
Tomo closing things out. They'll go ahead and take a second game, and they now have a 2-0 lead over Komodo in this semifinal for the losers bracket. And that is a decisive victory for Tomo. And what we saw was their ability to never really fall down as far as the numbers advantage went. They did a great job of applying constant pressure with the tower. And, as you pointed out, sometimes for Komodo, you saw them deploying specials when the tower was in neutral, and a couple of issues there that you might want to rethink as you get set for the third game.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to up next Splat Zones on Mako Mart, which is something that, depending on how you play the opening layout of the map, the first 10-15 seconds, you can play some really interesting scenarios where you divide your team up and are able to take complete control of the zone from the get-go. I think Komodo is going to be really looking for a momentum-changing play here, and I would bet them to stack players on the side of the map to maybe see if they can take advantage of that. We're going to have to see here as we go on to here. Komodo obviously backs against the wall. This is a scenario where, traditionally when they have phase 2 deficits, they aren't known to be the team that kind of comes back from that, frankly. And for them to actually pull it out here would be monumental, especially against the number 2 seed Tomo here. So it's going to be a real test for Komodo, and the sense of presence in that voice call they have, talking with their team, being able to bring themselves up from the 0-2 deficit they've had right now. It's a mountain, and we'll have to see if they climb it.
Tomo looking for a clean sweep, trying to make it 3-0 so they can advance in the loser side of the bracket, keep their hopes alive for these finals that are taking place today. And you continue to look at splat zones, and what we've seen today from this tournament play is the ability to lock down the splat zone and then extend your team out, but not too much, to make sure that you are still applying pressure but not ceding up enough ground behind yourselves for the other team to come around through the back door and take advantage of that available splat zone.
Right. It's always a balancing act between how much you are going to push forward and extend that front line, and then there's sometimes where it's a little bit too much, and you're a little bit too eager to get in the opponent's face. That being said, the last time we saw this in the last set, we saw both sides coming at it with specials continuously, back and forth effort, and the momentum just changed from team to team to team. And that's because both teams had a mastery of when to coordinate their specials. You saw specials coming out at least 3 at a time. It was really impressive to see, and I think that's going to be the key to both of these teams really being able to get back in the thick of things here.
Let's get set for splat zones on Mako Mart. You've got Tomo with the 2-0 lead over Komodo. We'll go ahead and get you some colors here in just a second as these teams get set. And already you see them both pushing for the center of this map like you always do in every game mode in Splatoon 2. But right now you've got Tomo in the pink and Komodo in the green. And already we see Komodo trying to threaten to take that splat zone. However, Tomo seizing control of it quickly into this one.
Yeah, we'll have to pay attention. We see only one player going down on Komodo's side here. It's going to be crucial to see how they play this 3v4. Are they going to play it patiently and wait for them to come back? Can they afford to? The Inkjet is kind of pushing up in their face. Lux is going down there, and that's going to be Komodo. Oh my goodness, the fade away Inkjet shot. That's going to be 2 going down, 3 going down for Komodo. The worst start possible for this team. Tomo is absolutely on their A game and now are locking out Komodo. Now it's about what we were talking about at the beginning, Jordan. How much is too much when pushing on this objective? For Tomo right now, they seem to be having a ball with it. It's a one-on-one on the left side, but Komodo seems to be coordinating a push towards the right side of the map as they should be. But one member is going to go down in the midst of trying to push this one up. Pixel, you have to win this 1v1. He is able to do so, gets the Inkjet just in time, but does go down to the Splatling there. And that's going to be Komodo's one chance at getting back in it. Just like that, it's a 3-0 sweep, and Tomo have dominated their way through losers quarterfinals. They are moving on and seeing another day.
Clean up on aisle 3 as Tomo gets the sweep 3-0 over Komodo, and that'll do it. They'll advance, and they'll go ahead and knock out Komodo. Komodo, we certainly thank them for their efforts in being part of the tournament, but you see why Tomo coming in. Number 2 overall seed, even though they lost to Saikai in the opening round of the winners bracket, it seemed like they rebounded and really found their groove as they got set. And they really just had no issue whatsoever with Komodo during that round.
Yeah, entirely. I mean, you look at the results from this set, KO, a massive point differential in their tower control match, and another knockout. Really telling between the kind of differences between the two teams. Unfortunately for Komodo, I mean, they have had some bright moments in this tournament so far. Really important to note, in their bracket run, they had some really incredibly tough opponents. In the first round, they had a Game 5 set. In the second round, they had a Game 5 set. And they overcame a lot of odds to just getting to where they were in this top 8, of the US-Canada Inkling Open here. So my hat's off to them as they will bow out in the losers quarterfinals here, as Tomo will be looking to, bounce back and get into the losers semifinals. We have some replays coming up here. Obviously, Tomo within the first game, Clan Blitz playing it to an absolute T, getting the lead that they need to at the very start of it and able to close it out very quickly here. Now, for them to have done so, it required a good amount of coordination on their behalf to, really keep up a consistent domination. They had dominated throughout Clan Blitz, and they dominated in Splat Zones. Toon-Chan's individual efforts to get that fade back Inkjet shot was incredibly instrumental to keeping that takeover. And, I mean, that's that. 3-0 lead, and that's going to be the set for us. Between the two teams, we have Tomo, who has been looking great since that 3-1 loss to Saikai. I'm looking forward to seeing how they progress, but it looks like we're going to be progressing into the winners' finals soon enough.
Absolutely. Tomo will be taking on Quantum in the next matchup of rounds in the loser side. We're going to get set to bring you the winner side, but before we do that, we're going to take a little break here momentarily for just a couple minutes. We're going to get Nine back in the saddle.
Yep.
Eirik, thank you so much for joining us, giving us a little spell. We'll see you guys after the break. Yes.
Ready.
And welcome back again to the Splatoon 2 U.S.-Canada Inkling Open 2018 Finals. Jordan Kent here with 9 whole grains. And 9, we're getting set to go to what we call the Winners Finals. So our winners bracket, whoever wins this round will go ahead and advance to the Grand Finals. Whoever falls, they'll get a chance to redeem themselves by taking on the winner of the losers bracket to get back into the Grand Finals. But we've got Set to Destroy X taking on Saikai. And as you take a look at these two teams, what's going to stand out to you as you look at how they go back and forth when you consider Saikai and the unbelievable come-from-behind victory they had against Tomo in the first round?
Well, if there's anything you have to know about Saikai, it is to expect the unexpected. We talked earlier, rolling out with a composition that's longest range weapon was the Tri-Slosher. That's just something that you don't see. It's very unconventional, and it might be just enough of a curveball to catch Set to Destroy X off guard. However, if there is something in Splatoon that exists, Set to Destroy X has probably seen it. We can't say that they're going to show them anything they haven't seen. I don't know. I will say that Saikai is one of the favorites to beat Set to Destroy X if anyone is to do it. So we should have a really fun set here.
And what's going to be very interesting is as we take a look at the roadmap as far as what we'll see in this round, the best of 5 games here to determine who's going to go ahead and win this match and move along, you're going to have 2 potential Rainmakers, only 1 Splat Zones. And many people will say for Set to Destroy X, Splat Zones is where they really, really excel. So it's not going to be like their first round victory. They went to 5 games where they got 2 Splat Zones, and that's really what lifted them over the edge.
And Rainmaker, people will disagree about if it's their weakest mode, if it's the one they care the least about. But if you go back and look at the statistics, it is one that they will lose on. And their very dominant showing at Squidstorm 2017, that local tournament, the only maps that they dropped were Rainmaker maps. And there have been other times where they've lost Rainmaker maps and won the others. So a 2 Rainmaker map, well, it doesn't guarantee that Saikai will be victorious. This is the way you would draw it up if you're a fan of Saikai.
And we're going to get started with Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit. And taking a look at this map, coming back from the original Splatoon, a lot going on in this map, especially with Clam Blitz when you look at how many different things can happen. What's your first take when you look at this game mode map combination?
Well, in Splatoon 1, Rainmaker on this map was called Football. It's just a joke that the community had because it was so long to get from one side to the other. It moved up very sequentially, a lot like an actual football. Now we have Power Clams or Footballs playing football here, but it's a huge map, and on Clam Blitz, a lot of it is going to get used. Look for both teams to unveil a lot of turf in their comps.
Well, let's get rolling here. Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit. Set to Destroy X taking on Saikai in our very first game in this best of 5 winners final round. Winner will advance on to the Grand Finals. Let's go ahead and get you some colors here real shortly. As you look at the loadouts here on Piranha Pit, interesting makeup as well, too, when we see the Glooga Dualies making their debut.
That is a 4 down already. That is the fastest that I've ever seen members of Set to Destroy X go down, and they're going to go ahead and just get that nice little dunk right there. That's earned the hard way, too. No tricks, no shenanigans, no hijinks. Hexen barely managing to stay on the map, still somehow staying alive, finally does go down there. Zig going to jump back, but 47 off the get-go off of just clean pickings at the opening.
And you talk about the type of start that Saikai wants, and that's it right there. 47 to 100, a 26 penalty. Now if you're Set to Destroy X, you sort of kind of gather yourself, get your specials ready to go. You still have plenty of time to mount a comeback, though.
And one of the important things to note is because they got it to 47, a lot of times what you'll see in this mode is you'll see a team maybe dunk the first ball, that gives them 20 points, the penalty comes back the other way, and then the other team takes it back from there. Just too much pressure. However, with this, they're still going to have to lose a lot if they're going to lose this lead, although we are starting to see it trickle away.
Set to Destroy X, they break the barrier with a football. It's already 71 to 47. Oh, how about Penguin putting some pressure on Saikai, cleaning things out. They've got 3-2 on the field right now. That timer's starting to wrap down, though. And there you go. No penalty, well, small penalty in place for Set to Destroy X. Already we're seeing the back and forth that's taking place during Clam Blitz.
And this is the danger. Saikai's going to have a really difficult time getting out of this area. Set to Destroy X is almost treating this like a pseudo splat zones here. They're treating that side of the map as the zone that they cannot lose. They're giving a little bit of ground here, but you'll notice none of them have gone down. This is pretty good defense. They're waiting for Saikai to make a mistake.
You see a football or power clam on the field right now for Set to Destroy X, but once again, the barrier being broken by Saikai, having no issues whatsoever getting over to the Set to Destroy X side of the field. And let's see if the power clam for Set to Destroy X can break the barrier. You see the football right down at the bottom of the map, still alive, still able to go right now. Inkjet being deployed. Oh, how about the work right now by the baller clearing things out. Got a chance to get the football. Real quick scoop up and recovery, and that's going to go ahead and make it 65-47 at this point.
They jumped back in there to try to get just maybe a little bit more, but they did get punished for that. Saikai has done an amazing job here picking things clean. You notice the baller was the last one that was left on the field. The rest had taken that one-way trip back to spawn. Saikai's winning these 1v1s, and that is where it starts if you're going to beat a team like STDX.
65-47 at the halfway mark. Both teams with a small penalty. However, a power clam will certainly erase that penalty and increase the score a little bit. But two power clams ready to go for Set to Destroy X. And you see Saikai really trying to find their position to mount a defensive stand right here.
And this splash wall here on these new Glooglies that you talked about earlier, a really nice pick here because that wall is going to do just enough. Brandon, calm down. To be able to get two directs like that, very difficult. The jump is going to come here, and that is going to be the lead as all four of the members went down at the time. They pushed in, and this is just Set to Destroy X's game right now.
And Set to Destroy X, they just need one more clam in the goal to go ahead and get the KO. Can they find it? And yes, they do. And Set to Destroy X, after falling down big early in this one, gather themselves and mount two critical pushes to go ahead and get the KO over Saikai in Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit.
And it just happens so methodically. You have Pingit with that Rapid Blaster, as you see there, some great splats, some great assists there, moving things up with the two frontliners of Fuzzy and Ice. And that really is the bread and butter of a lot of team compositions right now. You use that Rapid Blaster with that splash damage to help support your frontliners as they push forward.
And it's really interesting because you're not really seeing that Rapid Blaster take on a lot of one-on-ones necessarily. You're keeping your distance, and you're seeing, okay, where are the other firefights where I can get one or two shots in that's going to assist my teammate, so then we can take advantage and get the numbers advantage and then move the power clam to the goal. And we saw that back-to-back power clams, even with the penalty, it was too much, and they overwhelmed Saikai at the end.
And I'm glad you brought that up. There's a great quote in Splatoon, which is, great players win 1v1s. Better players never engage in 1v1s. 2v1s, move with your team, always strike from an advantageous position, and that's what Set to Destroy X does, and they're one of the best at it, if not the best.
All right, well, Set to Destroy X, they go ahead and take the first game as we get set for our second one. We're going to have Rainmaker on Muscle Forge Fitness. So I know you got your workout in already, Swole Grains, earlier today, but you get a chance to hit the gym yet again, and you take a look at Rainmaker on Muscle Forge, and not the biggest map yet again. However, some verticality as you start to get closer to the spawn point for each side.
And we saw earlier, this was one that Quantum took a victory on, if I'm not mistaken, on this map and mode. So really fortunate for Saikai to be able to see that again. And we saw what the recipe was. Central control, move through, versatility, able to go left and right, some key splats when you need to get them. And I know that's, oh yeah, that's the bread and butter for everything. But because Set to Destroy X does so many of the little things right, you just have to do as many little things right as them and then make one or two big plays to push it all the way through. We'll see the composition that Saikai rolls out here if they do opt to go for that hard-charging, fast, short-range composition once again.
And it's interesting when you look at the different pathways you can take on Muscle Forge Fitness. I think some people like to take that small graded bridge and then go across and take the ink rail. Others, though, go to what we would say their right side. They go down below and try to get a numbers advantage and then go up the long ramp to the goal. So really curious to see which way either one of these teams will attack. Set to Destroy X up 1-0 in this winner's final round. Winner will advance to the grand finals. Let's go ahead and get things started. Rainmaker on Muscle Forge Fitness. You're going to have Set to Destroy X in orange and Saikai in purple as early on both teams trying to go ahead and grab control of that Rainmaker in the middle. Rainmaker bursted. 4-4, no one getting splatted yet, just building up your specials and kind of gauging where everybody's at. See a couple splat bombs come down right now. Both teams really just getting a feel for the territory, but you expect to see things change here as we see a couple of Inkjet and Baller options at special for Set to Destroy X.
And right now, Saikai's pushed back pretty far. They did go with that very short-range composition that we talked about earlier. They're going to have a hard time fighting their way through since they've been pushed back into that lower trench area that you see Hexen kind of working around right now. Hexen's going to go back, paint a little bit, try to build up that baller, help support the team's push in. They've done a good job of pushing Saikai back. Now they just need to find 1 or 2 picks, and they can start that push.
4:10 left in this one. Nobody has advanced the Rainmaker quite yet as we're about a minute into this one, but there goes Saikai, and you got a bomb rush right behind, but no. Some quick defense by Set to Destroy X. Here comes the baller, trying to get a backdoor splash right there, but not fast enough as the Rainmaker continues to advance. 54-0 lead early for Saikai, but we all know with Set to Destroy X, still plenty of time left on the clock.
Plenty of time until it hits 0. You have to assume they've got something up their sleeve, but I like the idea from Saikai there. Try to push something, spend a couple of your specials. You weren't making a lot of ground in the neutral anyway, so at least get a push going, give yourself the chance to start playing defense, and utilize the special meter building mechanic that the Rainmaker has.
It's interesting, a lot of the action on the opposite side of that mountain in the middle of Muscle Forge Fitness, whereas the Rainmaker sitting on the right-hand side for Set to Destroy X, and nobody's really gone over and put pressure on it quite yet. We saw a late little push by Set to Destroy. That got negated, though. So now you've got Saikai getting control of it once again. Hexen, smart move to go ahead and super jump and get out of harm's way.
Yep, gonna try. If they get a couple points out of this, it will be worth it. 40. This one does move pretty quick here, but that pop is going to take 3 of them out. The last one is Pengit, and I think Pengit may have just saved the game for them. Chip's going to grab it here, but Chip's not going to be able to make it all the way through. That's still a good push, but if Pengit had not gotten the shot on the one that was left, that would have been a knockout.
A lot of pressure being applied by Saikai right now, and if you're Set to Destroy X, you're going to have to get out of the front door, and there you go. You see the Rainmaker just getting out of their territory, buying some time, just move, move, move. 2:30 left in this one. Saikai with a huge 12-86 lead. But as you said, you can never count out Set to Destroy X.
And one point that you brought up earlier where the battle was going on away from the Rainmaker, we've talked quite a bit about playing around the objective. A lot of times running straight at the objective is what the opponent wants you to do. They know that the objective's there. They've got some chess pieces set up. So it's a battle of trying to outmaneuver them and get things set up before the opponent can react to it. The idea is once you make your push, you have your people in the right spot to beat them before they get in position.
Oh, Hexen with the baller up top trying to clear out some space. Rainmaker still alive and well. However, that's a nice little wipe for Saikai. 4-2 advantage on the field right now as that Rainmaker still not able to get to that second level on the right-hand side for Set to Destroy X. Meanwhile, Set to Destroy X with the 4-2 advantage. They've got to move quick and bust that down. Oh, critical one-on-one splat right there by Shaq. That's going to help buy some time for Saikai as that Rainmaker looks like is going to go and get reset. Meanwhile, 1:30 left in this one, and if you're Set to Destroy X, you haven't had much luck moving the Rainmaker here, 9.
No, and you already see they're setting up at the bottom of the screen right there. They know that's the direction it's going to go. This left side on the rail that you see is really good to push it into the 20s, but you can see the scores right now. 20's not going to be enough.
We've got an Inkjet deployed, and you've got 3 Set to Destroy X players versus 3 Saikais on that right-hand side, and the defense continues yet again for Saikai. They've got the 2-1 advantage, 2-2 now, but if you're Set to Destroy X, you've got about a minute left. You're spawning down. That gets punished right there. 1 minute left. Saikai trying to hang on and steal a game from Set to Destroy X.
Done a really good job of working the middle of this map. I'd like to see a little more at the top of the screen. Anytime you see a lot of enemy ink, that gets to be very nerve-wracking here. But Set to Destroy X has a long road to climb, and Saikai's done a great job of defending for themselves. They can jump back here because they know that this is the way the Rainmaker is going to come back. As long as they match special v special, which they are right now, they should have enough ammo and enough time to stall it just enough. They've got to be careful, though. Fuzzy does go down. That's important. But every time you see one or more go down to Saikai, you start to hold your breath.
3-3 right now. Rainmaker in possession of Set to Destroy X. They're trying to push it. They've got to make up some huge ground here. They're down 30, but here comes the Rainmaker. But no, yet another splat by Saikai. 4-3 on the field, and a numbers advantage here as time dwindles down would certainly benefit Set to Destroy X. Meanwhile, if you're Saikai, you've just got to lock down the fort. You've got the Rainmaker surrounded. Shield is off. All they have to do is go and swim into it before overtime hits, and it looks like Saikai might take this one, and they do. That huge push to get to 12 really put a lot of pressure on Set to Destroy X.
And that's the advantage you get with a composition like that, being able to push. And they had a double bomb rush. That's something that we didn't really talk about, but on Rainmaker there, the goal is to push it forward, bomb rush there, get a couple splats off that Rainmaker explosion, which we saw, push a little further, it goes down, let's throw our other one, and let's get it as far as we possibly can. And it was rewarded there. More aggression helps on Rainmaker, and we've seen it now twice.
And here's what's big, because you look at the roadmap, there will be 2 potential Rainmaker matches. We just saw Saikai take that game from Set to Destroy X after Set to Destroy X had a KO on Piranha Pit and Clam Blitz. So interestingly enough, what many people say is the most vulnerable game mode for Set to Destroy X pops up twice here. So if you're Saikai, it seems like obviously you got to get to 3 games, but if you can force this to a game 5 as the quote-unquote underdog in this matchup, it really plays to your advantage of having Rainmaker pop up twice.
It is the best look for the team. I know they're happy to see it right there. Tower control, I think, will be key. After this comes Splat Zones. We have talked ad nauseum about how good Set to Destroy X is on Splat Zones, so I look at this tower control really as the turning point. If they can get this, go up 2-1 over Set to Destroy X and secure themselves at least a Game 5 Rainmaker, we could see that upset that I know people at home are looking for.
Tower control on Camp Triggerfish, and I know many people really happy to see this map popping up again.
Yes.
We had a chance to play this quite a bit yesterday. What's different in this update and Camp Triggerfish making its appearance here for the first time in Splatoon 2?
2 major things. First off, there's no long water pit anymore. You're not traveling over it for 40, 50 points like you were in Splatoon 1. There's now the bridge that you can jump down on. There's a checkpoint there, but it offers legitimate options for counterplay. And given that Stingray exists, I'm quite glad that they opted to give us that. Very good foresight. Beyond that, though, there is the ink rail that allows you to go from the left side to the right side very quickly. In Splatoon 1, that was divided, and you couldn't make that very easily. With this, it makes it much easier to defend.
So take a look at how this map has changed from Splatoon 1. We know many people have had a chance to play it, but how this plays into tower control, there still are some areas where the tower is going to be above water, and that's going to make things very interesting as far as how teams try to jump back on the tower or how they can certainly try to defend it. Let's take a look. You're going to have Set to Destroy X in blue. Meanwhile, Saikai in green. And what are we seeing from these loadouts here for both these squads?
We are seeing a matchup I did not think we would see. Ice is on the splatter scope right now to match up against Gamers Splatling. And this is one of the most interesting relationships in Splatoon 2 because the sniper wins that matchup 1v1. It's a one-shot splat, very quick, and it outranges it. However, the Splatling outpaints it, so to see this back and forth dynamic should be a lot of fun, though it looks like Set to Destroy X has the upper hand at the moment.
And there's that Stingray, as we mentioned, going to go ahead and stop that tower from advancing, but you got a 74-100 lead for Set to Destroy X. They were getting to that first checkpoint, weren't able to clear it, but here they are at that first checkpoint, trying to make some ground. And you talk about this, Nine, they were just 1 point away from clearing it, but now they've got to wait through the entire first checkpoint once they advance the tower there again.
Set to Destroy X saying, how many times is this going to happen? How many times are we going to get 1 point away from clearing it? You see Hexen here on the side, going to just kind of zone out with the help of Pengut and, of course, this Stingray. This Inkjet coming from Shaq just a little bit too late, not able to challenge that in time, is going to slow it down just long enough. They are going to be able to put a little bit more pressure. Great job by Hexen there, not giving into the pressure that was coming in. That's a tough shot to hit on the dualies.
4-2 advantage, but 2 specials on the field for Set to Destroy X. So this is where you look to make a push and try to clear through that first checkpoint. They lead 74-84, a minute and a half into this one. Oh, but the splat right there is going to be critical for Saikai as they make it a 3-2 advantage. Couple specials, though, for Set to Destroy X if you need them.
Yep, going to sit right here and opt to use that. Identifies the threat, but this is a tricky shot to hit, going all the way back to the backside. Just swam to the other side and going to get punished. Great counterplay coming in there from Shaq and the rest of Saikai.
74-84. Lead hasn't changed much for Set to Destroy X. 2 minutes into this one, you've got a 3-1 advantage on the field as you get a quick respawn by Saikai. And yet again, we see Set to Destroy X for the 3rd time this match. Oh, how about the shot and the snipe right there? Ice.
Ice cold is the best way that I can phrase that. I got the puns too here. You see Fuzzy on the left side was able to get that trade, and that's important. The main frontliner that they had to try to meet this threat on the tower was taken down there. You see Hexen over at the side, but pushing it past that first checkpoint into 54. They got what they came for. That's starting to get in that danger zone.
You see the Stingray pressure being applied by Saikai. That's clearing the tower. 4-4 on the field, however, 54-84 advantage. And looking at Camp Triggerfish, is it going to be that second checkpoint that's the critical one?
I think getting past that second checkpoint almost always guarantees a win because it's such an easy point to defend. It's right there underneath that bridge that we were talking about. So many things can fire at you from so far away, but if you can get past it, you will be rewarded. And now things are starting to look the other way. That Stingray maybe fired a little bit early. There's only a couple people up there for Set to Destroy X, and that was Hexen actually, the last one there. Does go down. Pengut's in a good spot to slow this down, but this is the best look Saikai's had.
84-54, Tower in control of Saikai. They need to get through this first checkpoint, though, so they haven't cleared that. Meanwhile, the Inkjet getting a big-time splat on Hexen. Tower being lost by Saikai, though. Minute and a half left. 30-point advantage for Set to Destroy X. You see Zig trying to move around, using that curling bomb. Penguin trying to space out Zig. Oh, it's a nice little one-on-one battle. And how about Hexen with the nice little direct splat?
That is such a rough matchup. Rapid Blaster versus Dualies should go in favor of the Dualies every time at close range, but that is why one of those players went to E3. The other one watched.
1:10 left, 30-point advantage right now. However, look at the work that's being done right now. 3-3 on the field, minute left, and you've got Set to Destroy X on the tower right now, trying to advance it, trying to increase their lead.
This has been such a slow and neutral game right now, and that really does favor the composition that we're seeing here out of Set to Destroy X. How many times have we said Pengit's name as he continues to be the nuisance, once again zoning in and helping out the rest of the team? This is not a very aggressive comp they're running, but they know the map. They know that zoning is more effective than pure aggression on this one.
Ice riding the tower. That's going to add a couple more points to the lead for Set to Destroy X. They're now up 49-84. They barely chip away at that second checkpoint, but with 30 seconds left, Saikai's got a lot of work to do if they want to get back into this one. A couple of super jumps are going to give Set to Destroy X more in the cavalry to help defend the push coming here from Saikai. 15 seconds left. Is Saikai trying to mount one more comeback here? 4-2 on the field, though, for Set to Destroy X, and you figure this is where they lock things down. And that second checkpoint, so hard to get by. However, Penguin getting splatted. 3-2 on the field now. Ice trying to use that Stingray. And here we go to overtime. Can Sakai go ahead and push this tower? 3-3 on the map. Oh, and they're going to get to that first checkpoint. But a lot of pressure raining down in the form of ink from Set to Destroy X9. What are we seeing here as Sakai? Oh, they're getting so close here. Hexen, no, able to come in at the clutch at the end and get that splat and dash the hopes of Saikai, trying to make it 2-1. Set to Destroy X now goes up 2-1 in the round.
They were able to get Pengit out of the way very quick in that. A stray splat bomb was able to take Pengit down, who, as you can see, was really the Grinch that stole Christmas in that game. Very difficult for them to push when that Rapid Blaster is set up. They got Pengit out of the way, but there's another blaster on the field whose name is Hexen, who came in and got the assist when needed, allowed Fuzzy to jump right on the top of that. But that was the look Saikai wanted. They got Pengit out of the way. That was a very early Stingray that I don't think would have been able to get charged a second time by the time that push had continued. But they had to get that 1v1 against Hexen, and it was not to be.
Set to Destroy X. They get the victory. They move up 2-1 when it comes to games, and this is the situation we talked about prior to Tower Control and Camp Triggerfish. If Set to Destroy X can get the victory, they now go into what many consider their strongest game mode, Splat Zones on Port Mackerel. And we've looked at Port Mackerel. We talked about before how narrow it is and how there's so many tight corridors. If you are Saikai, what do you have to make sure you do to not let Set to Destroy X clean house?
You cannot get wiped. This might be, we talked earlier about how difficult Walleye Warehouse is to get back in. This one might be even worse because you start so far back and you can push up and make that pressure. We talked earlier, Set to Destroy X didn't push super deep on Walleye Warehouse to play defense. On this map, you have the room to do just that, and you can make it very difficult for your opponent to get back in. Because of that, a lot of specials can't touch the zone. If you use those bubbles early, if you opt to go with bubbles, they can't touch the zone. The rain cloud might dissipate before it gets there. Inkjets, as great as they've been, can't influence the zone when you're pushed back in your own spawn.
And we go back to that Tower Control and Camp Triggerfish, and really Hexen doing a fine job of playing some defense and being the last line of defense for Set to Destroy X, as you thought you were going to have Saikai really just overcome them at the last moment. But here it is. If you're Saikai, you don't want to get knocked down to the losers bracket. You want to stay alive and force a Game 5 for Rainmaker. But if you're Set to Destroy X, you love splat zones, and you're going to get a chance to really flex your muscle here on Port Mackerel. Let's go ahead and take a look at the colors here. You're going to have Set to Destroy X with purple, Saikai with green, and what are we seeing from the loadout?
Well, once again, it's close range. We can't really say enough. Brandon going to try to push up with the help of the team, but going in just too deep. You know that that call out was made at that point and allowed Pengit to shift back over. And we're already seeing the thing that we said not to see. 3 went down almost immediately, and now the lockout is on.
And you've got Pengit with the Clash Blaster this
Yep,
time. Yeah,
yep.
that's my jam right there.
This is proof that it's
76-100.
meta. This is
Exactly.
proof.
It's at high level. I'm making wise decisions. Here comes the Inkjet from Fuzzy right now. 64-100. And Set to Destroy X doing what they do best on Splat Zone, securing it and then pushing into your territory. You're going to have a couple of really nicely timed and stacked specials if you're Saikai and you really want to try and make a comeback in this one.
And if there is one silver lining to all this, they do have 2 Stingray weapons. Now, if they can build up both Stingrays at the same time, that's a completely different story. But having 2 of them means that you're going to get a chance to make those long-range picks. Although, with 19 seconds left on the clock, you better find those chances really fast.
Set to Destroy X, not wasting any time. They just need 8 more seconds, and they'll go ahead and take this victory in the winner's final round. And they do it, and this is what we talked about. If you're a Saikai, you had to try and have the overall advantage going into Splat Zones because you just know how good Set to Destroy X is. And even with this high-level competition, the skill of all these players, if you can secure that zone first, to your point, if you've got the lead and you don't make mistakes, it's really hard to lose in Splat Zones.
You see 1 Splat came out that time from Saikai.
Wow.
One member of Set to Destroy X took a trip back to the respawn circle. 1 time. And that right there is why some people love Splat Zones. That right there is why some people hate Splat Zones. Because it's such a neutral mode that those kinds of lockouts are possible. I'm not sure until the very end when a Clash Blaster was just trying their best to put something down on that zone. I'm not sure that there was really any threat whatsoever to their defense there. It was just too well mounted, too foolproof.
Just a textbook victory right there for Set to Destroy X. They go ahead with 2 KOs and a victory in tower control and Camp Triggerfish to go ahead and take the winners finals, which means Set to Destroy X will move on to the grand finals where they will be taking on either Tomo, Quantum, or Saikai. Now, who will they take on? Well, that's going to be between Tomo and Quantum first in our losers bracket. Winner of that matchup will then take on Saikai to represent the representative from the loser side. What this also means over Set to Destroy X, whoever wants to dethrone them will have to beat them in 2 grand finals rounds. And that's a tall task for whoever that might be.
And adding to the difficulty, we move to best of 7 for our grand finals. Whoever wants to dethrone, as you put it, Set to Destroy X, going to have to win 8 games. 8 games. I'm not sure the last team who won it.
And you continue to take a look. And we've been told it'll be best of 5 for the grand finals. Best of 5 for the grand finals right now as they get set. But we'll get to that point. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. You look at this matchup between Tomo and Quantum coming up here real soon. And, you know, we talk about the excitement there, but hopefully we'll see some more plays like we saw between Set to Destroy and Saikai during their matchup. Some great replays of just some excellent playmaking ability that really swung the tide of momentum. And talk us through what we're seeing here.
So right here, this was where things started to go south for Saikai. And I guess at this point, they were already pretty south. But as we talked about Pengit's great shots in the bottom of the screen, at that same time, they were already moving in and putting a ton of pressure on. And at some point, you just can't hold it back anymore. When you have players with that kind of accuracy, pushing in with their specials, it's just too much. We did see here, though, this one went the other way.
And you see Penguin stopping Saikai push with his dying breath, basically. Rainmaker,
Right
Muscle Forge
there.
Fitness right there. Hey, listen, getting a splat at the last second to prevent that KO. It gave Set to Destroy X a chance. However, this was the game that Saikai was able to take away from Set to Destroy X. And you thought, all right, if we can somehow win tower control, we have a chance. But late in this one, you see Penguin doing a fine job once again with that range blaster, being able to control the tower. And this was critical. This win for Set to Destroy X really put them in the driver's seat.
It did, and just these engagements right here, you see Pengit lived on that part of the map. Some people will call it left elbow or right elbow, depending on which side you're on. There was no moving him. He was not leaving that spot until given a good reason to, and as you see right there, a rolling dualies wasn't a good enough reason for him to leave. I'm not sure what else they could have thrown at him.
So obviously Set to Destroy X, they'll be representing the winners bracket in the grand finals. But as we said, we still have 3 teams alive in the loser side of the bracket. And it's time to figure out who will be taking on Saikai in the final matchup of the losers bracket. This will be a matchup now between Tomo and Quantum. And we really saw Tomo, even though they got knocked out early by Saikai, they had a clean 3-0 sweep over Komodo to advance to this point. they're taking on Quantum, and Quantum with a big-time victory over Deep Blues.
Quantum with a big-time victory over Deep Blues and an incredible match up against Set to Destroy X there. They are looking great today. This is the best form I've seen them in. Normally, I would take Tomo in this pretty cleanly, but with the way they're playing, I'm not sure. Quantum's looking great.
It'll be interesting to see how Tomo approaches things now. Let's take a look at the roadmap here for what we're calling the Losers Bracket semifinals. It's going to start with Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. And so you'll get 2 doses of Splat Zones in this loser semifinal. Maybe that benefits Tomo. We've seen them play very well. They were very just efficient in their victory over Komodo. But beginning with Inkblot Art Academy and those Splat Zones, you talk about one of the most wide open maps in all of Splatoon. How does that play into effect for Splat Zones?
Well, in addition to being very wide open, it's an easy zone to take. And that combination of a wide map with lots of turf that you can take to build your special, combined with a small splat zone, generally means that this is one of the maps that flips back and forth the quickest. Now, to that point, that raised area that we talk about that was so important to control in Clan Blitz, it's even more important to control if you want to get a lockout on this map. You have a lot of room to move around there. You can dance around that art piece there, kind of have a little jig. But if you go in too deep and get punished, the other team's going to take the zone right back. So it's an interesting balance back and forth between the two, and it really does depend on your comp.
What's been great is we've been seeing different weapons make appearances every once in a while. We looked at those glue gadoolies that came out during Clan Blitz on Piranha Pit. So you never know if these teams are going to throw a little monkey wrench in there and go with something unconventional that we haven't seen yet. But for the most part, if you're Tomo, you're looking really good, you're looking really strong. For whatever reason, you fall 3-1 to Sekai early on. But here's your chance for redemption. You're still alive. And beginning with the Splat Zones, it just continues to seem like whoever can claim it first is going to probably walk away with the victory.
Well, that is the mode. That's why it's called neutral. Like I said, some people love it for that. Some people don't like it as much for that. But it is pretty consistent. Like you said, most of the Splat Zones maps that we've seen have been very methodical. You get the sense of who's kind of got control of it, and that team generally walks away victorious for it. It is very consistent. What I'm interested to see, we said earlier that Saikai's aggression just overwhelmed the double blaster burst damage composition that we saw from Tomo. Quantum plays a very similar aggressive style of game. We'll see if that again comes into play here. I know that Zero, Johnny, Fake JP, the members are licking their chops trying to push in here. I think the big player in this is actually going to be Quavo-chan, the backliner that we've seen from Tomo, who plays those Splatlings. It's going to be up to him to kind of control the chaos that will be this front line.
It looks like the players are getting all set in the lobby as we prepare for Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. And Tomo, the number 2 seed coming into this, and they looked really, really sharp against Komodo. As we mentioned earlier, they dropped to Saikai after they swept them 5-0 in their previous playing history for the most part. So now Quantum, after an impressive victory over Deep Blues, this is a very exciting matchup. I don't know which direction this is going to go, but you've got 2 teams obviously on the brink here of elimination that are going to bring it, and we begin with those Splat Zones at Inkblot Art Academy.
You know, this one will always be very special for me because this is, and you are well aware of this being that you commentated, this was a pivotal moment in Splatoon 2 history. Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy last year at E3. That was the moment where we really got a sense for what this game was going to be about.
Yeah, it was a chance when we got to see Inkblot Art Academy for the first time as part of Splatoon 2 as a level that hadn't been announced up until that point. And I think you just look at the excitement that people had for the new map, for the new play style, the way that these high-level players were adapting to the new game mechanics as well, too. Here's the rest of the roadmap. We'll have Clan Blitz at Black Belly Skate Park after Splat Zones. And then Rainmaker, Arowana Mall, making its first appearance in this tournament. And then Sturgeon Shipyard also making its first appearance as well, too. And then Schellendorf Institute. So how about that? We're going to get 3 levels we have yet to see here in the loser semifinal.
And to add to that point, those last 3 maps, Splatling heaven. The Splatling loves all of those long, narrow maps where you can get up on the raised area. But before that, we go to 2 of the most open and aggressive maps. This should be a really fun set to watch.
Inkblot Art Academy. Let's get things rolling here. Tomo versus Quantum. It looks like Quantum is going to be in the purple, Tomo in the green as we get set. Splat Zones, and don't forget, this map changes because now you got all these boxes in the middle of the map here for Splat Zones that normally aren't there.
It's always fun to see who opts to go up there. That's a very dangerous spot to be. It takes a lot of bravery to go up there. And unlike Kelp Dome, where the raised area takes a lot of turf to cover. This doesn't take a lot of turf to cover that top. It isn't really a hindrance in taking the zone. As 3 go down that time, Quantum saying, forget your momentum.
Quantum with the early lead and the early control of the splat zone. They're up 75 to 100. Meanwhile, you got a lot of Tomo players swimming their way from the spawn point, and then here comes that Stingray applying so much pressure right there. Jack's going to go ahead and get the splat. Fake JP, meanwhile, trying to put in some work. And this looks like Quantum's just going to go ahead and take a huge advantage right now. Inkjet coming down, a couple bomb rushes. That Inkjet going to take out Fake JP. And here's a chance now for Tomo to take control of the splat zone.
You saw they're very close to it, but not quite enough. They're going to retreat here to the bottom, but that is going to loosen the zone. However, 3 of them are still up. This means that a full lockout won't get the chance to start. Good job there having the presence of mind to just retreat. Say we'll give up some points if it means we don't face that lockout threat.
47-second penalty applied to Quantum, though. So if you're Tomo, here's your chance to put some pressure on Quantum and try and bite into that lead. It's now 65-39, and no signs of Quantum threatening at this point. You see that range blaster trying to apply a little bit of pressure, but here comes yet another Inkjet. Stingray's going to try and counter that right now. Stingray trying to take down that Inkjet. Nice little counter defensive. However, still isn't enough. Oh, but if you're Quantum, you got to get the zone, and you don't. Lead going to go ahead and change hands as Tomo takes advantage.
And this has the danger of going the distance. They did a lot of things right there, stacked up their specials, but the key picks that needed to happen when they did happen. Now, one goes a little bit too deep here. I don't like the decision to go in. This is going to give Quantum a great chance to neutralize this right before the end, but 2 of them already go down. I don't think the Splatling's going to be enough, and it isn't. That was Quantum's game to play, but the big difference, you saw the pressure that Tomo put up on that raised area. When Quantum had control, they stepped back.
And you talk about the map and being so wide open. It seems like it's one of those maps that's a little bit more difficult to secure the zone and then really push, because the opponent has so many different ways they can get to the zone. And as you said, it's really easy to ink the zone because it's so wide open and out there.
And that's why going up to that raised area, we call it plat. That's why that's such an important spot to put pressure on, because like you said, you can go a lot of different directions. You can go straight at the zone. You can swing out right. You can swing wide right, wide left. But if you go up on that raised plat area, at the very least, you can identify where they're going and meet the threat.
Tomo with the KO on Inkblot Art Academy. Now let's shift gears to Clamblitz, Black Belly Skate Park, and 9. What's going through your mind as you see this combination?
This is a scary one. Fans of Splatoon know how scary Black Belly Rainmaker was in Splatoon 1. Things changed so quick. If it wasn't a knockout, it wasn't safe. That's just the way the map went. It was a very, very small map, and though it has changed some, the principles of controlling the left half pipe and pushing up through your opponent's spawn are the same. And the other scary part, this might be the easiest map in the game to spawn camp, as they say on, because you have the just weird geography with the humps that are right there. If you have blaster players, which we know Tomo does, you can really make life difficult for the opponents.
Yeah, you talk about all the undulation right around the spawn point. That's going to go ahead and give you a chance to really just camp in on their spawns and see where they're coming from. And you mentioned the left half pipe. How do teams go about controlling that? Because it seems like when you talked about Rainmaker and Splatoon 1, that's where a lot of the pushes came from. How do you go about controlling that half pipe and making sure that you're not exposing yourself?
From an offensive or a defensive?
Offensive. Let's start on offense
sure,
here.
Sure.
Yeah, I like buckets.
So, well, hey, that's a great way to do it, actually. The buckets there have the range to control that right side where you find the grates. They can put some pressure up on the raised area there, and the Slosher Deco with the baller. Great job just running down through there, and we know, of course, how powerful Baller is on this mode, but you really do need some long-range support as well. The Rapid Blaster, the Rapid Blaster Pro, as well as, of course, anything with Stingray and the Splatlings, but it really does take 2 to tango if you want that half pipe.
And then what about the tall pillar in the middle? Because we see that become such a part of all the action on Black Belly Skate Park. Is that something that comes into play here when you look at Clamblitz potentially?
It really does, because controlling that in any mode means that you're really controlling the flow of the game. If you put a long-range weapon up there, opponent's going to have a really difficult time getting back in, but more than anything, it means safe access back to the middle.
Tomo in the green, Quantum in the orange, and let's look at our loadouts here. And already Quantum with a couple of buckets, as you mentioned. You look over at Tomo, and what are we seeing for Tomo in the green?
Well, we're still sticking there. Quavo-chan, I said, would be a key player. I did not expect Zinc Mini twice. That's an aggressive loadout here. They're looking to be quick rather than turn it into that slow-paced game. I don't think Tomo liked the way that they were playing earlier when they were up against Saikai when they tried to go defensive. They're trying to fight fire with fire.
4:30 left in this one early on right now. No team really with a huge advantage. 4-3 on the field for Quantum. However, nice little splat there is going to give the advantage to Quantum. 3-2 on the field. 100 to 100, and there's our first power clam that's formed, and already we have a barrier broke as Quantum able to get to Tomo's side of the map and apply some pressure.
They managed to sneak another one in there. That's the power of super jumping, but it really does come from the initial offense that gets you that far into the map.
And you see Fake JP getting a couple more clams in there, and just a terrific start here for Quantum. 100 to 48, they have the early advantage over Tomo. Tomo going to have to really defend that barrier. Now they get that pity football, and it's time to make a charge of their own, but you see the 26-second penalty applied to Quantum. Going to take more than a football to overcome that.
It's going to take more than a football. It's going to take some incredible plays here from Tomo to even start to cut into this lead. You're seeing Zero does go down, but when the initial threat was taken away, you can kind of go in and try to make those big pushes because, as you see, that central platform squarely in their control, and look at the dividends.
You see the slosher Deco coming from behind the corner, getting a big-time splat right there. 4-3 on the field. Football in play for Tomo. They're trying to cut into this 48-100 lead that Quantum has established early in this matchup. However, Quantum doing a fine job of covering all their bases. Yes, let's get all the sport references out there. 3 minutes left in this one. Penalty of 26 on Quantum.
Gonna see Zero here going for this nice little flank and does indeed take out Toon. Toon had no idea that Zero was waiting there, and Zero with 9 clams is actually a legitimate threat here. Gonna go ahead and step back just a little bit. That power clam is built. They're gonna let someone charge forward and try to jump to it. I think that threat might be gone for now, but Zero's gonna hold on to this as long as necessary.
48 to 100. Advantage still in the hands of Quantum. Nothing on the scoreboard yet for Tomo. We're at the halfway point, and you've got a power clam in tow for both squads at this point. And if you're Tomo, you need to make sure you can finally get some pressure. We see that curling bomb trying to lead a pathway. 4-3 on the field in favor of Quantum. Now it's 4-2 in favor of Tomo.
This is the spot they're looking for, but you see this left side is pretty squarely shut down. The Splatling has already stepped up there. They're not going to be able to muscle their way through. You see that Toon already went down. Now they have an Inkjet and some rain. This is a better look for them, but Hachi's the only one there. That power clam is probably going to go away unless they reset it. I can't tell if they did, but it doesn't matter because the push came the other way.
How about Quantum going through the backside while all the action was taking place in their left half pipe? They go ahead and say, listen, if y'all ain't going to guard the barrier, I'll go ahead and throw a power clam at it. 48-100, no increase in the lead, though, for Quantum, and that's big because now if you're Tomo and you get the right push, it's just a couple of footballs and some clams before this bad boy's tied up.
And they use that opportunity to crush back into the middle here. There are a lot of clams. That's 3 power clams that are on the field right now. You see Johnny sitting up at the top there trying to harass this. Jumping back, I don't know if that was a good call. They have one rushing in there. They do get one. They do get it. If they get that third one, that's going to be the lead for them, but it looks like they will not be able to. This Inkjet certainly won't be able to pick it up, and I think that Quantum may have done just enough to hold on to their lead.
Oh, Quantum breathing a huge sigh of relief because he had those curling bombs paving a way for 3 footballs. 2 of them go, but they're able to splat the third one. That's going to protect their lead, 48-60. 1 minute left. However, you see the penalty for both teams. And if you're Tomo, you need a football and some clams. Meanwhile, Quantum, any football is going to go ahead and increase your lead at this point. 50 seconds left. And the barrier is broken by Quantum. Tomo trying to do all that they can to not let this lead increase by any more.
And one of the things that's so exciting about this map, and the reason that you saw me get excited when I saw this come up, is because that's a viable strategy on this map. You can go backdoor, dunk a football there, and it stops the opponent's momentum because while your barrier is up, the opponent's goes down. They cannot score while that's going on, and this is really the only map where we see that consistently.
22 seconds left, and that's a big-time splat right there for Quantum if they're trying to protect this lead. Bubble Blower going to go ahead and get exhausted right now. If you're Tomo, you've got to really gather yourself and think about what you're doing here. You have 2 footballs on the field, which would be enough for the victory if you can get both of those off. Inkjet going. 4-3 on the field. Need a splat by the Inkjet. All the forces for Quantum are falling back. Oh, barrier is broken. Can Tomo get one more football and try and steal this clam blitz? Might not be enough. We're in overtime. All squids on deck here at this point. But no, not enough by Tomo. Quantum going to go ahead and take that Clam Blitz, but it was so close at the end there.
They sent the baller in like you're supposed to. They had 2 clams jump to it like they're supposed to. I don't know what measure of bombs were down on the ground there. Usually that's a win. Quantum defeated the supposed foolproof strategy of Clam Blitz because you can throw that power clam as soon as you land. It's a matter of frames, and you can mash the A button and make it you can make it before you get splatted. The only thing that can stop that consistently is a perfectly timed bomb, and they did it just right. That is the thinnest razor's edge that they won that by, really.
And we just saw some excellent gameplay there. Clam Blitz, Black Belly Skate Park. That makes it 1-1 now between Tomo and Quantum, which means we're guaranteed at least 2 more games. Rainmaker, Arowana Mall will be coming up next, followed by Tower Control on Sturgeon Shipyard. First time we've seen Arowana Mall during these finals here. And you look at Rainmaker, and all you think about with Arowana Mall is long and narrow passageway.
I'm glad that you pointed that out. Not quite as painful to get through as Splatoon 1. Splatoon 1 had 2 very strong wall-based weapons. You had the 96 Gal Deco, and you had the Cherry H3. Both weapons very strong, had invincibilities who could hold that closed area up on the left side or the right side, depending on which side you're coming from here. Not the case anymore. It's a little bit more open, a little bit more active, and the map in general is much more open. Splatlings really do have a field day here. I know some teams will even run 2 Splatlings on this map.
So you take a look at Tomo, and it seemed like that initial push by Quantum, and Quantum able to get pushes in both these last games. Splat zones, they got the early lead, and then in Clam Blitz, it was just the early lead, and that was enough to secure the game. You figure you'll probably see the same approach here in Rainmaker. If you're Tomo, is that something you're cognizant of?
I think that you maybe take this a little bit slower at the start. You know Quantum has you beat in mobility. When you run Double Blaster and the other team runs a Splattershot Junior and a Tenatech Splattershot, you know that they're going to be able to out-turf you. You know that they're going to be a little bit quicker. But you know that you also have the range advantage and splash damage. So I'll be very interested in seeing, keep an eye on what happens after this first pop. I think that Quantum's going to be able to get this pop, but I'm looking forward to seeing how Tomo positions themselves in order to take things from that next step.
Rainmaker, Arowana Mall, we've got the players selecting their gear, something you really want to think about, and also all the communication that goes on behind the scenes as far as deciding, all right, who's going to have this weapon, what role are they going to play. Very exciting to see. So let's get you set. As we said, Rainmaker, Arowana Mall, you've got Tomo versus Quantum. Both these teams tied up at 1-1 each when it comes to total games in this best-of-5 losers semifinals. Let's go ahead and see what we're rolling with here. Quantum in purple, Tomo in orange, and you already got a sneak peek at the loadouts. Any surprises here?
Once again, Quavo sticking with that Zinc Mini Splatling. I can't say it's 1-1. I can't say whether it's been the incorrect or the correct decision, but it's certainly one that's surprising me still, as we do see Quantum get that pop like we talked about.
15 seconds early into this one. Rainmaker shield has been popped. Early splat right now for Quantum on Tomo. It's 3-3 on the field right now, and you see Zero trying to charge that Inkjet, just waiting patiently in the ink before it makes a play. Here comes that Inkjet ready to go, though. And you already see your first Stingray on the map as well, too. And that Stingray, this is a level where they just love to eat.
They eat and they eat and they eat. But I want to talk about, so Hachi, who once again is in a pretty good position, did exactly what we talked about in the pregame. They waited. They knew that that push was coming in. They knew that they were champing at the bit to get that early lead, stuck around, cleaned it up, and now they have the lead, however small it may be.
87-99 slight advantage for Tomo right now. 4-2 on the field with a special ready to go. 3-1. Here's your wipe and here's your push if you're looking for it as Tomo. Tomo right now pushing lead to 50. Now it's down to 39. Nice little push all the way to 19. And on this map, is there a safe point when it comes to the Rainmaker? Or is this one of those where you need a dunk or not?
Where they're at right now is that danger zone, taking it all the way to single digits. Even if they aren't able to take it to this next spot, this is almost a win con right here. 3 points. You can get it to 2 and not get the knockout, but you're splitting hairs at that point.
All squids on deck if you were Quantum to try and defend that Rainmaker. Now you just want to get it out of your zone. You got a nice little trail of ink, though, following. You got to just keep moving with that Rainmaker, not necessarily swimming up, What do you like about the patience that was displayed by Quantum right there as they reset the Rainmaker, essentially?
Well, they knew that they couldn't go in too haphazardly. A knockout, even though they will need a knockout to win, at least they have a chance to do it now. And I like that they built their specials there very methodically, not necessarily painting the shortest possible path and pushing up aggressively, building their specials, which they know they're going to need if they're going to be able to break their way through.
4-3, that's Stingray, providing some support for Quantum, but they lose the Rainmaker, and they still trail 44-3, and it's going to take essentially a knockout for Quantum to get the victory. Meanwhile, if you're Tomo, you got to play some defense here. You see where the Rainmaker's at, a precarious position if you are Tomo. High up above, you can't necessarily access that very quickly from the spawn point. 230, 4-4. What's the next play that needs to take place by Quantum here?
Well, they needed to move it quicker than that. They knew, everyone on the map saw that Rainmaker was blinking. The element of surprise in that situation is when are we going to pick up the Rainmaker and when are we going to push it? When you wait until it's about to reset to neutral to grab it, you allow the other team to charge up a baller at the perfect time and jump down and clean it up right there. So just a little bit too hesitant there by Quantum. I don't blame them. They've been getting blasted this whole game, but you got to be quicker than that. You can't telegraph your movement.
You see Tomo right now trying to advance the Rainmaker. Quantum trying to catch up right now. 33-3, 2 minutes left in this one. Tomo with a sizable advantage. Here comes Jex with that Stingray, though, trying to apply some pressure. Unable to get a splat at that point. Rainmaker's essentially a neutral, sitting there with its shield, nice and happy, just waiting for someone to go ahead and move it further towards the goal. 130, 4-2 advantage for Quantum. Here's where you maybe might see a push.
Maybe so. Toon going to go up here to the side. I like this pick here. This is a very difficult spot to challenge, especially with these new curling bombs that we're seeing right now. Going to let them try to come to him, try to clean them up here. Going to get pushed back a little bit. That's a lot of resources down this closed area that they won't have when the push gets in its later stages. We do see the Inkjet come out again. The Quantum Inkjets that we have talked about this whole time. There is still one sharking down below. Will it be enough? I don't know. This is still very precarious. Quantum's bringing this back.
4-3, Quantum has got some positioning on Tomo. That Rainmaker still alive. Oh, nice little splat by the Rainmaker. It is now 3-2 on the field, though, Tomo. If you're Quantum, you need some more troops to come help back you up at this point. Here come those super jumps. Got to protect that spawn point. Couple of Quantum players land. They're okay, but even more. 1 minute left. You've got 4-3 advantage on the field for Tomo, and there comes the splat from the mini Splatly.
That Rain, you saw that. Rain is another strong special here in these long zones because you have to go forward, but if you go forward, the enemy's waiting for you with the blasters there, and again, waiting just a little bit too long to make the moves. You understand why. They need the specials to push through that, but sometimes waiting a little bit too long can come back to bite you.
25 seconds left. 3-33. Tomo with the sizable advantage. 20 seconds left. Tomo trying to close this thing out. Meanwhile, Quantum, they have the Rainmaker, and they're going to go straight down the gut of this one, trying to get a numbers advantage. They've got it at 4-3, but then the quick spot. Oh, but here comes the Inkjet, trying to close the book on this matchup, and it does. Unbelievable play by the Inkjet to go ahead and clinch this victory, essentially, for Tomo. And that Inkjet has been the theme of these finals, just some well-placed shots at the right time, shutting the door on a potential comeback opportunity for Quantum.
And it's so funny how the game changes over time. When the game first came out, Inkjet was all anybody could talk about. People loved the mobility of it. They loved the way that you could play around the maps. They loved that it paired so well with Ink Armor, being even more difficult to take out. And then some nerfs happened, and then it kind of fell out. And then the thinking became frontline weapons with Inkjet aren't really good because that means you have to jump back or you won't be a safe deployment. But what goes around comes around, and people are realizing if the enemy gets taken down, they can't punish my jump. I'm safe when I go back for the deployment, but it really has been the day of Inkjets here. Tomo showing that time they had the better jets.
You take a look, Tomo with the lead, 2-1 after the victory on Rainmaker at Arowana Mall. We now move to tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard, the first time we've seen Sturgeon in these finals. And take us through how tower control really plays into some of the things that we see on Sturgeon Shipyard and how these players might adapt.
Well, this is an interesting one because this first checkpoint might be the hardest first checkpoint to get past in Splatoon 2. As you'll see here as we go through, this first checkpoint can be reached by rapid blasters from safety, by splatlings from safety. I'm not kidding when I say that top teams have had almost stalemates there at that first checkpoint.
Wow.
But once you get past that first and especially second checkpoint, everything falls to pieces because you get into that nice little pit area where you have a lot of room to protect the tower, to kind of swim around there, and to put your frontliners. So keep an eye on that first checkpoint. Whoever gets past it first is going to have a much easier time.
And you expect to see blasters and stingrays yet again. And then
The
with the
profit-
rotating platform that we know in Sturgeon Shipyard, does that
Yes.
come into play at all with tower control?
When it does, it's very situational. It's not a key point of the map because if it's up, and it gives you some more room to move around. And it is accessible for the height part of it. And if we do see Quavo or Jex get into that position up there on the top of that once they jump off that rotating platform, they could really kind of have free reign up there. But that also depends on if they want to go up there or stay back in Stingray. It's really up to the players.
Tower control, Sturgeon Shipyard. First time we've seen this map. We're just waiting for the players. We've gotten the sound that they are all good to go with their gear. So let's go ahead and get this thing rolling. Tomo looking for a victory to advance to the finals in the losers bracket where they would take on Saikai yet again for the second time in these finals. Meanwhile, Quantum trying to keep their tournament hopes alive. It all hinges on this map right here if they can extend it to a pivotal Game 5. Let's pick this up. Quantum in the green, Tomo in the blue. We hear one of the new tracks.
I was about to say it.
Go ahead and
Oh.
give us some love here, Nine.
Chirp Eat Chirps, the new soundtrack, had some of the most fun soundtracks from Splatoon 1. Update 3.0 brought us this beautiful soundtrack, and this one's just so energetic. There's so much power and hype behind this one. But I'll go ahead and start talking about the match here. Tomo just took them 3 down at the very beginning.
You see the nice little push right here by Tomo, and we see Tenta missiles coming out for the first time in quite a while, and how might that benefit Tomo in their efforts?
Well, anytime you have a long-range map and you know that someone's going to be sitting back here with Stingray, Tenta missiles do just enough to get that beam part out of the way. The initial shot is not very strong. You really do need the beam to come back out. As now we're just going past the second checkpoint and the first. Wow. Tomo came to win today, already down to that next part. Another round of Tenta missiles coming up from the same tower rider.
That's going to go ahead and send everybody on the move. A nice little trade-off right there. That's going to benefit Tomo as they're riding that tower. It's a 3-1 advantage for Tomo, and Tomo said, listen, go ahead and save our table in the losers finals. We don't want to mess around with this anymore. They go ahead and in just before you could even get to the chorus of the song, I felt like they take care of business against Quantum. They get the KO and tower control, and they're moving on.
We spent so long talking about the map. We spent so long talking about the song. The game just ended before we were even done talking about it. That is Snowball in tower control, and that was one thing I was hoping to talk about if the game lasted longer than a minute, is how quickly things can snowball there because you have so many opportunities to attack the defenders, especially when you have Inkjets in the hands of Kyo.
Tower control, Sturgeon Shipyard. If you blinked, you missed it. Tomo getting the victory. They get the 3-1 round victory over Quantum. So we thank Quantum for joining us for these finals. It will now be Tomo versus Saikai in our losers final here. The winner of this will take on Set to Destroy X in the grand finals. You look at Tomo, and yes, they dropped one of those games to Quantum. But Tomo looking very strong ever since they got eliminated by Saikai. They get a chance now to exact some revenge.
A little bit of revenge right here, and they have the momentum right now. Saikai comes off of a very painful loss there to Set to Destroy X. That last game did not go their way. Whereas Tomo, we talked about snowballs over the course of a game. How about snowballs over the course of a tournament? Starting to roll. You get these blaster players going. They start hitting their directs. The Inkjets fly out. I think Tomo is very happy with the way they're playing right now, and I think that this match should look a little bit more, I would say, even than the last time these two played.
Yeah, you look at what Saikai was able to do. They got one game from Set to Destroy X, but they went down 3-1 to them. That's what bumped them down to the losers finals here. And taking a look at the roadmap here in this losers final, you're going to have Tower Control at Piranha Pit, Rainmaker and Muscle Forge Fitness, and then Clam Blitz at Kelp Dome to kick things off with your first 3 rounds. So nothing too new that we haven't seen during the finals here, but at the same time, you look at those maps, not necessarily the largest maps.
No, Clam Blitz on Kelp Dome is going to be the interesting one. All the things that we talked about being difficult to push in on Kelp Dome, all the stronger in a mode like Clam Blitz. Very difficult to just kind of bully your way through. You need some specials there. You need maybe a Stingray or something else long distance to kind of help soften the defenses there because the enemy knows where you're coming from. It's the only way you're going to be able to work through that. Tower Control and Piranha Pit, though, that's a big map. That's a long path. And it's different in Splatoon 2 than it is Splatoon 1. But when you have a big map like that, you have to establish turf for your blasters to move around.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they handle the size of Piranha Pit with this tower control. And we know that we just saw them come off such a dominant performance in tower control at Sturgeon Shipyard. So they get a chance to rinse and repeat, try to play the same pressure to Saikai. And I'm curious, you figure that these teams, they're probably watching this stream right now, seeing the tendencies of the other teams that they're facing. What goes into some of the strategy if you're Saikai, now that you have a chance to take on Tomo yet again? What are you thinking as you approach tower control in Piranha Pit?
Piranha Pit tower control. I think you look at the run out that you usually use. You realize, okay, we have the turfing advantage. We're going to be able to ink down large troughs of turf without too much issue. But they don't have a lot of range. Tomo is running a lot of range in that last comp, even though Quavo switched over to the Zinc Mini Splatling as opposed to the more traditional Heavy Splatling. They still had enough range to compete and kind of hold back Quantum. Quantum's aggression was met with just blast after blast after blast. So I think that if you're Saikai here, what they're looking at, they're going to try to focus Gamer on maybe kind of shutting things down, holding off little parts there, establishing parts of the map that are their base that they continue to go back into because they're not going to have the range to push in traditionally.
Looks like the players are all set to go. It's going to be tower control on Piranha Pit. We'll give them another moment here to make sure they select their gear and get things rolling here. And yeah, for Tomo, it just seemed like they've really found a nice balance of their weapons where they've got their players playing frontline, but then their backline players have been doing such a good job, and just so much diversity as well too when it comes to their specials. I mean, you see them switch to the Tenta missiles. We've seen some bubble blowing as well too. Just very impressive all around what they're able to do to just have a very versatile attack.
And switching Quavo from that Heavy Splatling over to the Zinc Mini, I know I keep coming back to that, but when you sacrifice your true backliner for a more midline supportive role, what you're gaining there is you're gaining the ability to win 2v1s. You're gaining the ability to have more flexibility to move with your team, to have more immediate impact rather than just kind of making sure things don't all go away. That's a risk, but if you execute it properly, you can pull off some amazing things. I don't think that we'll see them switch off of that.
And as you said, Piranha Pit is a rather large level. You know, you've got Muscle Forge Fitness, Kelp Dome coming up in Q that are a little bit smaller, of course, but Piranha Pit's on a lot of ground to cover. And you've got the treadmills on sort of those mounds that stand up, and it's going to be really curious to see how teams play with those as well, too. But once again, Tomo, they seem to be really, really sharp lately. And Saikai, ever since taking out Tomo, they've struggled a little bit when you saw at how they were able to handle Set to Destroy.
A lot of teams do look like they struggle against Set to Destroy X. We'll see here if that was Set to Destroy X or if Saikai did stumble a little bit here as we get into game number 1. This is for the chance to take down Set to Destroy X, but first you got to focus on the threat in front of you right now. Tomo versus Saikai.
Looks like we've got Tomo in the purple and Saikai in the green. Let's get this thing rolling. Tower control and Piranha Pit. And what are we seeing here now, Nine?
A Flingza roller. Of all the things to see
You were hoping
today,
for one of those. You were hoping for
all
one of those
the
today.
things, Brandon is the only person who will be running this, and we already see it getting a splat there at the start, going in maybe a little too much, a little bit too overzealous, but the Flingza roller did receive some nice little patches recently here, a little bit more usable, but not what anyone would call even close to a conventional meta pick.
Some Dark Dapple Dooley's umbrella and the foil. So, yeah, some weapons we haven't seen too much of in these finals. Early tower advantage, that's going to go to Tomo as they approach the first checkpoint here on Piranha Pit, and they extend their lead to 100 to 80. Now they got to wait at that checkpoint ever so patiently, provide some support. 4-4 on the field, and they're already past the first checkpoint. This looks very similar to what we saw in Sturgeon Shipyard.
It does, and it's getting very scary there. Tower Rider right now is that Rapid Blaster Pro, though I do believe it went down. That will spell the end of this push. You know that the best time super jump I've ever seen. Whenever the Rapid Blaster Pro is riding the tower around that bottom bend, it shoots far enough that it has access to the raised defensive areas that the opponent likes to kind of harass you from. So look for Kyo to be the main tower rider as this game goes on. Toon-Chan
activating the Inkjet right now, trying to get a couple splats and pressure on. Gets the splat on Zig. Meanwhile, that Brella trying to provide some cover, but no, that Inkjet going to go ahead and get grounded by Chip. 3:30 left in this one, a minute and a half in. 58-100 lead for Tomo early on. Saikai unable to establish control of the tower quite yet.
So many great plays. That Inkjet activated exactly as that shot went off, just frames away from being up in the sky. And now the Rain Cloud just narrowly going to take out Shaq, who's probably sitting at about 5 HP right now. The Auto Bomb going to do a little bit more damage. Shaq going to go ahead and do a little bit of tower riding here. Nice job, but it is going to be a solo mission right now. Shaq manages to at least hold the position and do just enough to allow the rest of the team to come back.
3-2 on the field right now. Tomo with the advantage and the lead, 58-85. And you notice Saikai wasn't able to get to that first checkpoint, so they still have some work to do if they want to try and catch up to Tomo. 2:50 left in this one. Tomo back on the tower now. They've got some support from Toonchan and that Inkjet. That Inkjet unable to get through that Brella, though, as you see some nice defenses by Saikai. However, tower continues to move. It's threatening to extend the lead for Tomo. Can it get past 58? It does, and now it starts to approach that second checkpoint.
I don't disagree with the use of the bomb rush in that situation, but Hachi was on the tower in a great position to shut that one down. Maybe a little bit of a panic special. They are going to go ahead and close that one up before they reach the second checkpoint. On this map, that second checkpoint really is that point of no return.
85-44 advantage Tomo with 2 minutes left, roughly 4-4 on the field. One special ready to go for Saikai. Here's a second special with the Rain Cloud. So you've got the Inkjet, Rain Cloud, Toxic Mist. You're throwing everything that you have at Tomo right now. And Tomo still holding things down, not giving up any ground, as you see a nice little splat for splat right there. But first checkpoint is reached by Saikai. 2-2 advantage on the field. 3-3 now, and 9, it seems like Saikai still can't get quite through that first checkpoint.
Well, this is where you see that double blaster composition really show its true fangs there. They just don't have anything that can really take it out. They're relying on Inkjets to get these picks, but you can't rely on specials to beat the power of a main weapon, right? One is just always available to you. The other's only available as we see Toon. Hey, you know what? Do your thing.
Nice double splat on the Inkjet by Toon right there. It's going to provide some support for Tomo. They hop on the tower, and they've got a 4-3 advantage with a special ready to go on that mini Splatling. That's going to get deployed here soon, you imagine. 4-4. Here comes the Ink Storm from the mini Splatling. That'll provide some support. And yet another Inkjet coming down. And look at the pressure and the support that you're seeing right now by Tomo as they continue to push this tower with a 4-3 advantage.
I know it looks like they're just kind of funneling in, but when they have no range, they don't have much of a choice here. The Flings Roller, again, the longest range weapon they have, and they're just getting picked off one by one as they try to go in. Checkpoint 2 has now fallen. Only one person going to be able to make a play, and it is these dualies. Get swept right up in the 3v1 situation as Shaq somehow pulls out an incredible individual play. That's essentially a 3v1 almost quad by Shaq alone. They're going to get a chance here on the back of that great play.
Shaq with some impressive work after Toonchan was really cleaning out the closet there. 30 seconds left, 4-4. This is your last final push of your Saikai because that timer is dwindling down. You almost have a Ink Storm ready to go from Zig, and yep, that gets deployed right there. 15 seconds left. Bomb Rush also ready to go as well, too. You're going to need every special you possibly can get on because you've got the tower resetting and 8 seconds left to try and get control. 5 seconds left. Can Saikai get on the tower, or will it be defended by Tomo? Tomo, oh, they've given it up, and it's overtime now. Saikai trying to make a push. 4-3 at this point. Trying to get some more specials going, but they don't have anything queued up. Meanwhile, Tomo with that Inkjet, we've seen Toonchan do some damage. They're past the first checkpoint. One more checkpoint to go in this overtime period. Can Tomo close things out here? Inkstorm providing some critical support for Saikai. Saikai trying to keep loading up the tower. Is it enough? Yeah, and no, that'll do it. Tomo able to handle that onslaught and close things out here, 9.
And what's frustrating about that for Saikai is they threw every special they had at that. They were positioned properly. They went back around, but sometimes the proof is in the pudding. In this case, the pudding being this composition. Double blaster, just too much for them to get through there. Too much long-range pressure. You saw a 20 come up on that splats and assist counter for Hachi. I think that's the highest we've seen this tournament.
That's very, very impressive. And as you mentioned, with those double blasters, you're getting so much splash damage. You've got the Splatling kind of playing that mid to back support role. And then don't forget that nozzle nose that is so good on the front line at times. So really balanced attack by Tomo as they get the 74-46 victory in tower control on Piranha Pit. Up next now, Rainmaker, Muscle Forge Fitness. We've seen some teams really go some different strategies. It seems like most of the success comes from pushing on that right-hand side and riding the ramp up.
Excuse me. I think that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here, but they did switch in Gamer. We can see that right here. Their Splatling, we talked about this earlier, how they're going to need Gamer. I said they're going to need Gamer to come in to kind of stifle a little bit of the pressure and help support them pushing up. That time they had no range, so all that the members of Tomo had to do was just sit right back, splash damage, clean up nice and easy, throw a little inkjet in there for flair. But the basic premise, they were being outranged and outdamaged. Now with Gamer coming in, they do have that Splatling on deck. It'll be just a little bit more security for them as they try to push up.
You see the substitution Gamer stepping in for Saikai, trying to provide some backline support, a little bit more range for Saikai. Meanwhile, Tomo, if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. Things working out really well for them, and we talk about the balanced attack. Rainmaker, Muscle Forge Fitness. Is that, in your opinion, probably the best way to advance that Rainmaker? Because you talked about going the rails to get to a quick 20-point score.
It really does depend. If you're going to the left on the rails, you're of course very vulnerable, right? You don't have the mobility that you have going the other way. The other part of it, though, is if you go down when you're swimming across that rail, the last point on the ground that you stepped is where the Rainmaker resets to. We saw earlier when Saikai was going through this, the way it went down. Bomb rush, advance 10 more points. Bomb rush, advance 10 more points. That really is the preferred way of doing it, and that just doesn't work if you go the rail.
Well, let's get set. Some Rainmaker at Muscle Forge Fitness. This could be one of those ones, as you say before. It either lasts 30 or it lasts 4:59. Let's take a look at the teams and see what loadouts they're going with. We saw that substitution Gamer stepping in for Saikai. Yep, Gamer going with that mini Splatling, providing that backline support. Let's go ahead and go with Saikai in the blue, Tomo in the yellow. Any surprises at all when you look at these loadouts?
No surprises whatsoever. We expected Gamer to come in to provide a little bit of mid to back line support here. And as you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This has been the winning money comp here for Tomo, and they haven't changed off it.
4-3 advantage on the field right now for Tomo. No one's grabbed that Rainmaker quite yet, but you see the Ink Storm being deployed for Saikai. Trying to apply a little bit of pressure, but nobody quite yet being in the middle of the map here. A little trepidation as they try to find that Rainmaker. But here we go. We've got Saikai with the first capture of the Rainmaker. They've got an early 83-0 lead, but 4-2 on the field.
If Gamer can sneak past that, they might have a shot. Cannot do that. Just too many members of Tomo sitting around there. What a great shot from Toon. Another shot just to add insult to injury there. Anytime you see. So the inkjet shot travels so slow that if you're going to take out another inkjet, you have to read where they're moving and shoot there. Great shot by Tomo to put that one to bed. 48 could have potentially been threatening.
You now see Tomo with control of that Rainmaker. Going to go the right-hand route for them. Rainmaker trying to avoid a couple bombs. You had a curling bomb, a splat bomb, and an auto bomb. So go ahead and just get a burst bomb. You got the whole family there as long as the suction bomb shows up. 84-48. You see Quavo trying to just find a little bit of space to operate here, but you still have 4 Saikai players on the field, and with that Rainmaker obviously deep into their own territory, that's not necessarily the best place that you want to end up at.
No, very risky pickup there. I'm surprised they didn't almost as a kind of punt, to work another sports reference in here while we're at it, to kind of just at least put it in a more defensible position where you aren't quite in as much danger. Now they've done a good job of cleaning things up here, as long as Kyo is sitting here at the top. Oh, this is the counterplay they needed. The brush coming in with the flank. They needed Kyo up there at the top. They might get to advance this one a little further. Can Chip find the third pick?
Chip making it 4-1. Nice little wipe to buy some breathing room. However, Rainmaker gets reset, and that'll bring us back to the middle of the map. 48-84 advantage for Saikai. Plenty of time left if you're Tomo. About the halfway point. However, Rainmaker in possession of Saikai quickly gets negated as Tomo playing some great defense.
4 down that quick. Everything seemed to be going their way. We talked about Chip doing the exact flank they needed to do, and then Tomo just says, we're cleaning this up. We're going to take it this other way. Only 3 more points separating. That's a 3-down situation. Shaq saving the game for them right there, but it may not be enough.
Wonderful view by our cameraman, I just got to say, to give us that corner shot right there. Now you see Tomo really pressing with that Ink Storm. Oh, that Rainmaker, they get the 8-48 advantage right now, and that is the break in the action that Tomo needed to go ahead and get the lead. Now you've got 3-1 on the field for Tomo, but you can't quite get over that Rainmaker fast enough yet. If you're Saikai, you got to make sure that you get that Rainmaker out of your base. 2 minutes left, 4-3. Now you got to be a little bit more aggressive if you're Saikai.
You've got to be more aggressive, but at the same time, you also have to be more careful. And you have to be able to do both, and it's so unfair. But you know you're not going to get too many chances to do this. You're going to need to build up your specials to make this push. We know that. But with this amount of time on the clock, you're really only going to get 1 or 2 more chances to build up your specials if you want to put all 4 of them on the field.
1:30 left. 4-2 advantage on the field for Tomo. Tomo able to negate the movement of the Rainmaker. It's basically reset at the middle here. They have an 8-48 advantage as we approach the 1 minute mark here shortly. Tomo, they're not happy enough with the lead. They want to get that knockout. They got a nice little trail of yellow ink guiding them to the goal. Can they get there and get through the defenses of Saikai? Meanwhile, if you're Saikai, you got to deploy everything, but it's tough. You might have to use your specials to play defense and then be left empty-handed on offense.
Using specials to play defense is never a lot of fun. They're going to run this one up through. That splat bomb not going to be enough. Tomo gets a big win. I do believe we now can confirm that there was a DC in that match, which I guess would contribute to how quickly things shifted the other way. You do need to keep playing here. That is part of the rule set. Unfortunate to have it happen now, but hey, them's the breaks. Saikai, you got to figure something out quick because that was rough even early on in that game. Even though they had that first initial lead, it really didn't feel like they were in control even when all 4 members were up.
Yeah, and you mentioned the fact that Tomo able to take advantage of that map. They get the KO, they push things, and now if you are Saikai, your back is up against the wall. You have to win 3 straight now, starting with Clam Blitz on Kelp Dome if you want to stay alive. Meanwhile, Tomo, you are just one more game away from moving on to the grand finals where you'll get a chance to take on Set to Destroy X.
A hot date with Set to Destroy X here. Still one more win they've got to get. Clam Blitz on Kelp Dome. We talked about it earlier. Very difficult to just bully your way through. Once you push in and you break that barrier down, you can actually sit in that central cross, jump off, and throw the clams over the wall, and they will make it. So a lot of times you'll have somebody sit out there with maybe 1 or 2 clams and just reset that timer. And reset that timer. And they have to push all the way back out if they want to thwart that. Now, I'm not saying that that is a central thing that we see every game, but it is something that needs to be considered. It does give these teams time to jump back in and continue their aggressive pressure.
That's a very good point you bring up as far as how far away can you be while you continue to toss clams into the basket to keep that timer resetting. And when you look at Kelp Dome, as far as getting the football to the goal, there aren't a lot of areas that you can go. So it seems like defensively, you have a pretty good idea of where the opponent's going to come from. It's all about making sure you can read and react quickly.
Exactly. And that left side is where most of the footballs will come from. But you still have to pay attention to that right side. The grates, we talked about it earlier, though it didn't really come into play in splat zones, being that it's a more defensive mode. If you're all looking to that left side, you see 2 power clams. There's a Stingray coming from there. You've identified that. And then somebody comes from those right side grates, runs right behind you, splat here, splat there. Now the doors have been knocked down from the inside. I think both teams are going to look to set that up.
Now you see that Saikai is going to go with Gamer yet again for this round, and you saw a little bit of support from the mini Splatling, and early on in that Rainmaker mode, you saw Saikai able to apply some successful pressure for the most point, but this is going to be interesting. If you're Saikai, you got to just take this one game at a time, not look at that 2-0 deficit, and just try to see what you can do. We've seen Saikai with some success in splat zones. They obviously have done a decent job in Rainmaker, but it's going to come down to Clam Blitz, whether or not they can keep their tournament hopes alive.
That's quite a mode to have it pinned on here. One of the most volatile modes where you can be doing everything right, as we saw in some earlier sets, and it come back all the way the other way. A very dangerous mode to play it on, though this is one of the more neutral maps, as we've discussed. I'm really interested in seeing, should Saikai get the win here, Splat Zone's Gobi Arena, because I know that that is one of Tomo's favorites to play on. They really feel that it fits their blaster composition because they can force people off of those raised areas with that splash damage. And of course, Inkjet. What can we say about Inkjet that hasn't already been blasted into our minds via an Inkjet shot?
It's been the star of this tournament so far, and you look at Toonshan and what they've been able to do with that Inkjet. We're seeing multiple times getting 1 or double splats and really turning the tide of momentum, and the ability to charge that special up so frequently. With all the splats that are going on both sides, you still see each team member deploying 3-4 specials each game.
We'll see if that is once again the case here. And since we have a moment here to talk as the teams get back through, who has been your favorite player to watch in this set?
I think, honestly, it's going back to Toonshan. That's why I brought him up. You look at the ability to use that Inkjet so frequently. It seems like every time we're looking at a pivotal point in this match or in this game, you've got Toonshan in that Inkjet just raining down ink and causing all sorts of havoc. But then is so good also outside of that Inkjet. And I think it's really played a pivotal part in sort of that frontline flex position and really helping Tomo get some quick KOs here.
And I would say that Toon is one of the true support frontliners here. Knows that the Nozzle Nose, as great as it is, it's going to have a very difficult time winning against the traditional frontliners. But you've got traditional frontliners on your team. Help paint for them. Identify where they're going in and help pincer through there. Make it as easy for your teammates as you possibly can, and you will be rewarded. I agree. I think Toon, as much as we've talked about Kyo, as much as I talked about Quavo, Hachi had some big moments. I think Toon really has been the big player this set.
Yeah, that Inkjet has just been incredible for any team basically deploying it, but we'll see what kind of role it plays as we get set here real soon for Clam Blitz on Kelp Dome. And this is interesting yet again because you look at Kelp Dome and you look at the ways that you get to the middle of this map. It's not the biggest map, but you've got the grates, you've got that center pillar, you've got the left side, you've got the right side with that pseudo ramp. I'm really curious to see where all the clams are going to be hidden at too.
It's one of the – so it's funny. You're right that it's not the biggest map that we've got, but the clams were chosen very painfully far apart from each other. So clams spawn in pods of 4. At the very beginning of the map, you'll see some clams scattered about. The clams start to spawn in little groups of 4, and those spawn positions are fixed. So if you can kind of manipulate and understand where they're going to respawn, you can go back and grab some more clams. But on a map like this, where you do have to swim a little bit to get to those clams, it's not going to be as easy as, say, an ink blot or even a piranha pit to just kind of jump back in, grab the clams where you need to, and continue the pressure.
You talk about keeping that pressure applied, and we see so many interesting strategies when it comes to Clam Blitz. We've seen times before where teams go with that baller and then you super jump and then you try to use that invincibility. But we saw last Clam Blitz mode, I believe it was Black Belly Skate Park, where there were enough bombs on the ground that it negated that strategy. So it seems like that meta is still evolving.
People are still figuring it out. Of course, Clam Blitz being the newest mode, people are finding out new things all the time. People are doing a lot of independent research and talking about it. And the community is still quite split on Clam Blitz. But as you're seeing here, they're still good at it. They can still figure things out. And more often than not, the team that executes the basic principles of Splatoon, that turf control, winning the 1v1s, awareness, versatility, flexibility, I still think they find themselves winning more often than not.
As you get set for our third game in this best-of-5 matchup in our losers finals, the winner of this will go on to take on Set to Destroy X in our grand finals. You've got Tomo that ever since they got knocked out by Saikai, they have been on a tear as of late. And here we are. They get a chance to exact revenge against Saikai, and they haven't shown any signs of slowing down with all the momentum they've gathered.
And they haven't had to change their composition to do it. And I think that's a big part of it. You said if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've used more or less the same composition the entire time. Kyo has switched between Rapid Pro and Rapid Blaster Deco and the original Rapid Blaster, but the role is still the same. And we talked about that, how the roles don't change even if the weapons do. It's worked for them. Just so much pressure, and that's why the blasters of Tomo have found so much success.
And I think a question to ask here, too, is if you're set to destroy X, what are you doing in the meantime during these matches? Do you think they're watching this stuff, or are they hopping on and just getting some 4-on-4 to continue to stay loose?
I think staying loose. They have played Tomo, and they know enough of Tomo's players. All these top teams play each other somewhat frequently. They know the premise of what's going on here. I think that if you're set to destroy X, you stay loose, maybe a little burger, glass of water here, stretch things out. You know that you've been in this position before and you're the top seed for a reason. I don't think anything they're seeing is worrying them right now. I don't think they're getting scared. I think they're just going to stay loose and continue to play their game.
And when you talk about having played a team you've faced already, how much do these players pick up on the tendencies of other players and other teams? Is there that much recognition and familiarity that takes place when you've played against each other for so often?
I think so. You understand the ways that they like to move about the map. And of course, the game is so flexible that you need to be able to adapt very quickly. You can't just count on the same general pressures. You can't count on people going the same way each time. But you understand that each weapon that they use, they play a certain way. One of the best things about Splatoon is that you can use a lot of different weapons in a lot of different ways. There's no one always correct way to play a weapon. There's a lot of versatility, movement, fun things that it's the reason we love this game so much, but you kind of get a sense of how they like to play that, so I do think it plays a part.
As we get set here for Clam Blitz and Kelp Dome, we've got our hard-working technical team behind the scenes just making sure everything's ready to go for this third game between Tomo and Saikai. And, you know, these whole championships, I think there's so much excitement because you have the opportunity. Don't forget, our winner of the grand finals will represent the region at the Splatoon 2 World Championship. And it just goes to show you all the global support for this game, because back in 2017, you saw the fact that you had maybe, 130, 140 teams that signed up for this Inkling Open. But this year you had over 550 50. So it talks about really just the strength and the love from this community for this game and for the competitive side of it.
Absolutely, and it's a great competitive game. We've talked here all day about how great the competitive merits of this game are, how exciting they can be, inkjets flying everywhere, impressive play, quick movement, technical ability. It's all there. All the elements for a fun and long-living competitive game are there, and it's good to see so many newcomers coming into the scene and finding success. There were a lot of teams that I'd never heard of who were upsetting teams that I thought for sure would be moving things along. We, of course, saw Vitamin C, but even newer teams were finding upsets.
Well, we remember last year when you had Deadbeat that was made up of half the team members of Set to Destroy X. They had no issues whatsoever getting to the championships and winning. I think they went 16-1.
They lost, I think, one, maybe 2 games.
Right, whereas now they've already lost 3 games today. And it goes to show you that it seems like everyone as a whole is getting much more competitive and that there's a lot more parity in this than there was before.
And I'm glad that you mentioned parity because there's so many different ways, especially with the state that the game is in now. There are certain weapons that sit at the top of the meta, but the rest of the meta through patches has been slowly nudging its way up. Not a whole lot of drastic things. I love that philosophy, and it's allowed so many weapons. I would love to go back through this and count how many different weapons have been used, especially if you count the variants. So much variety in this game. In Splatoon 1, that level of variety was just not seen.
Yeah, we'll have to do some Splatoon weapon bingo next time we do this for sure. But it looks like our players finally joined the lobby, and they're getting set with their weapons. So thank you for hanging tight with us. We'll get ready for some Clam Blitz here in Kelp Dome here shortly. And you go back to some of the things we've recognized from Clam Blitz. I think I told you that this was the game mode I was most excited to see. And I think what I'm really enjoying the most is it seems like early on, teams go for maybe having one power clam or football or whatever you want to call it. And then later on in the matches when they try to load up with 2 or 3 on their side as they get a chance to really assess and see what the other team's doing and stack those specials.
And the pity clam, as we will call it. I love that name, by the way, pity clam. As that comes into play, that's where things really change. The opponent is now scored. You've had a chance to build up some clams off to the side, and you get a free pity clam, power football, whatever we'll call it here.
Participation trophy.
Participation clam. We'll call it that now. That will be the new name for it. But that means that you have 2.
You're a very popular guy right now,
so.
obviously. A lot of excitement
so.
in the community for 9 being on this stream right now. I think one of our tech guys called you just trying to play a little bit of a prank.
Well,
but
thanks.
as we get set, players are choosing their weapons, choosing their loadouts. We're waiting on one more ready to go here. We'll be ready to go in Kelp Dome. Clam Blitz. Looks like we got the thumbs up that we're all set to go here. So let's get things popping after a nice little hiatus for 9 and I to fill the air with some talk. We appreciate that. Clam Blitz, Kelp Dome. Here we go. Tomo up 2-0. If they can get the victory here, they move along to the grand finals against Set to Destroy X. Let's go ahead and pick this thing up. Looks like you're going to have, well, you've got Saikai in purple, Tomo in green. I know you're studying that loadout. No surprises for Tomo, but what are we seeing from Saikai?
Well, Gamers finally switched back to the longest range weapon currently on the map, that heavy splatling, and it's going to be building up bubbles. That's very clearly the objective that they're doing here. Outside of that, it's more of the same old, lots of short-range weapons, though that Brella may come into play. We talked about how narrow that pathway is. Nice little shield might help that push.
Oh, but you see Quevo-chan getting the splat on the heavy splatling right there, using the mini splatling of its own. And right now, you've got 13 to 17 clam count right now as Tomo trying to get a power clam ready to go. And Tomo does have one in the saddle ready to go. And Saikai, they're down 4-2 on the field. So if you're Tomo, here's your chance to make a nice little run. However, nice little defensive presence by Saikai not to see too much ground.
Yeah, Gamer doing exactly what we thought we would see once it was switched over to that rapid blast, or I'm sorry, that heavy splatling deco. Just sitting back there, allowing the opponent to come to you. And just like that, 2 power clams. They're still up there. The threat is still alive as they try to run it through here. But I feel like this could have been a lot worse had things gone differently. 2 clams still up, though, so it's not out of the woods yet.
Nobody on the scoreboard yet. 100 to 100. You see 21 clams. And there's the first barrier being broken by Tomo. They take the 80 to 100 lead. And let's see if they can get the second one in there. Second one is good. 60 to 100 lead right now. 40 to 100 as Tomo already trying to make quick work of Sakai and move on to the grand finals.
And that's the power of map control. They had enough time. We talked earlier how difficult it is to build up all of those clams. They had central control for so long, and the patience they displayed there to have that third power clam built up. They know that it's not always easy to get 2 or 3 opportunities like that, and you need to make the most of the chances that you do get. Very strong play from them there, demonstrating a real understanding of the mode.
See Gamer with the bubble blower ready to go and a power football as well too. We've got a power football on the other side for Tomo also. Tomo, though, with a 60-point lead, however, a 30-second penalty. So keep that in mind as they try to continue to close this one out and move on to the grand finals. You've got Shaq right now trying to make some ground. Oh, but a nice splat by Tomo to take out Gamer.
And I think that Gamer honestly waited just a little bit too long that time. You know that they were trying to set up the bubbles, trying to go for maybe 1 or 2 picks before the bubbles deployed. I'm not against the idea. I just think the execution was a tiny bit off. But Tomo, the way they're playing right now, they're going to punish everything.
Tomo with the 40-100 lead. They've got 22 clams of the 13. Yet another power football forming for Tomo here. So let's see if they can go. But nope, that's going to go ahead and get stopped short of the goal line right there. 40-100 advantage for Tomo. Saikai, they've got a power football ready to go. But you look at the turf control and so much green for Tomo on the map.
And it's incredible that they're able to have this kind of turf control with no traditional shooter weapons. The heaviest painter they're using right now is 2chan on this nozzle nose right here. Double Blaster comps aren't supposed to be able to paint this well, but Tomo makes it work. This is their game.
40-100, as we mentioned, 2-0 in the game lead. Tomo looking to get this victory to close things out. Minute 40 left. If you're Saikai, you have yet to even threaten the barrier for Tomo. And if you're Tomo, you got a couple power footballs waiting nearby. However, a 30 on the penalty. Oh, nice little splat right there against Chip. Barrier's broken and open for business right now. And you continue to see more splats right now. Oh, this is Tomo getting cleaned out, though, by Saikai. Great defense by Saikai.
They got cleaned out, but look, you see that 2 members already went to the top of the screen to try for this counter push. They have no mid. Shaq was the only one who went to the middle, and because of that, it's going to take a lot longer for them to create a sustained push. You see an ouch there on the side of your screen? That's because they didn't get mid. I don't know that they played that one correctly.
100-40, less than a minute left. So if you are Saikai, you're going to need a couple footballs and some luck on your side to make quite the push for Tomo. Now, if you're Tomo at this point, what's your defensive philosophy? Are you collecting clams and coming back to the base, or are you going to try and be a little aggressive still?
I think you keep the aggression on. Saikai has spent so long back in their zone right here. They're trying to set some stuff up with the bubbles, but because you've been so aggressive, they haven't even gotten the chance to do that. They have more specials on the board right now than Saikai does, and that's indicative of turf control and an understanding of where the opponent's going as we see another flying dogfight.
Oh,
Take a seat,
unbelievable shot right
Take
there.
a seat.
We have seen a lot of Inkjet on Inkjet harm. And Tomo, looks like they're going to finish this one strong. They open up the barrier. They get 2 footballs dunked. They're 17 points away from the KO. And how about the Inkjet work we continue to see? And Tomo, after falling in the first round in the winner's bracket to Saikai, it's a clean sweep, 3-0 with the KO as Tomo, they bust out the brooms and they will move on to the grand finals to take on Set to Destroy X.
7 Inkjets. 7 Inkjets. So wild, and that's what it looks like. That's where the pressure comes into play, and just so painful if you're Saikai there, but that is why you run a double blaster composition. For all the trade-offs that you make, it is still enough.
So that leaves us Tomo versus Set to Destroy X in our grand finals. Now, if you're Set to Destroy X, we've been told, we've checked with our judges multiple times, it's a best of 7 now for the grand finals. Best of 7. I'm getting a lot of head nods, thumbs up, rounds of applauses, confetti being thrown in the air as I check with our judges on that. So best of 7 between Set to Destroy and Tomo. And if you're Set to Destroy, you just have to win this one round. Tomo, meanwhile, if you want to become the champions and represent the region at the Splatoon 2 World Championship, you need to basically win 8 games against Set to Destroy X in 14 chances.
Not a lot of teams can do that right now. In this country, in any country, any part in the world, Set to Destroy X has demonstrated their chops against the best of the best. This would be probably the biggest upset that I've seen in Splatoon if this was to come. To beat Set to Destroy X coming from losers. We've seen Set to Destroy X drop sets, but they can come back through losers. They get the win. They don't fall all the way down. Tomo has all the momentum right now. 550-plus teams, now down to 2, our top 2 seeds, but this is a big old mountain they got to climb.
So you look at the roadmap as we get set for our grand finals. It's going to be a best of 7 between Tomo and Set to Destroy X. And you're going to start with splat zones on Camp Triggerfish. So if you're Set to Destroy X, you're smiling about that. Then we'll have tower control on Manta Maria, Rainmaker, Walleye Warehouse, and then Clam Blitz on Moray Towers yet again. So a lot of different things going on right now. But before we get to the finals, we're going to take one more break and then come back with some unbelievable championship action. Welcome back to the Splatoon 2 US-Canada Inkling Open 2018 Finals. Jordan Kent here with 9-hole grains. And after over 550 teams ink their way back and forth, we're down to our final 2 teams. The winner of our grand finals will go on to represent the region at the Splatoon 2 World Championship in June. Our 2 teams set to destroy X. They've remained in the winner's bracket the entire time. Meanwhile, Tomo, after falling out early against Saikai, they get a chance for some redemption. They do a clean sweep of Saikai 3-0. They find themselves squaring off against Set to Destroy X. Here's how things work. It'll be a best-of-7 matchup. If Set to Destroy X wins, they are our winners. However, if Tomo gets the victory, they then reset the bracket, and we'll have one final matchup in the grand final. So 9, you look at how both of these teams got here. Set to Destroy X, steady, consistent. Tomo, meanwhile, might be riding all the momentum in the tournament currently.
Peaks and Valleys going down 3-1 to Saikai and roaring all the way back for a 3-0 sweep like we talked about earlier. It's momentum versus the steady ship here. These are the top 2 seeds. Based on predictions, this is what we'd be seeing here in the finals. They have proven us right here. But 8 games against Set to Destroy X, how much momentum can you really have?
And that's a very good point. You're going to have Tomo defeat Set to Destroy X 8 times in order to advance and be the representative in the Splatoon 2 World Championship. However, Set to Destroy X, they've got their work cut out for them because Tomo, they've basically been 9-1 over their last 3 rounds of play. So they've been very impressive as well, too. So let's take a look at the roadmap here shortly. You're going to have best of 7, as we said, and you're going to see every single ranked mode coming into play here. You have Splat Zones at Camp Triggerfish to get the party started, followed by Tower Control at Manta Maria, and then Rainmaker at Walleye Warehouse, and then Clam Blitz at Moray Towers will be our 4th matchup. We talk about Splat Zones, and this could be Set to Destroy X's best game mode.
It really is. The statistics show it. They have been dominant here. They know how to lock people out. We've seen a 100-0 end where it felt like the game wasn't even being played. One of their team members got sent back to spawn that match. It was brutal. One thing that'll be interesting to see here, though, the last time we saw Set to Destroy X here on Camp Triggerfish, they did run a splatter scope, one of the only splatter scope snipers that we've seen in this tournament.
Well, let's get the party started. 9, I know you and I, we've got our specials all charged up for these grand finals here. Set to Destroy X taking on Tomo. You've already got Tomo in the green, Set to Destroy X in the pink. You look at the loadouts and, hey, there's that splatter scope that you talked about.
There's a splatter scope and a splatling on it. They are going as long range as they possibly can. And on this map, that can work. In Splatoon 1 especially, people know those 2 zones across that gap, you need some long range pressure.
And this is a very good point. I think this is our first dual zone splat zone we've seen in these finals so far. So keeping that in mind, being able to control both of them, you've got that little bridge in that area of water that really divides things on Camp Triggerfish.
Now, thankfully, it is a little bit easier to get to the other side now. They have added those ink rails, which adds a little bit more accessibility to it. It's still not easy to do, still very important. Those super jumps going to have to be well placed here. You see 3 people on Set Destroy X's side of the map here. They're going with the same pressure that we've seen them use all tournament.
How about Tomo off to the early lead, 60-100? And we talked about splat zones being really the strong point for Set to Destroy X, and you've got Tomo doing a great job of securing the zones and now pushing towards Set to Destroy X.
Toon going to go ahead and dodge there. A great shot, but the double Stingray is going to come out here. They finally started a push, as we see on our overhead view, a terrifying laser show. It does look like Set to Destroy X is going to be in control. They've got a good look here on it now, but Fuzzy is the only one on the other side of the map. Now Hexen the only one on the other side of the map. I don't know that they'll be able to keep control with that lineup.
Fuzzy, though, and Set to Destroy X applying the 49-second penalty to Tomo, and they regain control, so they avoid the penalty as well, too. But there you have Tomo applying some pressure to secure that other zone. And now it's up for grabs at this point. If you're set to destroy, you got to continue to keep the pressure. Meanwhile, Tomo, you've done a great job of pushing them back as they continue to do so. 3-3 on the field.
And you're seeing the jumps back and forth really being the key part here. Teams are constantly shifting and trying to meet the threats of the enemy team here. Because Set to Destroy X has opted to use a double Stingray composition, they're really putting the pressure on Fuzzy and Ice, or I'm sorry, really just Fuzzy in this composition to make the plays up close. So far, Fuzzy's done a pretty good job. Tomo's just cut it off.
Fuzzy and the Inkjet trying to avoid a couple of burst bombs being tossed on their 3. Meanwhile, you've got Set to Destroy X securing both zones right now. That range blaster trying to apply a little pressure on Toon-Chan. We've seen Toon-Chan really dominate with that Inkjet. And here comes Toon-Chan in that Inkjet. And just like we've been seeing all tournament long, Toon-Chan wrecking shop in the Inkjet.
Gonna jump all the way back here, and these Stingrays, as strong as they are on this long-range map, they just don't paint. We've talked about it, and it seems like an obvious point, but it's something that you have to keep in mind. You see Hex in there still trying to sit at the top of the map and put pressure on, but it just hasn't been a ton of sustained pressure. Now they're finally able to push their way through. They have now got a 3-down situation. It's going to take Tomo a while to get back to the middle. This is Set to Destroy X's chance, though it did take both of their Stingrays to achieve that.
Now you see Set to Destroy X. They're starting to push and advance. They've got both zones secured, and you see Hexen with the Stingray ready to go. Communication is key as they make sure they point out where all the threats are at. Here comes Hexen with that Stingray, trying to apply a little pressure on Tomo. You see Tomo trying to advance. Oh, we are just 4 points away from Set to Destroy X taking the lead, but no! That zone going to get defended, but then Set to Destroy claims it, and they recapture the lead.
So close right there. Hexen sitting over here on the side this whole time, just continuing to paint the zone we talked earlier. You get so lost in the conversation about specials. Sometimes you just have to paint the zone.
36-18. You've got Set to Destroy X. They've done a fine job of securing the zone and pushing forward. Those Stingrays and long-range weapons really coming in handy at this point. And if you're Tomo, you've got to hustle up. You've got a chance now if you're Tomo. You've got one zone up for grabs. Meanwhile, Set to Destroy X, they've got the other one locked down on their side. Oh, Tomo trying to apply that penalty on Set to Destroy X. Here comes a oh, look at this. We've got 2 ink storms raining down. Oh, it's like a Seattle summer morning. 56 seconds left. 36-4. Advantage to Set to Destroy X at this point. Oh, and they're going to secure the zone. And how about a 66-second penalty on Set to Destroy?
Gonna give them a little bit longer here. They're gonna have to do a better job this time, them being Tomo, of holding them back. You see that Hexen went to the top. They sent everybody up to the top to meet the threat. But on this side with Pengit, nobody there. There was nobody to contest that. It's gonna go back the other way. They just moved to the wrong side of the map that time.
Set to Destroy X just 30 seconds away from claiming the first game in our grand finals. Meanwhile, Tomo, they've got to continue to apply some pressure. It's 4-4 on the field. You got a special ready to go on each side. That sprinkler going to help generate more Stingray special. 13 seconds left. Oh, and here comes Set to Destroy. They're trying to claim the victory. 8 seconds left. Can Set to Destroy do it, or can Tomo gain control? Tomo gains control. They lose control. 3 seconds left. Tomo going to send this thing into overtime right now. They've got a penalty they have to work through, but they've got the zones, and they're going to try to apply some pressure. Some special ready to go, though, for Set to Destroy X. Oh, penalty's almost done for Tomo. They could have an unbelievable come-from-behind victory. Here comes the Inkstorm. A couple of bombs and the Stingrays. That can be enough? No, Tomo's still with control. Hold on to your tentacles here. 20 seconds left. 4-3 advantage for Tomo. This might be an unbelievable come-from-behind victory. They need 6 more seconds. Can Set to Destroy do it? No! Tomo! Unbelievable comeback. They had to control the zone for over a minute there, 9, and they're able to do what nobody's been able to do in this tournament, defeat Set to Destroy X on Splat Zones.
There are so many moments there that I want to say were the key moment. There were so many decisions made, so many crucial splats, as you like to say it, that created that situation for them. But to sum it all up, Tomo realized that Hexen and Ice were bullying them that entire game with those Stingrays, kind of shutting them down and allowing the only frontliner they had, Fuzzy, to work their way up to the zones. That time they said, we're not waiting. Even if it costs us our lives in this game, we have to do something a little different. Let's push in, push them back as far as we can, and see what happens. That's what happens, an upset victory.
Tomo, you look at the resolve. It looked like Set to Destroy X had this one in the bag. They had the zone. They just needed 20 more seconds to hold on to it. With 8 seconds left, Tomo recaptures both zones, and they're able to hold off and push Set to Destroy X, and they take the first game in our grand finals.
And on a 2-zone map as well, that's so difficult. Taking back one of those zones does not immediately end the game, but it does start a secondary timer. If that timer, I believe it's around 10 seconds, expires and nobody has control of the zone, that's the end of the game right there. To be able to hold 2 zones on a map like that against a long-range safe composition, there is some magic in Tomo right now.
And it's interesting because you look at the makeup of Camp Triggerfish, and for typical 2-zone maps, you can access the area in between the zones pretty easily, but on Camp Triggerfish, it's nothing but water. So I wonder if that impeded Set to Destroy X from trying to make a comeback late in that one, because now you kind of have 2 areas that funnel in all the players, and Tomo really had those on lockdown.
Oh, absolutely. And because they went with that longer range composition, it's difficult to push your way back in to even get that chance. You know, you do need both zones if you want to end that game. And like you said, because it's divided, because of the makeup of the stage, that can be incredibly difficult. Set to Destroy X was going with a lockout composition that time, and it worked for the entire length of the game, but there's that little thing called overtime, and that went the other way.
We talk about momentum versus experience. Well, it looks like momentum took that first game. Now let's get to tower control and Manta Maria, which I believe it's the first time we've seen Manta Maria in these finals. And you look at tower control here, and what's going to be unique about this stage, especially when the tower comes into play?
It's a long path. You see that there's 3 checkpoints up on there. Anytime you have a 3-checkpoint map, you really have to look at that 3rd checkpoint as your victory condition. It's a treacherous ride here, a lot of lower trench riding, but it can take a little bit to get going. This one doesn't snowball as much as some of the others. Interesting to note that Toon has switched off of that nozzle nose that was playing so well to instead go for a bucket. And the bucket's a great weapon, but that nozzle nose was putting in work.
Early advantage right now for Set to Destroy X in the orange. Meanwhile, Tomo in the green. They face a deficit of 55 to 100, and it looks like, as you mentioned, that snowball gaining some momentum as that tower continues to roll. However, 4-2 on the field advantage. Tomo going to give him a chance to play some defense.
Does look like that one's going to be cleaned up here. Going to have to be careful here. Take back some turf very carefully. They know that one is still waiting on the map. Here from our overhead view, we can see they're all still waiting a little bit. They're taking a moment to build up their specials and use that to push in. Try to get a 1 or 2 down situation and start that push.
1 minute down in this one, you see Tomo with control of the map yet again. That's going to be Tomo in the green, Set to Destroy in the orange. 3:40 left, and you see the 37-92 advantage for Set to Destroy. 2-2 on the field. Looks like that early push is going to be really advantageous for Set to Destroy.
Yeah, we talked earlier about how important that 2nd checkpoint is. Anytime you have a 3-checkpoint map, it really does become a battle of getting past that 2nd checkpoint. To get past it so early means you're going to, again, reap the benefits of the special system that does give you passive meter as you play defense.
3:15 left in this one, 37-92 advantage. Tomo in control of the tower right now, trying to get through that first checkpoint. Meanwhile, Set to Destroy X doing a fine job with some defense. Oh, the direct hit, 2 direct hits. Nice work right there by Kaio-chan.
And they're going to go back and try to meet the threat of Kyo. They have to do that because if Kyo is left back there to his own devices, he will make life very difficult for you. That's going to allow 3 people to push up on the tower, and Penguin's going to go down in that 1v3 situation. This is a good look for them. Hachi managed to push back behind them as well. We'll see how far this goes.
We see more of the Tenta missiles coming into play, into tower control. Fine defensive stance right there by Set to Destroy, but Tomo back on the tower yet again, and here comes a Inkjet ready to go for Hachi whenever they're ready. 2:30 left in this one. Tomo trying to cut into that lead for Set to Destroy. They got to get to the 2nd checkpoint and get through that if they even want to come tying. But yet again, the Inkjet putting in work, and it looks like Tomo's going to steal the lead here, and they do.
And I love waiting to use that Inkjet. You called it right there, whenever they're ready to. Waiting until more of them come back into the fray to save that Inkjet and distract people from that Inkjet. That's why that worked as efficiently as it did. Those were 2 of the easiest Inkjet shots that Hachi has ever had to hit. And now down to 21. Didn't make any progress on that, but a lead is a lead. What a great push by Tomo.
It certainly is, but Set to Destroy, they got a chance to make a push back because they have 0 checkpoints standing between them and if they want to recapture the lead. 1:43 left in this one. 4-2 advantage for Set to Destroy, and they have 2 specials. But they lose the tower right here. However, they regain it yet again. And if you're Set to Destroy, here's your chance as you see that Stingray coming into play.
And there is no Stingray on the part of Tomo either. They've opted to not use that in a comp here. That's always a dangerous gambit. We know now it has been nerfed a little bit. It's not the force that it once was, but it's still the best special to solo stop a tower. And it might be working for them right now, but I'm still holding my breath here.
Fuzzy hopping on the tower, getting some unbelievable support from that Rapid Blaster. Here comes Set to Destroy. They got a chance to threaten. They need a couple more units. No! They're not able to overtake the lead. Tiebreaker going to go to Tomo. And but Set to Destroy hops on the tower. They got to hop back on there if they want to take the lead. And yes, Set to Destroy recaptures the lead. 20-21. Advantage to Set to Destroy. 50 seconds left. 4-2 on the field, 2 specials good to go for Tomo, though, as we start to wrap this one up. And under a minute, what's the thought process here if you're Tomo, knowing that you got to get all the way to 20 or 19 to go ahead and take the lead?
Well, what you said earlier, they don't have any checkpoints that they have to get through now, so there is that, at least something. And they do have one Stingray that's still left, one Inkjet rather, to use in this push. But they know the enemy team is going to have Stingray. This is a really big wall to climb, and I think that they're just frustrated in the way they lost.
20 seconds left. Pengit with a bomb rush ready to go, but Pengit doesn't use the bomb rush and probably won't have enough time to recharge that before the timer goes out. However, that tower's getting set to reset. 4-3 on the field. 4-4, 1 special ready to go for each side. Let's head into overtime. 21-20. Tomo, they've got to get it to 19 if they want to steal a second game, but there comes that Stingray. It does what it does best, ends your dreams of any type of comeback. As Set to Destroy X, they go ahead and take the second game and tie things up 1-1 against Tomo.
And that game right there shows why you run quick respawn. That shows why you run that, because in that situation, the only reason they had enough time to continue jumping in an edge 1 point by 1 point by 1 point is because of quick respawn and quick super jump, allowing them to get back in that situation. But if you're Tomo, man, that's a kick in the shins.
But if you're Tomo at the same time, how encouraged are you after the first 2 games? You have an unbelievable come-from-behind victory in the double splat zones on Camp Triggerfish. And then it really takes a substantial effort by Set to Destroy X, a lot of battling back and forth for them to beat you by 1 in tower control. If you're Tomo, you oftentimes talk about, okay, are they invincible? Well, no. They can certainly be taken down, and now we've seen both these teams really pretty evenly matched after 2 games.
And now we're moving on to Rainmaker. So we've talked earlier about this. If there is one mode that you can take consistently from Set to Destroy X, it has been Rainmaker. Now, the last time we said that, they put Saikai in their place pretty hard. With that said, the momentum and the way that Tomo likes to play with the aggression, with those Inkjets flying all around the map, this may be an opportunity for them to make a push.
It's going to be Rainmaker on Walleye Warehouse, and this is a very fun mode. I personally love this one quite a bit because it is such a narrow stage. You really only have 3 different ways that you can go, and how teams really defend that critical part where you have that uninkable ramp in the middle, and then on left side you have the long ramp in the hallway, and then on the right side, if you want to be a little bit of a mountain goat, you can climb up there and go ahead and bring the Rainmaker in. So this is where I'm excited. Do you think if you're Set to Destroy X, do you go with those long range weapons still, or do you change things up?
Oh, that's a great question. I think
it's my job to ask great questions.
Yes, and you do it so well, dang it. I think if you're Set to Destroy X, you maybe tone down on the range a little bit. Certainly not going to see the sniper and splatling composition. I think that was a Camp Triggerfish Splat Zone special. But I think that you still run your splatling. That hasn't really served you wrong just yet. And I think you maybe switch Ice over to the NZAP 85 to help support Puzzy, who is on 10-10.
Let's see if the switch happens. Rainmaker, Walleye Warehouse, who will get a victory delivered to them? We will find out. 1-1 in the games here. Tomo, they've played Set to Destroy very tightly here in these first 2. Meanwhile, Set to Destroy, they're trying to punch their ticket to the Splatoon 2 World Championship. Let's take a look at the loadout for Set to Destroy and anything that you noticed with them.
They've gone almost entirely short range. The Rapid Blaster is their longest range weapon, which means that they're going for that very mobile composition that we've seen so much from some of these other teams. Maybe haven't seen it as much from Set to Destroy X. That certainly doesn't mean that they can't play it. They feel it's advantageous here, and one weapon to keep an eye on here Ice's 52 Gal Deco has those curling bombs and the Stingray, along with that 2-shot splat that the weapon's known for.
86-0 early advantage for Tomo in the orange, set to destroy in the purple right now. Plenty of time left in this one as we're still not even at the 1-minute mark. Oh, Fuzzy, how about that? Super jumping and able to get the splat before getting punished.
That was wild to get 3 shots off that quick. Fuzzy, one of the best at that super jump play. Now we're going to see Ice use that. Just not going to opt to grab it. Now it does, gets as much out of it as they can. And now you're seeing that push up the left side, supported by the Inkjet, but something snuck in and took them out there. I believe it might have been Toon, who now pays for it with his life as Hexen continues the punishment.
See Hexen with that Inkjet so critical. Meanwhile, oh, what a substantial push right there by Set to Destroy. They get it to 1-0. How about the slam dunk in about a minute and a half? And Set to Destroy X, I think what we saw from their 9, well, I'm going to let you break that down. It seemed like when they got the Rainmaker, there was nothing but open freeway in front of them.
Open freeway, and that was earned because it was really an attack on all fronts. We talked about Hexen there, who had that Inkjet hitting that raised area, took out 2 of them. By the time they'd funneled back in, it gave Fuzzy enough time to go up to that right side, the mountain goat area, as you called it, and rush back in with 2 of the easiest splats I'm sure that he's ever had to hit. Add all of that together, just too much pressure coming in, an easy stroll up to the pedestal.
Well, if you're Set to Destroy, you've got a little bit of breathing room now. You've got 2 games to 1 over Tomo. Meanwhile, if you're Tomo, it's really the first match where you were overmatched against Set to Destroy, so you might want to rethink some of the things that you do. Coming up next, Clam Blitz, Moray Towers. And we know that Moray Towers can be a tricky level to navigate with all the verticality. How does that play into effect with Clam Blitz?
Well, we've seen how Tomo plays this map, right? We saw that earlier in a match that they had against Kumodo. They played it pretty well. They made Double Blaster work there because there was just so much pressure. They continued to push up and never let the enemy team get set. This is a map where it takes a while to get back to the middle. If you go too many down, you can have a real hard time finding defense. Even throwing bombs down there isn't enough because it's just so far down. But that's where the compositions that Set to Destroy X likes to run, with that quick super jump, with that stealth jump, always keeping someone back to give their super jumpers a chance to get back in, I think will really shine. I think this favors Set to Destroy X.
Want to remind you, these grand finals are a best of 7, so Set to Destroy needs to get to 4 games won, and they will go on to represent the region in the Splatoon 2 World Championship. For Tomo, you're going to have to get to not only 4 wins, but then that resets the bracket. You have to get 4 more wins. But we've seen in the first 3 matches that these have been pretty close contests for the most part, and Tomo doing a good job of really applying some pressure on Set to Destroy. Let's see how it all works out. Clam Blitz, Moray Towers, 9, you talked about Double Blaster. We see that for Tomo right there. Seems like they're going to go with what worked before.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Even though that last game didn't go the way you wanted to, you didn't get this far by waffling between compositions. They have a game plan. They're going to stick to it.
10 seconds into this one, obviously not a whole lot is developed then. Both teams inking territory like one would expect in Splatoon 2. 15 seconds, obviously. And you take a look, there's that N-Zap making the appearance for Set to Destroy X in the green.
And that's there to provide support. It's there to provide ink control, and it's really a strong pick. It used to be in the past that you had to run 2 of those. That was just the way that the game was going. You needed to run that. But it's going to give Hexen the opportunity to now run up here because of that ink armor and somehow work the baller all the way through there. The snipe has been completely compromised here, and this is a rough spot for Tomo.
And if you are Set to Destroy X, you've got the 3-1 advantage, and it's nothing but clams going in the pot as they're trying to cook up a victory here. 100-47. That splat right there going to help slow things down, but more clams continue to fill the container. It looks like it's going to be an early head start right now for Set to Destroy X as they go up 41-100 over Tomo. Clam Blitz, Moray Towers.
Now what's worth noting here, 3 down there is going to give Tomo the chance to come back to the middle, right? And 3 power clams will give Tomo the lead in this situation. Each one of those is worth 20 points. They don't have any penalties, so that could be enough. You see they have 20 clams right now at the top left of your screen. But Set to Destroy X, like they always do, have 16 clams of their own. They're ready to mount a counter push when things go sour.
And we talked about one of the best defensive measures is just collecting clams and limiting the currency that's available for the opposing team right now. And you look at the clam count is just down to 3 now for Tomo. Meanwhile, you've got 23 clams for Set to Destroy and a power clam ready to go. Lots of pressure, 4-4. Let's see if Set to Destroy can clear things out. 2 power clams ready to go. That's 1-2 into the barrier. They've already increase their score to 30 to 127. Oh, this could be over very quickly here. And how about Set to Destroy X making extremely quick work of Tomo and Clam Blitz. And now if you're Tomo, your backs are really up against the walls. You are now down 3 to 1.
And this is why I think that losing that second game in the manner that they did really stings right now. You went from 2-2, a game that you should have won by all measures, to now 3-1, and the momentum now squarely, the momentum stopped right there. It hit that brick wall, and now Set to Destroy X is playing the game. But to get into that game specifically, calling out there that Set to Destroy X had 16 clams. When we see pushes come in, it seems like on a lot of teams, the defender just stops picking up clams. Set to Destroy X doesn't do that. They know that once they get that defense, they need to be able to mount a counter push. They know that pity clam is coming in. They can get some big points on the board going the other way. That's the way the mode's meant to be played, the flexibility between offense and defense, and they're one of the best at it.
If you're a fan of Set to Destroy X, you're licking your chops at the next opportunity. Splat zones, Starfish main stage. You know it's going to be one zone. It's a mode that Set to Destroy X has really excelled in, other than dropping it at Camp Triggerfish. If you are Tomo, you've got to regroup and find a way, because you now have to win 3 straight games just to reset the bracket. But focusing on what Set to Destroy can do to close things out to try to be the champion, it seems like they really backed away from that Charger 2 long-distance weapons and really found more balance in their repertoire, and they haven't had any issues since then.
And we talked about balance earlier. The versatility and the balance that Set to Destroy X have, it's the reason that they've been able to stay at the top so long. The meta changes, everyone else adapts to it, while Set to Destroy X was the one setting it. They're always a step ahead. They're willing to play whatever it takes in order to earn them that victory, change their style up however they are. Pengit, who's been playing exclusively Rapid Blaster, just recently picked the weapon up because they knew that that was what was working, and it's been working a lot for them today. We've called out that name so many times, but Starfish main stage right now, this is one of the easier zones to get back into. If there's any map that Tomo could make it happen on, it's this one.
Starfish main stage, Set to Destroy X. They are 1 game victory away from claiming their spot in the Splatoon 2 World Championship. Meanwhile, Tomo, you're going to be fighting and scratching for your Splatoon competitive lives in this tournament, trying to make it 3-2 and just force more action here. Let's pick this up. Early on, zone being claimed by Set to Destroy in the green, and this is what they do. They get that early control of the zone, but like you said, it's an easy zone to recapture.
And they do just that, but getting taken out there with the bomb rush still in hand by Hexen, that really is very painful for them. Hexen going to continue to punish. Is Hexen going to get a quad?
Hexen with the
Wow.
Stingray cleaning things up. That zone now belongs to Set to Destroy. They take the lead, 88-92. You see the overhead, and now they start to push and keep Tomo at bay. This is Set to Destroy at their finest right now. 4-4 on the field, 4 minutes left. Fuzzy eluding the auto bomb right now. You see a couple of Tomo players making their way up the ramp. But how about the vantage point that Fuzzy's trying to find right now to apply some pressure on Tomo?
Going just away, and that time the Ink Armor is what saved Fuzzy, who is still walking around on that backside and still alive. They haven't gotten rid of him. Finally do, but not before we're at 35 seconds left on the clock. It's a 2v3 on the field right now. I don't know if they have enough to paint. Toonshan goes down. Hachi with the blaster is not going to be able to paint. They got to find a miracle at this point.
15 seconds standing between Set to Destroy X and their spot in the Splatoon 2 World Championship. 5 seconds. It looks like Set to Destroy X will have no! But Tomo says, hold on. Don't blow out the candles yet. We got something to say about that. That 73-second penalty on Set to Destroy X is going to be an awfully long way between them and any type of championship. Tomo now with full control of the zone. 3 minutes left, and how about that? This was very similar to Camp Triggerfish. Just before victory, Tomo able to stop things in their tracks.
But with 3 specials coming the other way, that is a full wipe, and we're back. The lock is back on now. They're going to get 4 people here, but let's keep an eye on how Set to Destroy X sets themselves up here. You see right now they're kind of moving left and right here, identifying where the threats are coming from. Fuzzy sitting at the bottom, Pengit moving trades with Kyo, so the Rapid Blaster's out of the equation right now. That penalty is getting dangerously low. Those 30 seconds will tick away quick.
30 seconds remaining before the penalty expires, and then it's just a quick snap of the fingers, and Set to Destroy X will get the victory. Tomo trying to take control of the zone, add on additional penalty. Oh, but the zone's going to be wrestled back by Set to Destroy X. 17 seconds in the penalty. It's 3-1 on the field. 3-2. Looks like Set to Destroy is bent on claiming this championship for the U.S.-Canada Inkling Open. And that will do it. Set to Destroy X. The favorites come in. They certainly get challenged at times, but they have no issues whatsoever with Tomo. They get the KO, the victory 4-1, and Set to Destroy X will represent the U.S.-Canada region in the Splatoon 2 World Championship.
When everybody does their job, this is what it looks like. Identify, adapt, and eliminate. If that's not your slogan, that should be it, Set to Destroy X, because that's exactly what they did right there. You saw Fuzzy win a 1v2 there at the end of the game. That was kind of the icing on the cake. But we saw Hexen with the pseudo quad earlier, Pengit being the menace the entire game, Ice switching between short-range shooters and snipers of all things. But that's what versatility will do for teams. Set to Destroy X has earned their spot.
And that's how it'll look in the yearbook. Tomo getting the KO in splat zones on Camp Triggerfish, but then Set to Destroy X taking the next 4 games. And as you said, it was really that tower control victory in Manta Maria that swung the tide of momentum in favor of Set to Destroy X, and they never looked back after that. So very impressive work by then. And you look at 2 of their members, they'll be making a return trip to the World Championship, and you figure that experience will certainly come in hand when they get set for June.
There's no substitute for playing on a stage that big, hearing people cheer one way or the other, and STDX has the most LAN experience of any of the teams here. Of course, with that great sponsor helping them get to all these different events. They're going for the gold. There's no other ways about it. They have walked this far, dominating the whole way. They're now going on for the best that the world can throw at them, and they're looking to make it a twofer.
Very exciting stuff. Well, it's been our pleasure to bring you the Splatoon 2 U.S.-Canada Inkling Open 2018 Finals. A big thank you to all of our folks behind the scenes, pulling all the levers and triggers, making things work. Congratulations once again to Set to Destroy X. Thank you again to Iric for coming in and giving us a breather. And Nine, very nice job. Very nice working with you. I'm Jordan Kent. He's 9hole Grains. Make sure you continue to follow at Nintendo Versus for all the information as we get set for the Splatoon 2 World Championship. Until then, you guys take care.